Now, today, we are gonna see, what if Naruto had harem with Mikoto and Sasuke? Part 2. Join Patreon for early Access of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Tsunade laughed but then coughed, taking a more serious look. You know, I meant to ask you why you are still here even after I lied about the mission details. Kakashi CL.ASPED his hands together in thought as the others waited for a response. Not doing the right when you know it is right is the coward's way. There are no weak soldiers under a valiant commander. He recited from memory of what his sensei once said. He saw their confused looks and smiled. A quote from our previous Hokage. As the adults spoke, Inari looked at Naruto. He was still covered in dirt and grime from his training earlier that day. It made him cringe as he thought of his father, who was like a hero to him, who worked so hard for the village, only to be killed by Gato. Tears came to his eyes as he looked at the blonde who only brought on the memories of his past. He couldn't help himself, he had to say something to make it stop. Why? His voice croaked, biting back a sob. Naruto looked over at Inari and thought he didn't look so well. What was that? That brought everyone's attention over to Inari as he stood up from his seat, glaring at Naruto. Why? Why do you train so hard just so you can end up dying? No matter how hard you train, no matter what you say, the strong will always beat the weak. Inari bit his lip and cried, letting it all out in the stunned silence that followed his outburst. Naruto thought over what he said and his eyes hardened as he looked at the broken boy. He pitied him for his loss. For him to feel so strongly that way, it must have hurt him badly. You don't know anything about me, Naruto said, and making Inari glare at him. Shut up. It makes me angry when I watch you. You don't know anything about this country or what has happened here. How could you? You don't know anything about real pain. Always smiling. Naruto met his gaze, making him flinch under the older boy's pressure. Tsunade couldn't believe what she was hearing and was about to intervene when Naruto spoke. Is that all you can do is cry? I learned a long time ago that crying doesn't solve anything. That's when I actually did something about my problems. I guess that's what makes us different. His words stung Inari in a way no one had anticipated, and the younger boy could only look away and continue crying. Sasuke looked at Naruto and saw how serious he looked. She hadn't seen him like this in a long time. Without a word he got up and went outside for a walk. Naruto, Sasuke said in a faint tone, worried. Go after him, Kakashi said, giving her permission she had been waiting for. After she went after him and things settled down, Inari went outside to sit on the dock and calm down. Kakashi followed him out after a bit and sat down next to him, startling him. Mind if I sit here? He asked, and Inari just shrugged. It was silent for a while before Kakashi spoke up. I'm sorry about what Naruto said, it must have come off pretty harsh back there. Inari said nothing but seemed to listen, so Kakashi continued. It's hard to understand without knowing his past. You see, Naruto, he was alone for a very long time. Inari looked up at Kakashi with interest. No parents, no friends, no one to care for him. He felt pain, a pain of loneliness during his childhood that no one could take away. Kakashi sighed. It had been a while since he had told such a sad story. After a while, he just stopped crying. He stopped caring about what others would think of him and did as he pleased. I guess he was just tired of being sad. Inari couldn't believe that Naruto had such a rough past with how happy he always seemed to be. The reason he is so happy now is because of his new family, Sasuke and her mother Makoto. They adopted him some years back and since then they have never separated. Now that he has precious people, Naruto trains hard so he can protect them. He is afraid of losing them, the love they give him. He doesn't want to lose them, Inari whispered, understanding his feelings. Those words that Naruto said to you in there, they are probably the same ones he had been telling himself for all those years he was alone. Kakashi smiled and Inari suddenly felt better. I understand now. The following morning in the room where the genin slept, rays of sunshine peeked through the window to greet Naruto's face. The sudden Change in temperature irritated him and made him wake up, rising up quickly. Looking around to see empty beds and the sun high in the sky, Naruto immediately realized he had overslept and had been left behind by the others. Damn! He quickly got out of his night clothes and put on his usual Uchiha garments, almost falling over as he slipped his pants on while trying to put his sandals on at the same time. Tying his forehead protector tight, Naruto walked over to the door to open it but heard shouting and found the voices weren't ones he had heard before. What's going on? Naruto slid the door open slightly to look into the main room and his eyes widened. These guys must be. Get back, Inari! Tsunade shouted as two of Goto's thugs, Zori and Waraji, barged their way into the house and approached the woman. Inari cowered in the doorway to the kitchen and right in front of Naruto's room where he watched the scene unfold. Goto needs the woman as a hostage. He didn't say anything about a kid. Waraji said as he began to unsheath his sword. Tsunade screamed and made them stop in their tracks. No, don't hurt my son, I'll do anything. Zori smiled and looked back at his partner who put his weapon away, turning to Inari. Looks like your mom came through for you this time, kid. They approached her with rope and she submitted to them. No one heard the door slide open as Naruto aped over Inari's head and kicked Waraji in the head, making him go down for the count. Zori was about to tie her wrists up when he saw Waraji fall and look behind to see what had happened. What the? An elbow to his stomach knocked the wind right out of him and he saw Naruto crouching below him. It's the ninjas. Naruto pulled his elbow back and sent Zori flying back by hitting him hard in the face. Tsunade and Inari could only watch in awe as Naruto pulled both unconscious samurai outside and rendered them unable to move. He came back inside to check and see both were alright. Tsunade-san, Inari, are you two okay? Tsunade had been embraced tightly by her son and she looked up at him, bowing her head in thanks. Yes, Naruto-san, thanks to you. Naruto smiled as he made sure his thigh and hip pouches were on tight. Good, those two shouldn't make any more trouble for a while. I need to head to the bridge though. Someone precious to me is in danger. He gave them a wave before running out the door to go and help Kakashi and the others who were probably already fighting. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief and Inari watched him run off, remembering what Kakashi said. He is going to go protect Sasuke. His precious person. Single quote. His thoughts wandered to Tsunade and his eyes hardened. I have someone precious I need to protect too. Wave Country Bridge. Sasuke and Haku met, kunai and Sanbon needle clashing in the middle of the bridge. Zabuza stood off to one side with Kakashi, Shino, and Tsunade on the other. They had laid a trap for the bridge builder. Luckily, they still outnumbered the assassins even without Naruto. Sasuke was also making it apparent she was more than a match for Haku as they attacked and parried one another. Zabuza watched with interest. So, she can keep up with Haku's speed. Impressive. Kakashi looked over at Shino who was watching the battle with interest. Shino, stay with Tsunade and don't get far from me. The Aburame took position in front of Tsunade so awakened beneath this skin. It's getting to the good part. Haku met Sasuke again and locked her in stalemate, speaking through gritted teeth. I don't want to have to kill you. But you won't back down, right? Sasuke smirked. What are you, stupid? Haku scoffed. You won't be ready for my next move, even if you can keep up with my speed. Sasuke pushed back against him, ignoring his taunt. You see, there is water underneath us. And I am keeping your arm busy. Haku began going through hand signs with one hand, shocking the Leaf Ninja. Even Kakashi couldn't believe what he was seeing. To focus chakra for a technique with just one hand is very advanced. Even I can't do it. Zabuza just smiled. This was why Haku was so useful to him. His myriad of abilities made for being both rising and deadly to the opponents that would face him. Sensatsu Susho. Water globules rose into the air and formed into ice needles, all poised to strike Sasuke. Haku launched himself backward the needles came crashing down while Sasuke remained in position, eyes closed and concentrating. Mold chakra, balance the weight, send to my legs and she launched herself back just as the needles hit, masking her retreat. Taking advantage of it, she jumped into the air while Haku remained focused on the needle attack that was still not visible. When he could see she avoided it, he looked up. and watched as she threw shuriken down at him, forcing him to evade backward. As he backed up, Sasuke appeared behind him with a deadly smirk. "You are slow, you know that." Haku's eyes widened under his mask and he turned to meet her attack, forcing himself to crouch as she used her kunai to slice horizontally. Having fallen for her feint, Sasuke built up strength in her leg and kicked Haku right back to where Zabuza stood. Haku felt his master's annoyed gaze and quickly got back up. "You'll never win if you keep up like that, Haku. We don't have time to waste." Haku stepped forward, gathering chakra. "I understand, Zabuza-sama." Sasuke felt a chill run up her spine as the air around her began to grow cold and slabs of ice began to materialize. By the time Naruto arrived in sight of the battle, it was clear that Sasuke was on the losing side. While Kakashi and Zabuza skirmished with their blades, Shino could only watch from the sidelines as she was torn apart in the ice prison. His bugs had proven ineffective against dissolving the jutsu, later explained by Kakashi that it was a Kekkei Genkai, a powerful jutsu that's chakra was not so easy to get rid of. Torn between defending Tsunade and wanting to help his teammate, he was ordered by Kakashi to stay by the bridge builder and hesitantly did so. "Come on, Sasuke." He was hoping she would come up with a plan, but she had been nailed many times by the needles and was starting to slow. Sasuke deflected more needles but another embedded itself in her thigh, making her grunt in pain and go down on one knee. She scowled. The attacks were too fast and she couldn't predict them in time. It was as if he was everywhere at once. Like Naruto's shadow clones, it was as if there was one Haku in each mirror throwing Sanbon at her. "You were beginning to tire. It's coming to the end." Haku taunted from his mirror, trying to goad her to surrender. If they did not finish before Naruto arrived, things would get nasty. "Shut up," she shouted in defiance, although there was little bite behind it. There were no options left. This next barrage would take her down for sure. Haku readied his needles and aimed for non-vital spots. Makin. Sure she would be out of the fight but unharmed. As the needles released from his fingers, he felt a new presence enter his ice prison's influence. Sasuke's eyes widened as she saw him stand in front of her, not believing it. Naruto. His Sharingan awakened. Naruto brought up a kunai and effortlessly blocked every single needle from getting anywhere close to their marks. Turning back to address his sister, his confident smirk made her cheeks blush red. The hero always shows up late. Catching herself before she could blush further, Sasuke coughed to steady herself and glared at Naruto. "You idiot, you could have been a lot more help outside these mirrors than being stuck in here with me." Naruto scratched his head and chuckled. "Oh. Guess I didn't think about that part." She smacked her head in annoyance to his ignorance of actual shinobi tactics. Haku lost the edge of a smile when he realized things were only going to get worse from here on out. Naruto had the Sharingan and Bot. Uchiha were powerful in their own right, he needed to take one out of the equation. Sasuke would be that one, she was already weak from his attacks. "I just have to get around his guard by an overwhelming amount of attacks." Haku readied himself again while the two began to focus on the mirrors. Naruto's eyes tracked each, trying to find the weakness behind the technique. "Kyuubi. What is this? I haven't seen this kind of chakra before." Kyuubi observed through his eyes and recognized the technique. It's a Kekkei Genkai technique that allows the user to manipulate ice. "Looks like this guy is using mirrors to act as mediums for his body, entering them freely at high speeds. Keep your eyes on him when he attacks and try to find a pattern or some way to hit him, that's the only way you'll win." Naruto watched as Haku left a mirror's protection and launched dozens more needles at them. He noticed their target was not him but Sasuke and quickly moved to intercept, blocking all that he could. A few would get through though and hit her, so Naruto was forced to use his body to block these attacks. Sasuke, unable to keep up with Haku or Naruto's speed, could only watch as her brother was hurt in the same way she was. Her frustration boiled over into an even worse combination with her worry over Naruto's well-being. How could she let him get hurt on her behalf? "Idiot. Stop protecting me, just get him." Naruto blocked another needle as he tracked Haku's movements. Easier said than done. There. He saw an opening and launched his kunai, scoring a glancing hit on Haku's sleeve. Even then, It was enough to make the ice user hesitate when he realized Naruto was able to track his movement enough to hit him. Damn. Has he already caught up? Kage Bunshin. Quote, Naruto created a few clones of himself and enveloped Sasuke, waiting for the next attack. With 360-degree vision, they would hopefully be able to hit Haku again and track him easier. The plan was foiled by the sheer amount of attacks as Haku wore down the one-hit clones, forcing Naruto back on the defensive. As another clone was defeated, Naruto tracked Haku's movements and went through hand signs. Yu was about to go for a defenseless Sasuke when his peripheral vision caught sight of a red-orange object. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. Quote, Naruto's fireball was able to graze Haku's leg, although he was able to move out of the way last minute. This forced the ice user to cut short his attack and return to the safety of a mirror. Sasuke saw the attack had hit and cheered for Naruto, who took a deep breath as he was losing stamina. They had been at it for over 20 minutes, the constant use of chakra was wearing on him. He couldn't stop though, not while Sasuke was in danger. You did it, Naruto. One more hit like that and it'll be over. Naruto looked at her and gave a smile, despite how he was feeling. Yeah. Just a little longer, he said, feeling out of breath. Haku wished he could stop, but it was too late to end now. He would have to end it now if he were to have any chance of helping Zabuza. I'm sorry it had to come to this. I had hoped we would not have to go this far, he thought, as he readied his Senbon for a final attack. Naruto senses movement and readies himself, seeing Haku dive forward toward him. Then, at the last second, he changed directions so he could get an angle on Sasuke. Naruto's eyes widened and he tried desperately to get into position to deflect the attacks, but knew he would not move in time. No, I won't let it end like this. Ming at her and readied her weapon, accepting what would come. Just as the needles were about to hit, Naruto's body appeared in front of her. She watched as he was pushed back a bit by the attack while he grunted in pain. Haku, taken by surprise, reached out his hands to stop, but instead was grappled by Naruto's outreached palms, swung around, and thrown back into the nearest mirror. He slid down the ice, stunned by the sudden blow. Sasuke could only watch in horror as Naruto slowly fell backward, hurt and exhausted. She woke from her stupor and caught him, holding his wounded body in her arms. Her eyes could only wander over him, looking at every wound and the blood and wondering if it was real and how it was happening to her, Naruto of all people. No. No, she began to cry. Why? Why did you protect me? Even in his situation, Naruto's smile prevailed. You and I both know why, Sasuke. She looked into his eyes, tears crawling down her cheeks. Their warmth was felt by Naruto as they hit his cheeks, running down his face and down his mouth. It isn't supposed to be this way. It can't be like in the stories where the man saves the princess. I'm not supposed to be weak. I'm an Uchiha, she screamed, not understanding why this had happened. Naruto tried to laugh but only coughed. Some blood appeared on his lip. I'm sorry. I know you never liked it when I would try and help. There was just nothing else I could do though. But protect you. I could never let anything happen to you. He cringed in pain and Sasuke looked at him, still not getting it. Why? Why do you care so much about me? Naruto just smiled, a peaceful smile. Because I love you, Sasuke. He whispered the last part, his voice losing strength as he fell into a deep sleep. Sasuke shook him, trying to get him to wake back up. It was to no avail. The attack had taken too much of a toll on Naruto's body. No. Don't tell me. He can't be. Naruto. Haku got back up and spoke out loud, explaining what happened. He jumped into my attack, knowing it was a trap, so he could protect someone important to him. Sasuke could barely hear, her quiet sobs almost drowning Haku out. Is this the first time you have seen a friend die? Haku hesitated for a moment when he heard her say something. I love you too, Naruto. I wanted to grow up with you and be with you, always. I never meant it when I called you an idiot, I just didn't know how to say it. Her sobs ended but her body still shook with pain and loss. Haku took the moment of break to meld back into his ice mirror. This is the path of a ninja, Naruto. Oh, knew it well and still sacrificed himself. It became quiet for a moment before Sasuke spoke up, her tone taking a venomous turn. "Shut up." He watched as she gently laid Naruto down on the ground. "Just shut up. You don't deserve to say his name." Haku felt a very strong killing intent arise from the girl as she stood up, knowing there was trouble ahead. "I'll kill you, you murderer." She turned around and gave Haku a deadly glare. There was something off about it though, and he then realized with sudden understanding that he had only made things worse. Sasuke had awakened her Sharingan and was now glaring at him with a look that could kill. Haku decided not to wait and launched himself at her, hopeful she could not keep up like Naruto could. It was clear that this was not the case though. As she took out a kunai and threw it at him with perfect accuracy. Just barely deflecting it, he realized that she had even better perception with the Kekkei Genkai than Naruto did. Looking down, he saw that she was gone and realized the kunai was a trap. In front of him, in midair, was where Sasuke was as she launched a bone-shattering punch that sent him flying back into a mirror. Allowing her feet to grab hold of a mirror at the top of a prison, she used that as a point to jump forward and gain momentum. Die. Haku had just recovered from the first hit when she was on him again. The momentum she received was more than either had anticipated, and her next punch sent him through the mirror, shattering the jutsu that had trapped them. Kakashi and Zabuza stared down one another, the ground around them cracked from the battle they had been having. Neither was able to gain an upper hand and only now they were taking a small breather before going at it again. As the battle had moved farther from Sasuke and Haku, Shino had stayed near Kakashi and did not know what had happened with the girl. Tired Kakashi, Zabuza goaded, stretching his neck. "I'm just getting started," he threw back. They were interrupted by a loud scream and a concentrated but intense release of chakra. Something was going wrong with the fight between Sasuke and Haku, and Kakashi knew that it couldn't be good. He would have to end the fight with Zabuza quick and go help the Uchiha girl. Zabuza grunted and fell back into the mist, allowing it to hide him from the Sharingan's view. Kakashi released a pook on his vest and made use of the scroll inside, using the blood from a previous wound he had suffered purposely to Zabuza for just this purpose. Kuchio's Doden Suga no Jutsu. He slammed the scroll onto the ground, releasing what looked like fissures into the ground. Shino. Now. The bug user nodded and let the bugs do their work, tearing down the chakra mist and clearing Kakashi's view to Zabuza. Before the swordsman could even react to his technique being dispelled, dogs began to bite and latch onto him from the ground. Unable to dodge or break free, Zabuza could only grunt in pain from their bites and watch as Kakashi approached. "It's over, Zabuza." He grabbed his right hand with his other and began to gather his chakra. Reikiri. Quote. Zabuza could only watch as his executioner approached, unable to move and escape his own death. Quote. "And so you see, Sasuke, I have failed Zabuza-sama, the only person that has mattered to me in this world. Please. Put me out of my misery." She had listened to his life story and understood why he followed the missing nin, and surprisingly, she was not against him. Having calmed down somewhat, she could process his request with a clear mind. Readying her kunai, she approached Haku, who only smiled in thanks. "If that is what you want." She began to run forward as Haku readied himself. "I am sorry, Zabuza-sama." Before she could reach him, he felt a buildup of chakra and knew there was still a chance he could do something. Grabbing her wrist before she could finish it, Haku created an ice mirror and stepped into it. "I'm sorry, Sasuke. But my duty to my precious person isn't over yet." He disappeared into the mirror and left her alone. Remembering what had happened, she dropped her kunai and slowly made her way back over to Naruto. He was right where she left him, not moving. Maybe it was too much to hope for he would wake up after she left, but it was something she had secretly hoped for. And without her loved one with her, she wept. Tears fell onto his chest as she cried over him, unable to control her grief over her lost love. She cried his name over and over, trying in vain to wake him. Naruto. Everyone's eyes widened as Kakashi impaled Haku with his attack. He had appeared so suddenly in front of Zabuza that it was impossible to stop. With his last living act, the boy grabbed hold of Kakashi's wrist in a death grip and refused to let go. Zabuza began to chuckle as it was now Kakashi's turn to struggle as his summoning had been released and he was free to move. That a boy Haku. Serving me until the end. He brought his sword down to kill Kakashi, but the Jonin was quicker. Kakashi laid the dead boy down away from the fighting, silently whispering a prayer for him. A scream echoed across the bridge. It was Sasuke saying her brother's name. She sounded in pain, the desperation in her voice making Kakashi and everyone else look in that direction with apprehension. Shino, take Tsunade and make sure Sasuke and Naruto are alright. Yes, sensei. Shino ran off with Tsunade close behind, disappearing in the mist. Kakashi gave Zabuza the death. The battle was soon to end. It's time we end this. Kakashi readied a kunai and Zabuza his sword. It's already over, Zabuza said as he charged forward. When Shino arrived, he found his two teammates near where they had left them in the ice prison. Naruto was lying on the ground, bloody needles surrounding him. Sasuke was over him, crying with an unending amount of tears. It was obvious to Shino what had happened. I didn't think that something like this could happen. He was in disbelief. Tsunade's heart went to the poor girl, not only losing a brother but a lover as well. They were silent. If she noticed their presence she did not show it. As only a little while more until the silence was broken in an unexpected way. A quiet moan escaped Naruto's lips, drowned out by Sasuke's crying. It was then that the girl began to notice that her brother's chest was slightly moving, up and down. Hey, Sasuke. It's kind of hard to breathe with you on top of me, ya. No, she stifled her sobs and looked at him, shock displayed in her tear-stained face. Nah. Too. He smiled, that smile that always made her blush. Without having to say anything, she threw her arms around his neck and kissed him. There was nothing short of that could express her happiness, and although Naruto was not expecting it, did his best to return her affection. Whether she realized it or not, he thought he remembered hearing her confession just as she heard his. If their relationship hadn't already been made clear, this sealed the deal. And we will stop it there. It's about the same in the end as the usual wave, and it felt right to end on this part. XT part we skip to when the squad returns home and we will have single chapter mini arc of my own creation to fill the gap between wave and Chunin exams. Hope you enjoyed the chapter as well as the story. Consider it an early Christmas present. Remember to review after reading. See ya. Uchiha in the Crosshairs. The Blonde Uchiha Chapter 12. Uchiha in the Crosshairs. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto. Speaking. Thinking. Jutsu. Tailed Beast Speak. Narutox Sasuke's Makoto. Age alert. Just to let everyone know where we stand, Sasuke and Naruto are now age 13, normal age during time frame, and Makoto is 33. Makoto has been made younger for our purposes in this story. Time frame. Naruto and Sasuke are now out of the academy while Makoto remains in maternal leave to allow herself time to deal with the Uchiha clan's maintenance. What is up, guys? Time for another chapter of Blonde Uchiha. I'm sure you have all been waiting impatiently for this release as we enter a small filler arc of my own creation. It will finally reveal the true culprit behind the stalkings as well as how our victims, the Uchiha, handle them. This will take us right into the Chunin exam arc with a time skip, followed by the search for Tsunade and then finally Sasuke retrieval arc. Past that is where the real fun begins, part 2 with Narusuke Lemons and Naru-Miko romance taking off. But we have got a while before that comes, so now all you can do is read, wait, and imagine. Time for the chapter to start. Konohagakure Uchiha compound. The wooden gate swung open and the two Uchiha genin entered. It was mid-afternoon and they had recently arrived home from Wave. Both were relieved to be sent home by Kakashi as he had to finish the mission report and their performance had clearly earned them a break. Saying their goodbyes to Shino, the two walked home hand in hand, excited to see their mother. A feeling of calm came over them for the first time since leaving Konoha. Even with the still barren streets of their compound, it gave them a comfort to be behind the walls again. With what danger they faced on their mission to Wave and the emotional baggage that came with it, this was a good point to be somewhere comfortable and rest. Do you think Ka-san will be home, Naruto-kun? The blonde turned to his sister as she asked, shrugging. Probably. Unless she got summoned, I think she is still off from her duties. That made Sasuke smile and pull him forward as she began to walk faster. Let's hurry then and surprise her. We have been gone for a while, I'm sure she missed us. Naruto just smiled and let her pull him forward. More happy about the fact she was still holding his hand. It made him feel warm inside for some reason, and her smile made him want to run too. Soon they were laughing as they ran and chased one another to the inner gate that led to their home. Bursting through, they quickly entered the home and took off their sandals. Makoto had heard their ruckus and quickly surmised her two genin had arrived. Having prepared lunch, she waited in their open living room for them to find her. It had been so long since she had last seen them, or at least it felt like it to her. It was impossible for her to keep the smile off of her face as she listened to their feet run through the home as if everything was back to normal. I will just ignore the stalker threat and let the Anbu handle them. It will only make them uncomfortable if I tell them. Makoto had decided not to tell her children to keep them from getting restless. Naruto turned a corner and walked down the hallway a bit, peeking into the family room. It was then that his eyes were blessed to see Makoto, sitting there with a smile on her face. He blushed. The woman was really like an older Sasuke, although much more calm and understanding. Miko-chan, you were really pretty. Naruto, did you fin? Sasuke came around the same corner and found him staring at something, dumbstruck. Walking up to him and peeking around, shish. E2 found Makoto in the same position, although now she was looking at them. Connecting the dots, Sasuke had an annoyed blush as she realized just what Naruto was thinking. Makoto of course was totally oblivious as she got up to welcome her children. Damn. Why does she have to be so mature? And Sasuke stared at her mother's chest as she walked, noting the slight bounce. Bigger than me, Naruto. Sasuke, welcome home. She enveloped them in a hug, not wanting to let go. Naruto quickly returned it with equal fervor while Sasuke tried to struggle out of it. Suddenly her mood had fallen now that she knew her mother was still competition for Naruto. Releasing them only after a long pause, Makoto motioned to the table filled with food for them to sit and eat. I've prepared a late lunch, let's eat together. As the three began to dig in, many eyes watched with bated breath. The children had returned home and it was now their chance to make their move on the Uchihas. Konohagakure Hokage office, and you say that Sasuke has awakened her Sharingan then? Yes, that is correct, Hokage-sama. Kakashi stood before Hiruzen within his office, detailing the final mission report. As Wave was a much more complicated and stressful mission for the genin, it was important to ensure they understood the full situation. If Sasuke had awakened her Sharingan, then it meant she would be seen as an even larger target. Along with her mother, no matter how important the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was, even with a pair of Sharingan eyes no less, the Uchiha females were worth possibly even more. To have them and use as breeding stock, another nation would be willing to go to any length to take them to create their own army of Uchiha. This is what Hiruzen worried the most about when it came to the sea land, as well as why he wanted to hear from Kakashi exactly the truth. And did Naruto release any of the fox's energy during these battles? I understand you were facing a very powerful ninja from Kiri. Kakashi only shook his head and the old man could breathe a sigh of relief. Well, that is a good sign to see him controlling himself. Kushina-chan would be proud. He whispered the last part to himself with little reaction from Kakashi. Sir, if I may ask. Hiruzen looked back at Kakashi and motioned for him to continue. The silver-haired Chunin did not mean to be direct, but he wanted to be sure of something. Naruto and Sasuke, they have more of a relationship than brother and sister. Is this go in the elders? Hiruzen thought about what he said for a moment and chuckled. It was most definitely true that Homura and Kaharu wouldn't necessarily be happy that the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was diluting the gene pool of the Uchiha or something along those lines. At the same time though, it was impossible to argue against the girl's feelings, and if she had chosen Naruto, then that meant that they most definitely wouldn't have a problem with her being willing to produce heirs. I think the elders will get along with the idea after some time. They can only see Naruto as the Nine Tails for now, but I think as he gets older, they will see he is more than capable to be her husband. Kakashi's eyes widened. They were getting married. I wasn't aware their relationship had progressed so far. It hasn't been that long, has it? Hiruzen grabbed his pipe and lit it with a bit of chakra. It has been 6 years since they met, I believe, and many things have come to affect their relationship. Politics being the number one example. Don't worry, Kakashi, those two will work it out together, I'm sure. He nodded as the Hokage began to smoke and tried to relax from his daily stress. Well then, I will take my leave. Before he could do so though, the Hokage held up a hand to wait. Before that, Kakashi, I believe I should let you know about the Uchiha's current predicament. Makoto already has enough headaches and I hope that you would try to be understanding. Kakashi wasn't sure he understood and only listened as the Hokage explained to him what had happened to the Uchiha matriarch and her children. Konohagakure Uchiha compound. Ah, that was so good. I missed Miko-chan's cooking. Naruto sighed, holding his belly in delight. Makoto covered her mouth and chuckled a bit while Sasuke just rolled her eyes. She could cook that good if she tried, probably. I'm glad you liked it, Naru-kun. I have missed having you two at home, so I'm really happy to hear you haven't forgotten my cooking. Naruto sat up from the floor with vehement disagreement. How could I ever forgot your cooking, Ka-chan? It is the best out there. You don't know how many times I wanted to come home just to sit at a meal with you. Makoto blushed a bit and made a cute woo sound as if her son was trying to flirt. I had no idea I was so popular with a boy. Naruto just blushed and made Makoto laugh even more. Sasuke had heard enough and got up from her seat, straightening her skirt out. I'll be outside training if you need me. Naruto and Makoto watched her leave, obviously confused. What made her get up with such a sour attitude? Makoto looked at Naruto and then toward where Sasuke left and then realized what had happened. Covering her mouth to keep from laughing. Sasuke-chan. Are you jealous? Oh dear. Not long after, Makoto began picking up their dishes and said Naruto was free for the rest of the night. While he wanted to go outside to see Sasuke and maybe train, it was most definitely not worth dying over. He could hear the abused wood getting hit from inside and did not want to be included. That was when he decided to head up to his room and look through his scrolls for any more ideas. Kyuubi watched from within his cage, waiting with little patience for the boy to continue his training. For him to become a container worthy of Kyuubi, it would take a lot more than what he was currently. He would not accept Naruto until he had successfully proven himself. How he would do that as still something the fox was working on. Not only was Kyuubi annoyed with Naruto though, but there was something gnawing on his conscience since they arrived at the Uchiha compound. It was the feeling that generally he wouldn't mind at all but had gotten used to being without it since being sealed in. Naruto. The feeling of being watched was unnerving to a human but was a mere annoyance to a Biju like himself. That said, it was clear that whoever was watching was not friendly. It was impossible to count their number from within the boy, but he knew there was more than one. He wouldn't bother telling Naruto though, as he would just cause a stir. Better for him to read through his scrolls than worry about what is probably nothing. Humans watching other humans. I will never understand their preferences. Naruto entered his room and quickly got out his scroll that contained information on his bloodline that he still knew so little about. The more he read, it seemed less of a Kekkei Genkai, though, and more of just a natural affinity for using sweetened techniques from being an Uzumaki. Regardless though, the abilities and jutsu listed that he should one day be able to use made him think on par to the second Hokage. Which was saying something. The first technique to mastering sweetened techniques and the control behind them is to work on creating water from the vapors in air. While this is a widely known training point for any sweetened user seeking to master their affinity, it is merely a stepping stone for Uzumaki. When one with our blood trait uses a sweetened technique, their reflexes increase and their bodies become as fluid as water. While difficult to describe, when comparing a normal water user to an Uzumaki, they look clunky as they use and direct their attacks. The Uzumaki on the other hand seems to move with his attack, easily changing the water's direction, power, and flow with just a twitch of the hand. His speed is unparalleled and his vision allows him to see and predict the water's path, guiding it as if one would a child. Among one of our most advanced techniques is the ability to actually diffuse into the water vapor and totally reappear in another place, possibly miles away. As long as there is some form of liquid, our bodies can move and reappear there in safety. Naruto was amazed at the skill, even somewhat discouraged. Could it really be so easy for someone even if they were an Uzumaki? I guess I won't know until I try. Naruto brought his hands up in the ram hand sign to focus as he sat on his bed. He closed his eyes and began to focus on the water in the air, trying to differentiate it from the oxygen. Breathing slowed, he continued to focus on the difficult idea of actually separating water and then combining the particles together. Kyuubi watched with slight interest until the boy's actions actually had some visible progress. Small goblets of water began to form in the room, floating in air. It started with just a few but slowly came dozens of the droplets that swirled and levitated as Naruto kept his concentration. They slowly began to combine to form one large ball of water, about the size of his fists. Naruto slowly released the ram hand sign and, while trying his best to keep concentration, slowly brought up one hand with his palm facing outward. Suddenly, the ball burst and a stream of water shot forward toward where his hand faced, blasting right out his window. The blonde quickly opened his eyes and realized that as he imagined the attack, it was formed with his chakra inside the water. It worked. He couldn't believe it himself. Kyuubi just huffed, so the kid got lucky. He was about to tell him not to get his hopes up when they heard a scream downstairs. It was Makoto. Naruto leapt from his bed and rushed out the door, sliding down the smooth wooden railing of the stairs. What was wrong? It must have been bad if Makoto was distressed enough to scream. Whatever it was, he wouldn't let it hurt her, so he had to hurry. He slid down the hallway toward the kitchen where he heard it first. As he was running, he was passing the front door on his left when it burst open. Stopping to face the threat, Naruto saw two figures in odd outfits he had not seen before and took him a moment to identify. The two men approached cautiously. The sun was setting and cast dark shadows at their back, making it hard to identify their faces. As they approached with readied kunai, Naruto activated his Sharingan and took out his own kunai. "Who are you?" Neither answered as they charged forward, intent on grabbing him. Naruto cursed and ducked under one's attack, kicking him in the stomach, and further one got behind him and tried to grapple Naruto's arms behind his back. To counter, he launched into the air and over the enemy's head, shaking his grip off and letting Naruto stab him in the back. He screamed in pain as his partner came at Naruto again, forcing him to roll to the side. Naruto ran forward and pushed the large man back, laying punch after punch at his face and chest. This made the man stagger and unable to respond as his partner grabbed the bloody kunai and pulled it out of himself. Naruto flipped to stand next to him and dodged a wobbly punch. Crouching, the blonde swept the legs out from under the unknown shinobi and forced him onto his back. Getting on top of him, Naruto laid one OD shot to his cheek and knocked him out cold. Hearing a roar to his right, Naruto jumped away as his partner came steamrolling forward and almost tripped over the both of them. Now that Naruto was in the doorway, the dying sun bled through the opening and gave enough light to see their uniforms clearly. Naruto's eyes widened. What were they doing here? He didn't have time to talk as the large man came running forward in one last attempt to subdue the male Uchiha. Makoto dodged another lunge and kicked the perpetrator in the face, throwing him into a counter and knocking him cold. She was surrounded by three more, all large men that made no attempt to hide their village allegiance. So these were the culprits of stalking her the past few weeks, and they were finally making a move. Kumo spies. How dare you attack the Uchiha in their own village? Their supposed leader, a man with dark brown hair and a thick beard, just laughed as they cornered her in the kitchen. Our leaders were made aware that some Uchiha remained after the massacre. Apparently they were women. It was too good of an opportunity to pass up to obtain a famous bloodline from Konoha. Makoto growled. Their boldness was astounding to attack them in their own village. She was in her domestic clothes, dress and apron. It was hard to maneuver and dodge their attacks, but luckily they wanted to capture her so they could not use any jutsu. With one quick rip, Makoto allowed her legs better mobility and unintentionally showed off her pale skin. The attack also didn't account for the lack of Anbu support. Where were they? Perhaps they ran into trouble too. Or maybe their loyalties lied elsewhere. Makoto made to untie her apron as two of the men came at her from either side. She untied it and quickly wrapped it around one's arm as he threw a punch. With leverage, she pulled him forward and sidestepped, slamming his body into the counter. Behind her, the other one attempted to grab her shoulder, but she twisted around, kicked him back hard. The leader watched as his man went flying into the refrigerator, knocked unconscious from the blow. His fist began to glow from lightning as Makoto took the 1W. Wrapped in the apron and slammed his head into the countertop. As the limp body fell from her hands, she turned to face the leader only to feel her entire body in immense pain, making her scream. The Yumo Chunin watched as she fell to her knees and released her from his grip, letting the electricity finish the job of knocking her unconscious. He expected the matriarch to be tough to take down, but it wasn't so difficult after all. It seemed the Konoha shinobi hadn't bothered studying their books since the last war to know how to counter raiden attacks. Well, guess that is 2 down. He reached down to grab her as he heard something behind him. Too late, hands wrapped around his neck and face. He couldn't even scream before they pulled and subsequently broke his neck. Makoto's rescuer quickly ran and knelt by her side, bringing her face up to look at him. "Ka-san, are you okay? Ka-san." Naruto lightly tapped her face to get her to wake up as she was very drowsy but not completely out. Naruto. Her hand weakly grabbed his and he held her body tightly, protective. "I'm right here, Miko-chan." He watched as she flinched in pain and held her stomach, making him realize she was hurt. Carefully, he lifted her blouse with his free hand while the other held her head up. Her pale white skin was red all around her stomach and every once in a while she would twitch. Kyuubi growled. He knew a raiden technique when he saw one. "Naruto, these are Kumo shinobi. They mainly use raiden techniques and it looks like the one you just killed tried to knock her unconscious with one. She should be fine after some rest." Naruto felt disappointed in himself to see her in this weak position. He should have done something to stop it from happening in the first place. Naruto. He looked down at his mother. Seeing her reach for his face. Quickly he obliged, leaning down so she could caress his cheek and whisper in his ear. Go save Sasuke. She is in trouble." Naruto's eyes widened as he remembered his sister was outside whenever the attack must have started. They would have gotten to her first. But Ka-sanai, he wanted to argue that he couldn't leave her alone and she looked ready to tell him off when a shout echoed the house. "Naruto, Sasuke." They turned to look in the doorway to see none other than Kakashi, his teacher. The Junin's eyes widened and he quickly rushed over to join them on the floor. 2 of the Anbu quickly ran in after him to assess the situation with the Kumo intruders. "Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here?" Naruto asked, dumbfounded. The silver-haired man looked at his student and at his mother, worry creasing his brow. He had been on his way over to see if there was something he could do to help Makoto's plight when he heard sounds of fighting. Entering the compound, he saw that the Black Ops team assigned to protect Makoto had come under attack by Kumo shinobi of all people. They worked together to finish the interlopers off and had owned directly to the house to find Naruto's handiwork. 2 Kumo men were down and quickly they followed the path of destruction to the kitchen. There had been, unfortunately, no sign of Sasuke since the attack started. "Kakashi-sensei." He looked at Naruto as he gently laid his mother down, now unconscious. "Please look after my mother, I need to go find Sasuke." Kakashi's eyes widened. He wanted to do what? As he was getting up, the Junin stood up and grabbed Naruto's wrist, easily holding the boy as the Anbu went to assist his mother. "I'm sorry Naruto, but I can't let you do that. It's too dangerous." Naruto looked down at the ground, shielding his face from Kakashi in what the older man could only think was anger. He felt for the blonde as he knew what Sasuke meant to him, but they couldn't risk 2 genin. Especially their own 9 Tails Jinchuriki, it just made him an opportune target for them to grab him too. "You aren't going to stop me, Kakashi." He watched as Naruto inclined his head to look up at him and flinched at what he saw, Sharingan eyes with a slit pupil. The Kyuubi's influence was taking over Naruto's ability to think straight. Before Kakashi could detain him, Naruto quickly pulled his wrist free with strength Kakashi could never expect from him and felt himself get punched in the gut hard. As he instinctively fell to his knees and tried to catch his breath, the blonde disappeared in a blur. "Damn," Kakashi grunted as he stumbled to get up. More Anbu arrived as the first 2 began to carry Makoto out for the hospital. The rest came in and quickly noticed Kakashi's pained look, coming over to assist him. "Sir, are you all right?" Kakashi waved them off as they had bigger concerns. "Listen up. Take your squad and start searching for Naruto and Sasuke." He took off after the spies that escaped with her. The Anbu exchanged glances with one another, not believing it. Why would he do that? Doesn't he know how dangerous the situation is? Kakashi wanted to agree, but the pain from that punch clearly meant that he didn't much care about the danger. "It doesn't matter, just get going." They were startled for a moment by his raised voice, but the leader quickly gave a hasty salute. "Yes sir." With that, Tand headed off to scour the grounds for clues. Kakashi wanted to go after Naruto himself, but it was important that someone head to the Hokage and report the situation. For some reason, the particular details made him feel a kind of déjà vu from a story he had heard once from his sensei. No time for that, Kakashi made his way out of the house and set off for the Hokage mansion. Time was of the essence and they couldn't afford to waste it. They needed every able-bodied shinobi of the village out searching for the Uchihas. Konohagakure North Gate. Naruto landed with little grace as he chased after the Kumo spies that were able to escape. Kyuubi was actually helping him by sensing the most suspect chakra presences he could feel. He had the blonde to the northern gate of the village and already he could tell it was the right way. 2 gate guards had been knocked unconscious where they stood, meaning they had come this way. The streets were oddly deserted. Even for early evening, the infiltrators were trying their best to keep their presence known a minimum so as not to alert the main shinobi population. It meant Naruto wasn't going to get much help anytime soon. "Come on Naruto, if you don't hurry you will lose them." Kyuubi's condescending voice berated him to move, and so he quickly ran forward and out of the village. It would be the first time he ever left without anyone else, but there was no time to be nervous. Sasuke was being led away to the border and he couldn't slow if he wanted to reach them in time. Bursting into the forest, Naruto ran up the nearest tree and began to leap from branch to branch in hopes of finding any evidence of which way they went. At first there was little sign of any disturbance, which made Naruto lose hope. Kyuubi would give him the occasional direction, but it almost felt as if he was going in circles. He began to get even more angry and frustrated at the situation, clouding his judgment. Why would these guys from Kumo come to Konoha? Why are the Uchiha so important? Kyuubi growled. He knew well what it was like to be hunted by humans. "Listen you idiot, for some reason you still haven't realized just how important Kekkei Genkai are to ninja villages. To have something like the Sharingan would make your village feared, not to mention whatever experiments someone I'd want to run on someone with a bloodline. You humans are too inquisitive for your own good sometimes." Naruto could only think of Sasuke in harm's way and pushed himself to move faster. That he would not allow to happen, even if he had to chase them through Kumo and back. He was about to jump again when he looked down and saw traces in the dirt. Dropping down to get a closer look, Naruto realized they were a few sets of footprints and noticed that nearby trees were disturbed, along with broken branches and twigs on the ground. The tracks lead in a certain direction and Naruto knew he was on the right track. He ran forward on the forest floor, hoping to find them in time. "Hang on Sasuke. Land of Fire Forest. Get your hands off me." Sasuke rammed into one Kumo ninja that got too close, pushing him into a tree. With her hands bound behind her back it made it difficult to fight, but that was not stopping her. The 3 remaining Kumo ninjas had been dealing with her resistance since they left the village and they were getting tired of it. They were able to grab her after she had tired herself from training. When she was going in to take a break they charged and were able to hold her down long enough to knock her temporarily unconscious. Since she woke up and was forced to march though, she had been less than cooperative. "Sir, can't we just knock her out again?" The apparent leader, a blonde shinobi with a sword on his back, just sighed in frustration. "I was hoping it wouldn't come to that." Sasuke saw him in her sights and charged, despite her position. The blonde Jew Saint watched lazily as she approached and waited for her attack. She leapt into the air and pelted him with kicks to which he simply deflected until one time he grabbed her ankle and threw her down to the ground. As she struggled to get up, he knelt down with one hand in a seal and the other on her shoulder. With a pulse of chakra he sent electric currents coursing through her body, making her scream in agony. The two others came over and watched with a reserved reaction. They didn't like to hurt a kid, however, they knew what their mission was and how important it could be to the village. They couldn't have any delays in reaching Kumo, and so they had to make sure the cargo didn't bother them. Pick her up and let's go. One bent down and quickly threw her over his shoulder, allowing them to continue. As they were about to head out though, the Chunin hesitated when he felt something. His eyes widened. This chakra. He turned around to see the man carrying Sasuke get punched in the stomach and get sent flying back. A blur grabbed the girl from mid-air and disappeared. Their eyes widened at the strength of the punch as their teammate slammed into a tree trunk and made a crater in it. Upon a quick inspection, it was clear that he was dead. They quickly got back to back and got out their weapons. The Chunin was the most unnerved though as he recognized the chakra. What is this, sir? That attack killed Kido in one hit. His subordinate was panicking, eyes flicking back and forth. This chakra is that of a tailed beast. His partner was frozen in his spot when he heard that. A tailed beast was involved. How? How the hell does Konoha have such a demon helping them? There was no time to contemplate as they saw something run through the forest. It was bright orange, and kicked up dirt as it launched itself around the forest floor, encircling them like prey. Like a beast it ran on all fours and had a demonic howl that shook their very bones. They held their weapons even tighter as it came at them in a charge. The Chunin quickly gathered lightning chakra as his subordinate went through hand signs for a jutsu. The one-tailed beast suddenly launched an arm made of the orange chakra and grabbed him before he could complete his attack. It threw him up into the air and then swatted him back down to the ground. Miraculously, the Kumo Chunin somehow survived and began to crawl away when the beast approached from behind and impaled his chest with its claws. He coughed up blood as his eyes rolled back into his head, his whole body going limp. Naruto sensed an attack to his side and watched as a sword came in for a slice but easily dodged by jumping away. In a mad dash, the Chunin charged forward and sliced away as the beast kept out of reach, dodging attacks as if he was but a child swinging. The fighting took a break when Naruto leapt up onto a branch that overlooked the clearing they had made a mess of. Naruto, I know you are angry, but it will be profitable to leave one alive. Let him go back to his leaders empty-handed and tell his story. They will fear the Uchiha. They will fear you. Naruto was breathing heavily as the toxic chakra flowed through his veins. His anger only bidding it to continue. This man had touched his Sasuke, and he would not be allowed to get away with it. As he looked down at his opponent, he could feel the fear ooze out of the man's pores. It gave him an odd rush of satisfaction, but still he wanted more blood. He touched her. He hurt my Sasuke. I'll kill him. Kyuubi listened as Naruto spoke to him in obvious anger. His voice deepened as the chakra took its effect. For him to pull this off it would take all of Kyuubi's charisma, which was admittedly not much at all. No one said you couldn't hurt him badly. Hell, I don't care if he dies on Kumo's doorstep. All we need is some proof of what you did here, how you slaughtered them for even thinking of touching your Uchiha females. Kyuubi growled with satisfaction as he felt Naruto calm at his words, even for a bit. It seemed the idea of those two girls as his was appealing to his mind, subconsciously or no. All right, I'm sure they won't mind a missing limb or two. To retreat when Naruto launched from the branch like a bullet. He was just barely able to sidestep when he sensed a presence behind. Twisting his body, he saw that there were now two of the monsters. One in front and one behind. The one in back outstretched its claws as the other did the same, ready to pounce. A scream echoed through the forest. She stirred, the FACTS of the enemy jutsu waning as her body regained consciousness. A breeze flew through her hair and tickled her bare skin. She felt hands holding her, one beneath her back and the other underneath her legs. Sasuke. Are you awake? Her eyes opened to see the sky, just barely visible as the sun had almost completely set. It dyed the sky a deep purple, even darker where there were clouds. One stood out there with jagged edges and a yellow color. She realized then who was holding her and looked into his eyes. Naruto was balancing himself on the top of a tree, watching as the sun set. He was holding Sasuke in a princess carry and had been patiently waiting for her to wake up since he finished up with the Kumo spies. It had been almost an hour, but she had finally awakened with enough worry from her brother. Naruto. But, why are you here? He just smiled as he looked down at her, making her blush. I rescued you, of course. Realization came over her face and she looked all around for any sign of the enemies. As she was about to make him lose his balance with her movement, he tried to calm her down. I already took care of them, Sasuke. They won't bother us anymore. The girl then let go a sigh of relief upon hearing that. It wasn't long before she was again worrying, this time about their mother. What about Ka-san? Naruto just nodded. I protected her from them and let the Anbu take her to the hospital. She is probably already home, waiting for us. Sasuke sighed and just placed her arms around his neck as they remained motionless, just smiling at one another. Blushing, Sasuke hesitantly asked something she had been wondering for a while now. So, how did you find me? Naruto thought about it for a moment before getting a big smile. I heard you're yelling a mile away. Sasuke's mood turned sour and she quickly hit him over the head, almost making him fall off. Baka, I didn't mean it, lick. Her lips quieted him as they kissed, just a peck. Naruto saw that she was still blushing and wasn't angry at all, making him feel relieved. Thank you, Naruto. He smiled. Any time. A few days later, Konohagakure Hokage Mansion. Are you sure, Makoto-san? Yes, Hokage. I wish to return to active duty. Makoto had entered Hiruzen's office a few days after recovering from her family's attack by the Kumo infiltrators. The fact the attack had happened at all was an outrage to the council as well as the shinobi that were involved in the rescue operations. He had expected the Uchiha to be harsh with him, but instead she seemed rather resolute in returning to her position as a Chunin. It was to their relief that all three Uchiha survived the kidnapping attempt. However, it by no means meant that it was the last one. The Uchiha matriarch was tired of sitting around at home and she knew that the best way to protect her children was to return to active duty. They were old enough that they did not need her around the house at all times and all the clan's paperwork had long been resolved. While the council would argue it would be better to keep her out of harm's way, the recent attempt to kidnap her clearly showed that living at home was no better. The Hokage was torn on how to proceed. But he knew Makoto was a strong shinobi and deserving of her rank. Even without her husband, she stood quite strong in the face of the many obstacles thrown at her family, and he knew the village could count on her. With the upcoming Chunin exams, he knew he needed all the shinobi he could get. Very well, I will make sure it happens. Keep in mind though that you will mostly be restricted to patrolling the interior of the village and in direct support with the exams. The council is not that optimistic about this situation. Makoto bowed in understanding and knew that she would be too important to be allowed to leave the village. It wasn't exactly something she would have looked forward to anyway. Hokage-sama, has there been any word from Kumogakure? Hiruzen sighed and shook his head. They still deny involvement, of course, just as they did back with Kushina's kidnapping. Since their shinobi had time-delayed fuinjutsu should they die or be incapacitated for too long. Their bodies have disintegrated, leaving us with no physical evidence other than their uniforms and personal effects. She tightened her fists at how hard it was to find justice in the shinobi world. How conceited could the people of Kumo be? We will do what we can to ensure justice is served, no matter how small that reward may be or how long it will take. Please have patience, Makoto. The woman merely bowed again and turned to leave. I will have my justice one way or another, Hokage. No one touches my children and gets away with it. She cast the thoughts away and tried to put a smile on her face as she traveled home. Those two were waiting for her to cook a nice lunch, not to mention she needed to speak with them about the upcoming exams and her reinstatement. If things had not already been complicated for the family of three, it was about to get even worse. And that is another chapter done. To be honest, I'm surprised very few if any guessed it was an outside village that was involved in the stalking. Most thinking it was Root or some rapist. I believe that, given these circumstances of the Uchiha clan, a country known for its extensive military expansion like Lightning would try and kidnap the Uchihas for breeding. You may not agree, but it's only my interpretation. The purpose of the arc was 1. Act as a filler of time between Wave and Chunin exams. 2. Touch on how valuable the Uchiha bloodline is to other nations and how far they will be willing to go to get Sasuke and Makoto, and 3. To explain why Makoto returns to active duty and is seen in a more active fighting role from this point on instead of being the stay-at-home mom type. Hope you enjoyed the chapter as well as got the historical reference of previous Naruto events. Leave a review in anticipation of the next chapter as well as be prepared for an update to my assassin story where the second exam is about to get intense between Sakura and the Sound Ninja. Review. Happy New Year's. An Uchiha's Reputation. The Blonde Uchiha Chapter 13. An Uchiha's Reputation Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto. Speaking. Thinking. Jutsu. Tailed Beast Speak. Naruto's Sasuke's Makoto. Age Alert. Just to let everyone know where we stand. Sasuke and Naruto are now age 13, normal age during time frame, and Makoto is 33. Makoto has been made younger for our purposes in this story. Time frame. Naruto and Sasuke are now Genin while Makoto has returned to active duty as a Leaf Junin. What is up guys? Time for another chapter of Blonde Uchiha. This chapter will finally kick off the Chunin exam arc where Naruto and his squad display their abilities in hopes of being promoted to Chunin. Do they have what it takes? Will their team chemistry be enough to beat the other squads? What kind of dangers will the Y face and how will the Uchiha handle them? Read on to find out. I'd also like to address some concerns people have been talking about in the reviews. One of which is Makoto's age in comparison to her children. In this story Makoto is about 15 years of age when she had Itachi. A bit young yes, but as detailed in the first chapter she was married to Fugaku at a young age and producing heirs, when He should have been dating and having fun. Also for concerns toward Naruto's eventual pairing with Makoto, the pairing was clearly outlined so don't review and call it disgusting, just stop reading if it bothers you. It isn't like they are getting together immediately, the feelings will slowly develop and flourish in part 2 and they won't be for selfish or unfounded reasons. Time FRT. Konohagakure Uchiha Compound. Naruto and Sasuke walked into the family room and sat down at the table. It was late morning and the sun shone brightly through the open door out to the garden allowing a gentle breeze to find its way inside. Their mother had invited them down to have a talk about the upcoming exams they would be taking. Kakashi had yet to say anything about them so they were relieved to find their mother knew what was going on. What do you think Ka-san wants to talk about? She seemed a bit serious. Sasuke asked as they waited for their mother. Naruto shrugged. I'm sure she is just concerned about us. Like when we became Genin. I don't think the exams are the only thing she wants to talk about either. Whatever she wanted to talk about they hoped their mother was alright. It had been a week since the attack and they had all recovered nicely if not a bit quickly. Naruto had seen his mother look very sad at times though, when she thought she was alone. Sasuke had Naruto and he had her. But their mother was alone in having someone to confide with. It worried him but in his position, there was little he could do. I hate being helpless like this for Miko-chan. If only I was older. Naruto thought the reason his mother was sad was that she had no one her age to talk to. If that was what the problem was, Naruto only wished the time would fly so he could comfort her. Their heads turned as Makoto entered the room somewhat surprising them with her attire. She wore her shinobi uniform, a black short-sleeved shirt underneath the green Konoha flak vest. Her pants were a norm, navy blue that were cut short before reaching her sandals. Before their minds could wander why she was wearing the outfit, Makoto sat down across the table from them and began to speak. Naruto, Sasuke, the reason I called you two down was to talk about some of the things that are going to be changing in the village. I know your sensei hasn't told you much so I will give you some hints. Her voice was gentle but stern, throwing the two off a bit from her usual tone. They stayed quiet as she continued. The Chunin exam is exactly as you studied, it is held twice a year to determine who among the Genin are worthy to attain the rank. You will receive invitations and go as a squad, that includes Shino-kun. Sasuke rolled her eyes at their teammates' mention and Naruto just nodded. It made sense that the exam was based on teamwork rather than the individual. Makoto's eyes landed on Sasuke and made her sarcasm falter under her serious gaze, allowing the woman to continue. There are 3 parts to the exam. She held up 3 fingers to better demonstrate. While each year it is slightly different content, there is usually a written portion, a survival portion, and finally a dueling test. Naruto scratched his head in thought. Dueling. You mean one-on-one fighting? Makoto nodded. Yes, you will be paired up randomly with another genin and fight them to see who moves on to the next fight. It is designed to show of your fighting ability as well as how you use environment and tactics to your advantage. The third exam is held in the arena and there will be many spectators, so be sure to do your best. The two kids exchanged glances. They would have an audience for their fights. Your sensei and I won't be able to see you during these tests, so you have to rely on each other. You know to do that, right? Sasuke just blushed and looked away. Naruto actually kept a straight face and nodded in understanding. He wouldn't let anything stop them from succeeding. It was what he had been training so hard for up to that point. To fail was unacceptable. For Sasuke it was the same feeling, but she would never admit it to Naruto or her mother. Makoto inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, as she knew that they would do all right. There had been moments of doubt throughout their time growing up as ninja that she wondered if they would be all right. It seemed, at least for Naruto, that he had found something to focus himself on, a goal or promise to keep. Something like that would make him strong. She only hoped Sasuke could find something similar. I hope she has given up on her brother Itachi. Otherwise it might only bring her more heartbreak. From what I hear, the Chunin exams will start soon, if not today then tomorrow. Your sensei should give you your invitations today when you meet. Even though you are encouraged, if you don't feel ready to participate you don't have to. Naruto and Sasuke just smiled. They knew their decision. This is the perfect chance to show what we've learned. There is no way I can turn down a chance like this. He shouted with excitement. Sasuke smirked and took on a haughty tone fitting of an Uchiha heir. Someone has to show the rabble who the real shinobi of Konoha are. The family shared a laugh at that, and the tense mood that started the conversation eased up. So Ka-san. Why are you wearing those clothes? Naruto asked after they settled down. Makoto tried to smile and put them to ease but found it difficult to pull off. She never thought it would come to the point where she found herself nervous to return to active duty. Just looking at her children though, she knew that it was not an easy decision to make. I'm returning to active duty, Naruto. Surprise settled in quickly. I've been sitting here in the compound for too long. As a Chunin I should be taking a more active role in the village. The Hokage has already given me permission to do so. Naruto immediately stood up and came around to her side, surprising her. Isn't that dangerous, Miko-chan? You could get hurt. His hand rested over hers in concern, but she gave him a smile. Thank you, Naruto, but I will be fine. I'm only allowed to patrol the village and attend the final part of the exams in the arena, so I won't be in any danger. Naruto didn't seem convinced as her eyes followed his gaze to her stomach. It was where she was wounded by the Kumo shinobi. She frowned. It seemed he had still not forgiven himself for her getting hurt, even if there was nothing he could do. Such a silly boy, she thought as she brought an arm around his head and brought him close to her chest. If you are that concerned about me, become a Chunin so we can be together. He looked up from her bosom and realized she wasn't joking. You mean that, Ka-chan? Her fingers sifted through his hair in a comforting manner, nodding as she did so. Of course, train and become even stronger so you can protect me. In the meantime, let me protect you and Sasuke. That's right, don't forget about me. Sasuke came over to Makoto's other side and looped her mother's other arm over her shoulders. I'm not about to lose to Naruto or you, Ka-san. I'll prove how strong I am. I end this exam to remind everyone who the Uchiha really are. Makoto smiled as they shared a hug. She truly couldn't ask for better children. With such strong determination, she had no doubt they would succeed in what they wanted to do. She was also glad to persuade Naruto against trying to stop her, as she knew the last thing he needed was to worry about her during the exam. Okay, you two, enough of this kind of talk before your exams. You should probably go meet with Kakashi soon before you lose all that energy. Make sure you have all the possessions you think you'll need before leaving. Naruto and Sasuke got up to prepare but were stopped as Makoto mentioned one last thing. I'll be watching in the arena, remember that when you fight. Naruto didn't turn around but smiled as he left for his room. He would make Makoto proud no matter what it took. Sasuke left with her own thoughts swirling in her head. Her mood dropped as she departed. I'll prove I can surpass Naruto and Ka-san. Then I will know I'm close to beating him. Ka-san, I'm heading out. Be careful Shino, keep your eyes on your teammates and surroundings at all times. Rely on the Kikaichu. I understand, I won't fail. Shino had just finished preparing for the assembly today after being warned by his mother the Chunin exams would start today. He found it odd that Kakashi filled them in on the day of the finals. Either he had confidence they would agree to take the invitations or someone wanted to pressure their squad. From what he could tell, the other genin had already received their invitations, so now it was finally their turn. Shino waved goodbye to his mother before heading out to their usual meeting place near the training grounds. He hoped his Uchiha friends decided to show today so that they could head to the academy together. He paused a moment in his step. Did he call them friends freely? Had they gotten to that point? A hidden smile formed for a moment before he kept walking on. Yes, I suppose that is fact. Konohagakure. The three genin met one another on the red bridge that allowed one to cross the small stream that intersected the training area. No longer did the Uchiha lean to one side and the Aburame the other. The three students stood together as they waited for their teacher. At the very least they had united feelings on Kakashi's antics, especially the delay in alerting them about the exams. Shino looked over Naruto and Sasuke to see the two seemed to act normal. He had heard from his father about what had happened a week ago and felt a pang of regret he couldn't have been help to them. The idea Kumogakure would launch an attempt to kidnap them was unsettling. His father reassured him that something like it would not be allowed to happen again, but it made Shino wonder how many attempts there had been in the past. If they were at a risk in the village, what was to say their danger would only increase if they left the walls? Shino knew that in that case he would do anything in his power to stop an attacker. Even through hardships, he considered these two his friends and wouldn't allow something like that to happen. You all right Shino? Is there something wrong? Naruto had picked up on his glance even hidden behind his shades, bringing Sasuke's attention as well. Your bugs chatting too loud in your head. Shino just shrugged and they knew it as the universal sign that he was not going to answer that. The Uchiha returned to talking to one another, mostly prepping themselves for the upcoming exam. It wasn't too long after the conversation took off that Kakashi chose that moment to appear above them on a nearby arch. The iconic puff of smoke made them turn their heads as he gave them a wave. Yo, you're late, Sasuke said in an annoyed tone, arms crossed. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. No shouting or threats. This was a change of pace for the Uchiha girl who often chose using her mouth or force to show her point. Perhaps Naruto's influence had even affected that. Sorry, got lost on the road of. Well, you know by now. They gave a collective sigh and he quickly leapt down and approached their group. Out of his pocket he quickly produced re-invitation cards with their names printed on the front. With these they would be allowed through to the first exam and participate, as long as they all attended with one another. It was Kakashi's wish to give them the cards sooner to allow them time to think. However, last week's event hampered his plans considerably. Not only that, but he was advised to hold off giving the cards to them by EU fellow Junin in hope they wouldn't have time to do anything but accept. While it was a cheap trick, many believed the Uchiha would not want to attend the exam and some wanted to force them to do so. Either way, it was only now they would receive the invitation on the day of the exam. However, Kakashi knew that the three would want to go through with it even if handed their invitations at the door. There was no way the proud Uchiha and unchallenged Aburame could not attend. These are your invitations to take the Chunin exams. They will allow you entrance to the first exam classroom. He explained as they looked over the cards with curiosity. The proctors will give you detailed instructions before you begin, so you shouldn't worry about being confused. Naruto placed the card safely within his black pair of shorts. It was finally time for him to show what he could do. Kyuubi's support and advice had kept him focused and training for something like this, and he knew it was the place to go all out. Sasuke smiled as she looked over her ticket. The implications of just a small piece of paper were not lost on her. With it she could meet other strong shinobi and defeat them, spreading the name of the Uchiha as well as growing stronger with each win. Each win would lead her one step closer to avenging her father and clan from the injustice done to them. For Shino it was a test to say not only how far he had come since the academy, but to see if he could truly belong on a team. If he could prove that, then it meant he was on his way to becoming a great Aburame, just like his father. Kakashi knew the stakes for each of them were high and he was putting his bet on their win. He figured even through the hardships the exam presented, if the team could survive his initiation they could survive becoming Chunin. Go get him. They watched as Kakashi disappeared as quickly as he came, leaving them all in a good mood with his rare encouragement. It was then they were left to their own devices as long as they arrived at the academy in time. A quick check revealed they had about an hour before the first exam started, so they decided to take a stroll through town to relax their nerves. With the Chunin exams beginning already, they could see foreign ninja finding their own way through the city. Civilians were bustling about but kept to themselves more than usual, as if a bit suspicious to the unfamiliar shinobi. It was interesting for the genin to look at the other village equivalents of themselves, their different styles of dress to their height and age. To another squad the why might be intimidating, but to Team 7 they were nothing. It wasn't long into their walk that they found themselves walking through side streets to find their way. It seemed their habits of getting to school their own way took over their bodies while they weren't paying attention. The sound of running feet made them turn to see three small kids, apparently academy students, running toward them. While they weren't recognizable to the older kids, the three little ones were able to recognize the crest of the Uchiha on Naruto and Sasuke's back. Their eyes widened and they came to a stop a few feet away, making the genin take interest. What? Naruto called out to them as they seemed speechless. Their leader quickly gathered up courage and swung his oversized scarf around his neck, making sure it was tight. Taking a few steps forward, the helmeted kid pointed a challenging finger at the blonde. You are the Uchiha, aren't you? The really strong fighters with the red eyes, we read about you in class. Naruto just looked at Sasuke. Was this kid serious? She just sighed and started walking off, waving her hand goodbye. I'll go on ahead, Naruto. You and Bug Boy can talk if you want. Naruto just watched her leave, dumbstruck. He looked at his unfortunate partner in abandonment and he could have sworn Shino was frowning. I thought. She had moved past that nickname. The Aburame visibly shrunk and lowered his head. Oi, I wasn't done talking to you. The brown-haired rascal ran past Naruto after the disappearing girl, only to fall when Naruto stepped on his scarf. You won't catch her, just calm down, kid. The little boy loosened the noose around his neck and turned around to face Naruto. It only seemed he had earned the younger kid's ire from the glare he received. Kid, I am the grandson of the third Hokage. My name is. His name is. Naruto looked over his shoulder to see the other two joining in to apparently make it more dramatic. He rolled his eyes. My name is Konohamaru. Remember it, Uchiha. You are now my rival. Naruto just shook his head and let go of the scarf, making the kid fall over in a heap. He patted Shino on the back and just ushered him along as the bug user still seemed a bit depressed. Don't worry about it, Shino, you know how she is. Being totally ignored, Konohamaru and him to turn a corner and ran after in an attempt to ambush. When they got around, they soon realized there were others walking right in front of them and Konohamaru slammed into their leg. Surprised, the person who was hit almost tripped over his own feet but managed to save himself. What the hell? Kankuro looked down to see Konohamaru rubbing his head in pain. He picked him up by the scruff of his neck and pushed him against the fence. Who do you think you are, running into me like that? Naruto and Shino had passed the Suna shinobi without incident but turned around when the fuss began. It seemed like a legitimate accident, but the robe wearer didn't seem too interested in that fact. His partner, a blonde girl with 4 ponytails, shifted her weight onto one leg and put a hand on her hip to show her impatience. The last thing they needed was to get into a fight with a 7-year-old. Especially a foreign one. Kankuro, let it go. We don't have time to mess around. The Suna nin tightened his grip on Konohamaru and he coughed in pain, struggling to free himself. Moegi and Udon shouted at him to let go but he wouldn't, his smirk growing bigger. I can't let him get away that easy, he needs to learn to be more careful, ain't that right, runt? It was clear why Konohamaru didn't answer as he struggled to breathe. Oi! Kankuro felt a tap on his shoulder and looked to see Naruto, who was not amused by his fun. You heard your friend, let him go. He smiled. Some punk leaf kid wanted to do something about it. Temari looked the blonde over and didn't see much of anything spectacular about him, kind of cute but not her type. It was then she saw the crest on his back and began to connect the dots. That crest. Isn't it the symbol of? Kankuro chuckled. What are you going to do if I don't? Temari's eyes widened as Naruto grabbed Kankuro's free arm and twisted it behind his back. Letting go of the boy in a cry of pain, Kankuro's other free arm tried in vain to grasp at Naruto. The blonde quickly twisted him around and pushed him toward Temari. He stumbled a bit but quickly recovered, rubbing his wrist in obvious pain. You bastard, I'll make you regret that. He began to loosen the wrapped load on his back while Shino appeared next to Naruto. The Leaf Ninja looked ready to fight if necessary. Temari's arm came up in front of Kankuro to stop him. Stop it. That blonde, he is one of the Uchiha. The puppet user looked at his sister in disbelief. Him. What? That can't be true. The Uchiha are supposed to be dead. Besides, they weren't blonde. Naruto scoffed as he watched the two relax their guard somewhat. It seemed that was proof enough he was a fake. He has their crest though, I'm sure. Kankuro just shrugged as he glared at the blonde. Probably just a coincidence. Let's take care of him and leave. We don't want to be late. Temari slowly reached up for her fan as Kankuro began to sprout chakra strings from his fingers to control the hidden crow. The blonde was just about to activate his Sharingan to intimidate. Then when a pebble hit the blonde girl's hand and made her recoil. Rubbing the back of her hand in pain, their eyes shifted to a nearby tree where Sasuke sat looking quite annoyed at the whole situation. Why are you trying to pick a fight with the Uchiha? She disappeared and landed next to Naruto. They activated their Sharingan together, immediately making the Suna shinobi back down from their aggressive stance. They really are. Kankuro sputtered, not believing it. Uchiha. Temari mumbled, taking a step back. What are you two idiots doing? Their eyes looked up again to see a red head hanging upside down from a tree branch. His arms folded in a laid-back fashion, the shinobi lazily glared at his teammates as they shook in fear. Naruto looked back and forth and soon realized there was something off about the new arrival's aura, especially if his own team feared him. Gaara. Temari mumbled, not pleased to see her brother looking so angry. Kankuro held his hands up in defense trying to ease his brother's temper. We were just talking Gaara. Nothing, shut up. Ice flowed through their veins upon hearing his tone, there was no emotion to be had. Sasuke hadn't even detected him arrive, let alone what strength he was hiding. If his own teammates feared him enough to try and talk their way out of trouble, it must have meant this guy was bad news. You are a disgrace to our village. Do you not remember your purpose? Kankuro and Temari recoiled under the pressure. They bowed their heads in defeat as the Leaf Ninja watched, astounded. Sorry Gaara. The boy disappeared in a wisp of sand and reappeared next to the other two. Quietly he indicated they go as he began to walk off toward the academy. It was then that he stopped and turned to look at Naruto and Sasuke, their red eyes meeting his aquamarine. Kyuubi gave a low growl as he recognized the chakra within. Shukaku. My apologies for these two. Gaara looked over his shoulder and scowled. Let's go. The T-Wo quickly followed like submissive dogs. Yes Gaara. Those red eyes. It must mean those two are special. I'll enjoy watching those eyes as they get swallowed by my sand. They all watched in silence as the foreign shinobi left, only breathing a sigh of relief when they finally turned the corner and out of sight. Judging from their looks even they acknowledged their first run-in with foreign shinobi proved the Chunin exams would not be as simple as they first thought. We had best get moving as well, Shino advised after they stood there for a while, unable to move. Yeah, let's go. Naruto began to lead them off in the same direction as the Suna shinobi for their exam. Konohamaru watched them go with some apprehension. Would they have to go where those ninja were going? Could they beat them, or would they lose? Uchiha. Naruto and Sasuke turned around and looked at the little boy who had regained his confident tone. You have to beat those guys up to be my real rivals. I won't accept any less. Sasuke laughed a bit and turned around to start walking again. Who did that kid think he was? Naruto turned to keep walking and waved his hand goodbye. We'll take care of them. No one is stronger than us. Konohagakure Academy. With some time to spare even with their forced detour, Squad 7 arrived at the academy for testing. A large congregation of higher-ranked shinobi were outside cheering their children genin on as they entered. A few shady individuals also hung around outside as they kept tabs on those entering. Most likely they were gathering information while the rest of their squad was inside acting normal. With no way to hide their crests nor reason to, the Uchiha confidently strode past the crowd and into the building. There was a noticeable calm as they SSED and whispers began among the genin and older ninja present outside. It was as if the mere sight of the prestigious clan at the exams was surprising or at least noteworthy as they spoke. Sasuke had gotten used to that since she was born, as it came naturally to most Uchiha. Naruto still found it hard to believe sometimes the names whispered weren't just Sasuke or Makoto, but his too. Going from an unloved street urchin to star genin was enough to make anyone humble. Just ignore them, Naruto. People just like to talk too much. Sasuke noticed her brother's concern after entering the building and sought to comfort him. Naruto just scratched his head and laughed, trying to ease the tension. Guess I'm still getting used to the fact people know me as an Uchiha. Sasuke just smiled and grabbed his hand, holding it with hers. As they should. Sooner or later you'll be the Uchiha patriarch. The head of the family. Naruto just looked at her and tried to swallow, finding his throat suddenly dry. The thought of that kind of title and responsibility was just too much for him at such a young age. Don't get ahead of yourself, Sasuke. Makoto-san is still the most fitting for the position. We are still too young to assume titles. Sasuke just sent the shaded boy a glare while Naruto found calmed down. It was still a long way off for him and her to be in a position of power, but maybe that wasn't such a bad thing. These exams would increase their rank and put them one step closer to bringing the Uchiha back. Worry about yourself, Aburame. Your father won't be head forever, and right now is when you start proving you're worthy of being a leader. Shino just backed off and brought his eyes forward again. She had a point. Even with his words of encouragement to Naruto, the truth was he was in a similar situation where he had to prove himself a true Aburame. These exams would show his father if he was worthy of more advanced training or if he was not enough to become the next head. Their walk took them up to the second floor, where they found a large gathering of students in front of a set of classroom doors. There seemed to be some squabble going on, with two genin guarding the door with the others trying to get in. Naruto looked up at the sign and saw the numbers 301, the correct classroom for the first exam. However, they were on the second floor. As Sasuke and Shino approached the front of the crowd, Naruto activated his Sharingan and saw through the jutsu. Chakra surrounded the overhead sign and he could make out the correct numbers 201 beneath the genjutsu. It was CMPLE, and those who paid attention to their entrance should have had no problem realizing the trick. No doubt those who were hanging around were the weaker squads, easily falling for the trap set by the two door guards. He saw Sasuke was about to address them and pushed through the crowd to reach her. You two, what do you think you're doing? Hands on her hips, Sasuke showed her impatience. The genin in a round grew quiet as the Uchiha made her presence known, intimidated. The two guards didn't seem to care and just laughed, pointing to the large group behind her. Weeding out weaklings, what does it look like? Yeah, if you can't get past us, it's better if you just give up. You won't survive long in the exam. Sasuke was about to barge through them when Naruto came to join her, making her stop. Your genjutsu isn't fooling us. Drop the act and quit heckling these guys. Eyes went from the guards to the door number and surprise came over the genin in attendance. How could they miss such a simple genjutsu? Sasuke smirked in triumph as her brother put the two genin to shame. Even Shino had to admit he hadn't noticed at first glance. Hey, so you used your fancy dojutsu to see through it, but let's see you block this. One jumped forward with a kick toward the blonde and Sasuke interjected with her own kick aimed for his abdomen. Using her Sharingan, she positioned her body so the K would fly over her shoulder and hit air, missing them both while she would send him flying. Her concentration was suddenly broken as a green blur appeared between the attacks and grabbed her leg as well as his. Naruto and Shino's eyes widened in surprise that someone was able to meet Sasuke's speed, let alone catch her attack. Gasps formed behind them as genin watched an Uchiha being stopped by someone they didn't even know. Lee looked at Sasuke and his hand as it touched her clothed legs, black stockings that went up to her thighs and covered by her short skirt. His blush went ahead of his thoughts as he let go of their legs, allowing the two offenders to back off. The taijutsu genin's eyes stared down at the ground in an attempt to control his blush as well as receive scolding from his approaching team. You broke the promise. Yeah, we aren't supposed to show off our moves yet, Baka. Lee just bowed his head, sneaking another peek at Sasuke as her eyes watched him as well. I'm sorry, but I just couldn't do nothing. How did he block my kick? What kind of chakra is in his arms? Her Sharingan revealed nothing out of the ordinary with his body or chakra. That angered her. Nah, Naruto had observed the attack as well and realized that he must have been quite skilled in taijutsu and very fit to be able to catch it, let alone block. Something is off about him. Shino leaned over and whispered to Naruto, who could only agree. Yeah, there is something unique about him. Sasuke watched with surprise as Lee walked over to her with a red face. Standing as tall as he could, Lee took a deep breath and bowed. My name is Rock Lee. He put on his best smile and gave the Uchiha his nice guy pose learned from his sensei. With a twinkle in his smile and a big thumbs up, Guy said there was no way he could lose. Please be my girlfriend. I will protect you until I die. Sasuke soon lost her surprise and gained a certain level of disgust in her usual annoyance to any attempts to hit on her. Naruto had to bite back a smile as she folded her arms and nonchalantly declined. No thanks. Lee lost his smile and a wave of defeat came over him. Desperate now, he pleaded with her. Why? The defeat in his tone only brought more pleasure to her ears. I don't like you. His head was sent to staring at the ground, but that wasn't the end. And I'm engaged. Lee fell to the ground. In anguish as surprise swept the gathering crowd. She quickly grabbed Naruto and pulled him away, ordering Shino to hurry and follow. Before they could get away, another voice called them out by their family name. This time with arrogance to match their own. Wait a moment, Uchiha. They turned to see a Hyuga, evident by his violet irises, turned to face them with a smirk. Considered rivals for dominance at one point, the Hyuga and Uchiha were at each other's throats often with their competing dujutsu. While the Hyuga's eyes were all-seeing, no one could argue the Uchiha were proven masters of jutsu combat and they had always held that title. It seemed Neji wanted to take that honor away from them, by force if necessary. What are your names? Naruto glared at the Hyuga. He didn't like his attitude. It's only right to introduce yourself first, Hyuga. Neji smirked and continued to prod them with useless questions. What is your age? What class are you from? We aren't obliged to answer that. Sasuke countered, which annoyed the boy, as if she had any right to deny him the question. What was that? Sasuke just smirked but soon turned around as Naruto grabbed her hand and pulled her away. Squad 7 proceeded and left the genin to themselves. Tenten watched them walk off and had to admit, the blonde Uchiha was kind of cute. His sister also had a fiery attitude she respected even though her partner didn't seem to feel the same. Hey Lee, she turned to call for him but realized he was right next to her, scaring her. His eyes watched the Uchiha leave, determination settled in. I must dismiss myself for a moment. I'll catch up soon. But Lee, he disappeared before she could argue and was then forced to proceed by Neji. It seemed no one had much patience today. Training room. How did we end up in the training hall? We must have been in such a rush to leave we missed the room. I distinctly told you TW. Shut it, Shino. The three genin walked down a flight of stairs in the training dojo to try and get their bearings, arguing with one another on the way. With the two Uchiha leading, they quickly found themselves far away from the Hyuga and everyone else but also lost. Shino tried to warn them but they ignored him as per usual. Just as they were preparing to leave, a voice echoed from the balcony above and forced their attention. Uchiha-san. Lee leapt down and faced the others, blushing as his eyes landed on Sasuke. She merely looked away in disgust and quickly forced the boy into depression again. His eyes migrated to Naruto and his determinatio. Returned as he got into his taijutsu stance. I would like to fight you and free her from whatever political marriage she may be in. It isn't right to keep someone to yourself on a technicality. Nah. Naruto felt his blood rush and an uncommon emotion of anger come over him, fists balling. Sasuke looked over at her blonde and knew that comment had hit some soft spot in him, so she quickly turned to face Lee and explained properly. There is no political marriage, we both Lee happily engaged. I have no interest in you, so just leave us alone. Lee was surprised a bit but just shook the thought free, and if there was the slightest chance of outside influence he still wanted to prove his point. That isn't the only reason I'm fighting. I also want to test my skills against one of the famed Uchiha. Just as Sasuke was about to say something, Naruto stepped in front of her and placed himself into a classic Uchiha fighting stance. She was taken by surprise as Naruto wasn't usually so quick to fight. Lee must have really made him angry. I will prove to you that our relationship is more than just words. Fight me. Lee smiled as that was the reaction he was hoping for. He readied himself as the bee. Londa activated the famous dujutsu of his family, the Sharingan. Sasuke was about to intervene when she felt a hand on her shoulder. Shino just shook his head and indicated she stay out of it. Don't think of it as them fighting over you. Naruto has just as much to prove as Lee. She didn't understand but felt as though the Aburame was right. These two needed to fight to prove their points, even if it wouldn't affect the rest of the world. Naruto waited a moment before charging forward. He could already tell Lee's tactics were defensive and short range, so he would have to be the one to begin the fight. Now in front of the challenger, Naruto threw a punch for Lee's face only to be deflected by his forward arm. He flipped and stood up by his hands, launching a few kicks at Lee only to be deflected and have his leg grabbed. With little effort the taijutsu user threw Naruto behind him toward the wall. He waited for an impact but heard none, turning to see Naruto had recovered in midair and was crouching on the wall. The blonde was slightly panting as he went over the moves Lee had used and realized he used no chakra, it was all foot techniques combined with taijutsu. No jutsu. Is he laying with me, or is it possible he doesn't have the ability for genjutsu or ninjutsu? Lee smiled. Naruto must have been catching on quickly because of his Sharingan. With the ability to see his movements and chakra allocation, it must have been a shock to realize he was not using standard ninjutsu. Sasuke was surprised Lee could keep up with Naruto as he was even faster than she was. Her Sharingan, gone still too undeveloped to fully read his movements, she found it annoying and worrisome to watch the two fight. Looks like this won't be so. Lee appeared in front of Naruto with one arm behind his back and a swinging kick headed straight for his head. No time to dodge, Naruto brought up an arm and blocked the hit to the side of his face but was still sent flying. He rolled on solid ground and quickly recovered, rubbing his arm from the strength behind that kick. His speed and strength might even surpass mine, this isn't good. Naruto went on the offensive again, charging Lee. His eyes UGHT leg movement and his chin exploded in pain as Lee sent him flying up without moving the rest of his body. With such precise control of his bodily movements, it made using the Sharingan to predict his next move almost impossible. But Naruto had been expecting that. As he flew up, his foot came close to Lee's still extended one, sending chakra to the soles of his foot and using Lee as a medium. Naruto came to a sudden stop as he dropped to the ground, surprising his opponent. With their legs still connected and useless, Naruto balanced on his hands again and sent a strong kick for Lee's abdomen, sending him flying back as their feet disconnected. Lee had not expected the blonde to use such an unorthodox technique learned from chakra control to defeat his taijutsu defense. It would seem the Uchiha weren't just jutsu fighters. They could use improvised tactics as well. It seems I might have to use that jutsu guy sensei. Before he could fully recover from the kick, he felt something beneath him that made his legs wobble. To his surprise, the floor beneath him was flooding with water and making him lose balance. As he attempted to control his chakra, he realized the density and viscosity of the water was changing too often for him to balance the correct chakra weight. Where did it come from and why couldn't he properly balance? Naruto easily ran across the artificially formed water and read Lee's more pronounced body movements as he struggled to balance and defend. He easily ducked under a kick and hit Lee right in the gut, making him flinch. An arm came up to try and apple or push Naruto away, but his body weaved out of the way as he hit Lee's chin with a brutal uppercut. Even though he couldn't fully control his bloodline's more advanced nature, Naruto had success. fully learned the secrets behind creating water as well as manipulating its properties. It was the advantage he needed to beat Lee, who was used to balanced, fair ground for his foot techniques to work. As he tried to balance himself, his feet went astray and threw him off balance, making his defense suffer. Naruto leapt into the air and brought down a harsh axe kick on Lee's shoulder, forcing him to his knees. Pivoting on his foot, the blonde got behind and kicked him in the back. This forced him onto the ground. The water was just enough to lift him off the wooden floor so he wouldn't drown. It was also just enough to keep him from properly standing up. Sasuke and Shino were amazed at Naruto's suddenly revealed ability and how he turned the tables on Lee. It really showed how far he had come mentally since the academy with using observations against an opponent. It was especially impacting Sasuke as she saw Naruto's true strength again and realized that he was at least partly showing it because of her. That made her feel happy inside to know how far he would go for her. The combination of ferocity and level-headed thinking she could visibly see emanate from him gave her the chills. It was as if he was radiating an aura of strength that she succumbed to. This Rock Lee had no idea who he was messing with. How dare he think to separate us? Naruto was sent flying into the air by Lee, who was able to get up and hit him in a blind spot. Even if it was for a moment, Lee had been working on timing his footing correctly with the changing waters to give him the chance to hit Naruto. Now that he had him in the air, Lee quickly leapt up and prepared for his lotus attack. Your water technique surprised me and definitely gave you an advantage. I hadn't suspected that from an Uchiha. The jumpsuit-wearing genin said to Naruto from below. Naruto growled in annoyance as he had hoped the fight would have been concluded with his last attack. It seemed Lee had another technique to show off. That was something he couldn't afford to let happen. I'm not your average Uchiha. As Lee's bandages began to wrap around him, Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke. The taijutsu user was taken by surprise that he had been fooled by some sort of jutsu. His eyes wandered to find his opponent when he looked above to see Naruto axe kick him in the stomach and send him flying to the ground. In the air he was unable to maneuver as he traveled to the ground in obvious pain. To his horror, Naruto was also on the ground waiting for him to drop. Lee struggled to turn his body to meet his attack but felt it wouldn't respond properly, it was too sluggish. With no emotion other than a look of calm on his face, Naruto raised one leg and, as if having the exact timing, extended it in a light fast move that sent Lee flying sideways and into the wall. The timing was simple with his Sharingan, and Lee's body seemed to have been temporarily unbalanced thanks to his Suiden technique allowing his kick to land without fault. Albeit a bit tired, Naruto deactivated his Sharingan and smiled with the confidence that he won the fight with his own strength. Sasuke and Shino quickly joined him and congratulated his victory. Shino with a few polite words and Sasuke with a kiss on the lips. Lee fell from the wall and struggled to stand. He had underestimated someone for the first time he had been fighting. His thought process blinded BND defeat Naruto. But was it because of Sasuke or because of Naruto's superior position as an Uchiha? Lee truly couldn't understand how he so blindly allowed himself to be beaten, but as he watched the victor begin to leave with his friends, he swore to improve himself. The Uchiha were not the only ones he wanted to prove himself against, but if he couldn't beat them fair and square, he was sure his other rival would destroy him easily. He wondered if Naruto and Sasuke could beat Neji. It would make for a great show, he thought. I should apologize to them when I get the chance. It seems I've misunderstood their relationship. Lee again struggled to make his way back before his team missed him. A voice echoed behind and he flinched for a moment, knowing he was in trouble from the tone. Lee, what the hell did you think you were doing? Guy-sensei, I can X. No back talk, Lee. Ellipsis. Yes sir. And that concludes this chapter of Blonde Uchiha. To be honest, I never got the reasoning of why Lee liked Sakura, as it's doubtful they knew each other in childhood, and since he was a class ahead they couldn't have met often in the academy. I'm guessing it was a sudden crush when he first saw her, so I thought perhaps it could happen again with Sasuke. She is admired for her beauty just as much as skill after all. It also adds another opponent for Naruto. Oh, as Kiba also has his eyes on her, although we know who is the true victor in this contest. More drama and writing opportunities for the story though, I say. I wonder how these exams will go with a female Sasuke, a Sharingan Naruto and new teammate Shino. I can't wait to start writing it. I'd also thought I would ask what your opinions are on the Shippuden movies, as I'm planning on fitting them into part 2 for fillers. I think it would be interesting to see, as I find them not often used as well as normal filler arcs, of which I might also use. Review. See you in Namikaze Assassin as we see Quad 7 arrive at the tower for preliminary rounds. Oh, and a Naruto Mass Effect crossover. By An Inescapable Destiny. The Blonde Uchiha Chapter 14. An Inescapable Destiny disclaimer. I do not own Naruto. Speaking. Thinking. Jutsu. Tailed Beast Speak. Naruto's Sasuke's Makoto. Age alert. Just to let everyone know where we stand, Sasuke and Naruto are now age 13, normal age during time frame, and Makoto is 33. Makoto has been made younger for our purposes in this story. Time frame. Naruto and Sasuke are now genin while Makoto has returned to active duty as a Leaf Junin. Hey guys, time for another chapter of Blonde Uchiha. It has been quite a while since I updated, so I'm sure you have had plenty of time to wonder what will happen in this next installment. It is particularly important to the story as it is at this point that Sasuke receives the cursed mark during the second exam. Many have expressed fear and disdain to the idea of Sasuke receiving it like her alter ego. Your questions will be answered in this chapter, needless to say, although the consequences of these events will not be properly conveyed by brushing up on the manga chapters or episodes in the anime. This story is not a carbon copy by any means, and while it follows the same general story, the characters that exist within Blonde Uchiha transform this into its own world. Look forward to the future chapters with no knowledge of what it will bring. There will be many twists and turns that you may or may not expect. This chapter will be centered around the first exam, rivalries between the genin present, and the most important part of the second exam, the showdown with Orochimaru. Genin Assembly Classroom. Team 7 arrived at the set of doors they were instructed to go to for the first exam, all feeling much better they had made it on time. To their surprise, Kakashi was waiting for them at the door. Leaning against the wall and lazily looking out the window, it was hard to tell whether he was there with a purpose or not. The three made their approach and made him turn his head to greet their arrival. Looks like you all made it, just as expected. Sasuke crossed her arms and gave him an odd look. What's that supposed to mean? Kakashi got up from his spot on the wall to stand before them, blocking their entry to the next room. With a shrug he made it clear that it wasn't very important, they had arrived. That was all that mattered. Oh, nothing, just good to see you all together is all. He hid his beaming smile beneath a facade of sarcasm. There was some dissent among the Junin whether the Uchiha would participate after the unfortunate events surrounding their clan in the past few years. Although he knew it was idle talk with little knowledge to back it, it still annoyed him how so many could underestimate Naruto and Sasuke. Now they can prove it to everyone how much they've grown. And how strong the Uchiha really are. The testing will start soon, we should get inside and prepare ourselves. Shino reminded them after a long pause of standing in the hallway. Kakashi just nodded and looked over the three of them one last time. After this he wouldn't get to see them for a while. The next time he was them, they would have gone through trials they would never had expected. It would either make them or break them. Kakashi was betting on each one of them heading straight for the end. Naruto, Sasuke, Shino. He slowly turned to each one, acknowledging them in his own way. The Junin smiled, a smile that spread to their faces. I'm proud of you, you really are a part of my team. With a few steps to the side, he subtly opened the path before them and allowed the team to continue. Get in there and show them what you can do. Naruto and Shino walked ahead and grabbed a door handle, opening the entryway for Sasuke to head in first. With her head held high, the young girl entered and did not recoil upon seeing dozens of other ninjas staring at her. Instead, she merely gave them a dismissive shrug and waited for the rest of her team to enter before walking over toward the wall to find their own spot to stand. Naruto had to admit he felt a bit unnerved at how many stares they were getting. He hoped it was only normal for all teams. It seemed many eyes focused on their crests emblazoned on their attires. Some held their gaze with awe and fear, others with an excited smile of the coming battles. Well, talk about the competition. Naruto mumbled. He had never seen so many shinobi in one place before. Sasuke just leaned against the wall and smiled. This would truly be a proper test for her. Her eyes gazed across the sea of shinobi and relished in the challenge that each would bring, although knowing she would be the victor over each spoiled the fun. Naruto and Shino joined her in waiting but did not share her anticipation in the coming trials. For the Aburame it was a time for calm, to keep his thoughts focused on the task at hand. He would not allow ire enemies to shake his resolve after coming this far. For the blonde all he needed was to see Sasuke's confidence for it to reflect on himself. They would win this exam, he was sure of it. He smiled. If it was what she wished then he would do it. I will make sure she keeps that smile. Sasuke-chan, you made it. They turned their heads to recognize the new arrivals. Squad 10 walked over with Ino leading the charge. The Uchiha girl frowned. It seemed they still didn't leave her alone. Ever since the academy the boys had only eyes for her beauty and the girls both hated and admired her for it. Her looks, her skill, her intellect. All of what a kunoichi should have aspired to become. What they could not beat they eventually bowed to, much to her chagrin. While Sasuke enjoyed being above others in a metaphoric sense, there was no value in it if they did not seek to challenge her. The blonde girl took what she thought was her rightful place on the wall next to Sasuke, basking in her presence. Shikamaru just sighed as he found himself migrating over to Shino and Naruto with Choji following close behind. Girls in his opinion brought nothing but trouble and were significant drags on his day. Ino dazed but it seemed Sasuke tipped her annoying scale. So you guys got dragged into this exam too? The pineapple head asked, shaking his head. Naruto just scratched the back of his head and Shino remained silent. Not much of a choice I'm afraid. Sasuke would have killed either of us if we forfeited, not that we planned on it. Shikamaru looked at Naruto and was surprised to see confidence radiate from him. Even Shino stood straighter upon mention. The boys of Squad 10 had not been looking forward to what they saw as way too much work way too soon, but it seemed their counterparts on Squad 7 disagreed. We aren't gonna back down until all of us are Chunin. There is no way we can lose. The lazy genius sighed at Naruto's proclamation. He had finally gone crazy. Yeah, well, good luck with that. If you haven't noticed, he hiked a thumb over his shoulder toward the rest of the participants. Quote, You've got a lot of people to go through before you get a promotion. Including me. They turned to the new voice and saw Kiba arrive with Squad 8, Sakura and Hinata in tow. The pink head quickly saw Ino attempting to befriend the clearly annoyed Sasuke and rushed over to break up whatever conversation was happening between them. Kiba immediately headed over to the other boys and smirked at Naruto, happy to see his rival was attending. It would give him the chance to finally knock some sense into the idiot and show who was the real alpha male among their class. Then maybe Sasuke would wake up and see who was the real loser. Naruto scowled. There was the dog boy. For the low NGEST time it seemed Kiba had something against Naruto, but what he could not understand until very recently. He had caught him sending glances to Sasuke and being properly ignored, although she never told Naruto that he was doing it. Obviously she was trying to keep us from fighting one another. Kiba stood across from the blonde as he turned to face him. Might not be so avoidable anymore. Naruto. Kiba. Sasuke slipped away from the two arguing girls and tried to rejoin the others, but found they had all backed off to allow Naruto and Kiba room. Joining Shino she saw the two were staring each other down and for the first time were not backing down. Had they finally decided to do something stupid like fight over her? Can't say I'm flattered. She scowled. This would not end well. Just thought I'd let you know. Now that we're taking this exam together. Kiba smirked after saying something she had not caught to Naruto. The blonde tried to hide his anger. His fist shook as he stood his ground, glaring at the Inuzuka. You don't know what you're talking about, Kiba. If you think I'm going to let that happen, you must be insane. Akamaru felt his master's anger rise with his heaving chest. And he whimpered in response. It wasn't like Kiba to act like that in most situations, but it seemed he was quite serious in challenging Naruto over the girl. First chance I get, I'm going to destroy you. That will show everyone just how strong I am and prove I'm the right male for Sasuke. Naruto ran forward and was able to grab his coat, holding the other boy with an iron grip. In anger, he held up a fist and seemed ready to smash his opponent's face in. She is not a dog, you bastard. Don't talk about her like you own her. Kiba took the opportunity to grab onto Naruto's shirt with an equal strength, staring him down. That's where you're wrong, Blondie. She's mine, you just don't know it yet. You wanna die, mutt? Fight me, Whiskers, unless you are scared. Just before they could come to blows, a presence appeared between them. Before they could react, both were pushed away to the far sides of the room. Laying eyes on the interruption, they were surprised to see Sasuke breaking it up, both arms outstretched from pushing them back, sending a glare to both of them. She ignored all the eyes now on her to deliver a proper message between the bickering ninja. Would you two get a hold of yourselves? You are acting like children. She crossed her arms in annoyance, making Naruto look down in shame and Kiba get even more angry. She is so cool, Sakura said from the sidelines with the others, Ino nodding in agreement. Shikamaru just sighed as Choji ate his bag of potato chips, as if things weren't already bad enough they were fighting one another. What this s? How'd for their village's unity must have left a lot to be desired by the other shinobi. Hinata didn't know which one to be more concerned for, her teammate Kiba or her crush Naruto. It seemed Sasuke was taking care of the situation so they wouldn't have to fight one another. She thanked her quietly. I don't think I could bear to see something like that. Oi, I wasn't done with. Shut up. I won. Have you roughing up my brother right in front of me, especially when you are both doing it because of me. She sighed. Why did boys always have to make such trivial matters into such big of deals? I'm not interested, Kiba, nor will I ever be interested. If that isn't good enough, I will be happy to beat some sense into you during the exam, or let Naruto finish what you started. Kiba growled and took a step forward upon hearing the challenge. Naruto just stayed to his side of the room and tried not to antagonize the situation. It wasn't worth getting on Sasuke's bad side. When she got like that, it was impossible to argue with her. Her intellect combined with her stubbornness kept anyone from countering her opinion. Besides, she was right in that case. They had to save it for when they were allowed to fight one another, and then they wouldn't have to hold back and could settle it once and for all. A runt like him couldn't beat you. Please, Kiba, it isn't even a fair contest between you two. It's just one of the many reasons why you haven't had the nerve to try something like this before, right? Getting selected to participate in the exam gave you some boost of confidence as you believed you had surpassed an Uchiha in skill. Sasuke just smirked and shook her head. He was as foolish as he was brash. Whatever gave him the thought she would allow herself to be won over to his side was a strange thing indeed. He isn't an Uchiha, not really. I'm going to prove it after I run him into the ground. Kiba shook his fist and glared at Naruto to protest his point, although his confidence floundered under Sasuke's disappointed gaze. If that's what you really think, then I will not feel bad for you if we fight one another. Someone like you. She just shook her head and returned to her squad near the wall. Someone like you, she mumbled, not allowing anyone to hear her final thoughts. Would never understand the real me. Naruto hesitantly rejoined Shino and Sasuke as Kiba kept his distance. Thoroughly beaten in the argument, he had no doubt that he and Kiba would cross paths again, and that time Sasuke wouldn't be able to stop them. It was fine though, as it would finally give him a real opportunity to show his strength and prove why he was at Sasuke's side. You handled things appropriately, Sasuke. Shino noted with an approving tone. I don't need your praise, Shino. I can't stand it when stupid things happen around me, especially when Naruto has to get involved. The Aburame shrugged and Naruto purposely avoided eye contact with Sasuke in embarrassment. Hey, you guys mind keeping it down a little? Eyes turned to meet a silver-haired genin that looked a bit older than them, standing a head taller than most. A smile adorned his face, although it gave him a haughty look with his condescending tone. There was something about him that made Naruto feel unsettled, but he couldn't tell what. What do you mean? Who are you? Ino shouted in annoyance. Kabuto just smiled and shook his head to their naivety. It seemed they needed a proper education on the exam's etiquette before it started. His eyes wandered over to Sasuke and it was almost as if he was studying her body before shaking himself free of thought. I am Yakushi Kabuto, and I ask you to look around again. They looked and were reminded of the large group watching them carefully, studying their every move. It unnerved Sakura and Ino in particular, but the rest kept their cool, even if it was just a facade to hide their trepidation behind. I said to keep it down so you don't draw so much attention to yourself. All of these guys are your enemies, the last thing you want is for them to focus their attention on you. Kabuto shrugged and smiled, trying to give them encouragement. It can't be helped though. It's your first exam. Someone here needs to give you guys a heads up, and I suppose it would be best for me to do so, as this is not my first time. So, how many times have you done this, Kabuto-san? Sakura asked out of curiosity. This is my 7th attempt in 4 years. Their eyes widened. That was a long time. These exams are that difficult. What kind of a situation have we gotten ourselves into this time? Shikamaru held his head in his hand, trying to calm himself. Then that means you must have a lot of information, right? Sasuke asked with her arms crossed, somewhat skeptical of their upperclassmen. Kabuto smiled and nodded. That's right, and I'm willing to share what I know. He still has not been able to pass, keep that in mind. Shino reminded, not trusting of the overly friendly genin. That's true as well, but I've kept my information on the other shinobi here quite up to date. I'm sure you will be satisfied. He proceeded to pull out a deck of cards and knelt to the ground in front of their group, preparing them for use. Sasuke and Naruto migrated to the front of the pack, curious. These cards are designed to hold information via chakra, 200 in all. They have information on most of the shinobi in this room, so just give me what you know about them and I'll look them up. They were quiet for a moment, not sure of who to ask. This was their first exam and they knew few people there. The few they did know were from their class, and as such they believed they knew all there was to know already. Sasuke, on the other hand, had a few particular shinobi she had been paying close attention to and wanted more information on. Although she was confident in her skills, a little bonus was always appreciated. What do you Avenue on Rock Lee of Konoha and Gaara of Suna? Receiving the order, Kabuto looked up to see the girl was serious in her question and quickly began to focus his chakra. Since you know their names, this will be quick. First we have. The card was covered in smoke before revealing Rock Lee's portrait with corresponding information. Rock Lee, 14 years old, your senior. With 11 C ranks and 20 D ranks. It puts him with a good amount of practical experience. Kabuto pointed out the skill chart that was largely one-sided. As you can see, his taijutsu skills are very high, but it shows in the other fields where he lacks any ability. Naruto examined the card and saw it reflected Lee perfectly. As demonstrated in their fight, he used no genjutsu or ninjutsu, just taijutsu, and to a deadly effect. If he hadn't caught on to Lee's reliance on foot movement and stance, he would have surely lost. Sasuke examined the card for herself, biting her thumb lightly in thought. It seemed her Sherry Non hadn't lied, and that Rock Lee really did only use physical strength to compete against Naruto. It would make facing him troublesome, but Naruto had warned her about watching his footwork, and that would give her a proper advantage. He caught the spotlight last year as one of the more experienced genin and was expected to take the exam. However, his team did not participate. This will be the first time for them, same as you. Hinata flinched as her thoughts wandered to her cousin. It was her personal fear that she would be forced to fight him, and she knew in her position victory was almost impossible. Despite that, she still went through with the exam for her team and for her clan. It was not in her place to refuse. Next up is Gaara. The card filled in quickly but was bare, surprising even Kabuto. It seems I don't have much information on him. Looks like he is about the same age as you, but has gone on a B rank mission as a genin. Impressive. Other than that, it seems his skills are largely a mystery. That didn't leave the Uchiha with much to go on, but from their encounter with him, they could tell he would be a dangerous opponent. With such a cold demeanor, they had no doubt his instinct would be to kill, and they could not afford to hold back if they met him. I'm not sure if we're ready for this, Sakura said, shaken by the tone in which the conversation had taken. Too late to say something like that, Sasuke responded coolly. There is a new village that is taking part, Oto. I don't have much information on them since they were just recently created, but it's easy to say all participating are the elite of their country. With this, the genin took a moment to think over the implications they were now faced with. Knowing they would be fighting against the best, did they really stand a chance? The Uchiha shared a look between one another and they slowly began to smile, surprising some. What do you think, Naruto? I think these elite need to be taught what it means to face an Uchiha. I was thinking the same. Their confidence unshaken, the duo remained strong under the room's collective glare. In one particular corner of the assembly, 3 Geni of a recently mentioned village eyed the group with annoyance. They had heard the dismissive comments made on sound and were too prideful not to take offense. Did you hear that? They made it sound like Odo was a small and inconsequential village. They need to be taught a lesson. Let's play for a bit. They disappeared in a blur, running across the room for their target. A few heads turned barely any registered their movement as they flitted through the gaps of people with ease. Sasuke and Naruto turned their heads and noticed the movement, soon realizing their target was Kabuto. The blonde glanced over and saw the Leaf Genin had noticed as well, watching from the corner of his eye. They watched as one launched up into the air and threw kunai at Kabuto, forcing him to fall back. That made him take his eyes off the real threat as Dosu launched himself forward, thrusting his melody arm out and just barely missing Kabuto's nose. Sliding back, he was able to escape their attack and take a moment to catch his breath. Observing the attack, it seemed as if it wasn't meant to hit him physically, but the others did not understand why. At first it seemed as though they had missed their mark, and the silver-haired Genin smiled in confidence. That was until his glasses shattered, forcing him to remove them. So, it was that kind of attack, he said quietly, grasping the concept behind Dosu's move. How could that be? The attack missed, Sasuke said in confusion. It must have hit his nose. That's what he gets for trying to show off. Shikamaru denounced Kabuto's casual stance with the attack. The Oto ninja remained in a standoff with Kabuto as his calm composure faltered suddenly, forcing him to his knees in pain. He was forced to vomit, surprising those watching the display. Kabuto-san, Sakura shouted in concern. Naruto kept replaying the attack but was unable to come up with a proper conclusion. Kyuubi had been up for some time, sensing his brother's presence nearby, waiting for an opportune time to warn Naruto. Sensing the boy's confusion, he decided to weigh in his own observation. It was an attack based off of sound waves produced from the device attached to that boy's arm. You noticed how he purposely missed because the point behind the attack was not physical. Sound waves. It's possible to manipulate them into a weapon. You would be surprised how lethal they can be. But to find anyone who can use them like that is rare. He will be a dangerous opponent if not dealt with properly. Naruto eyed the Oto shinobi carefully. It seemed they really were not ones to underestimate. You don't seem so tough for a 4-year veteran. Write this on your card. The Oto Genin are going to become Chunin. Dosu F Genin, while Zaku gloated. Quiet down, you punks. Attention was brought to the front of the room as a large puff of smoke appeared following the loud announcement. It revealed a host of examiners standing behind the tallest and most intimidating of them all. A man in a large trench coat and many scars adorning his face. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm Morino Ibiki and I am the first exams proctor. He pointed an accusing finger to the back of the room where the altercation took place, making a few sweat in anxiety. With a scowl, his voice again filled the room in a harsh scold. You 3 from Oto, don't think you can get away with fighting when we aren't around. Dosu turned his head and bowed in address, smiling beneath his bandages. Apologies, I was just a bit excited since this is my first exam. Ibiki just shook his head and looked around the room at the rest of the examinees. This is a good opportunity to say that you are not allowed to fight one another without permission from an examiner. Any future infractions will be met with more than a warning, got it? Quote. The silence following confirmed his order had been received. Now then, hand in your applications and take a number card along with your test. Go to where the number tells you and wait until we begin. A few became unnerved upon learning they would have to take a written test, expecting something more physical. Well, looks like this is where we get split up, Naruto whispered as they got in line. Scared you will fail this early? Sasuke prodded him with her elbow only for him to respond with a smile. I could say the same to you. All that practice you did was with jutsu. I bet you already forgot how to take a test. If I remember correctly, I was acing tests while you were doodling in your notebook. Before the two Uchiha could make another scene with their inherent competitiveness, Shino quickly moved to defuse the situation. We will not pass this exam by arguing. They reluctantly followed their teammates' advice and quietly moved along receiving the test and sitting down in their assigned spots. As expected, all three were scattered around the room, isolated from one another. Naruto found himself sitting next to Sakura and an AIM shinobi. Sasuke found herself between two leering Konoha genin that would no doubt find themselves too distracted to take the test. With a fiery glare with her Sharingan, it forced both into their respective corners of the desk. Shino was seated well in the back among a few Kusa and AIM shinobi, and he was already preparing himself, outstretching his arm to adjust the place of his paper and writing utensils. A few bugs flew from his sleeve and began to migrate around the room to avoid suspicion. I can use my Sharingan to copy Sakura's pencil movements. Naruto had his own plan to handle things, and knew his teammates would do fine on their own. Waiting for the order to start, it was time for the long-awaited Chunin exams to begin. For the reader's convenience, Konohagakure, 44th Training Ground. Their handler unlocked the gate and allowed Team 7 to rush into the Forest of Death. They planned to get as much distance from the starting point as possible before stopping to discuss. Naruto watched as Sasuke and Shino leapt from branch to branch, not missing a step. He opted to run through the bushes and leapt over a downed tree trunk, now a rotting corpse on the ground. All around the forest was impossibly dark with no light to shine on the surface. It gave the entire area an ominous feel, as if an opponent could be anywhere, watching them and waiting for the right moment to strike. Having been given a Heaven Scroll and were instructed to seek out a team with the corresponding Earth Scroll, it didn't take long for them to realize this was not only a battle of survival, but a battle between the genin. There was no way to tell for sure if another team had the scroll without seeing it firsthand, and they could not afford to battle every squad they came across. Our only chance is to get the drop on an unsuspecting group and get lucky enough that they have what we need. The longer we stay in this forest, bugs chattered and loud growls of a beast could be heard, shaking Naruto's concentration. The more danger we will be in. Don't forget what I told you about Ikibi boy. Kyuubi's voice rumbled in his head, reminding him of their conversation during the first exam. He had told Naruto about the sand demon and what he may face if he were to fight the carrier. Altogether it seemed like a scary prospect to face another Jinchuriki, their power being substantially greater than most normal shinobi. It would rather be his desire to get along, but he knew it was a naive thought based on how Gaara acted previously. With such a cold demeanor, how could anyone get along with him? We should stop here, Shino shouted from above and landed next to the now stopped Naruto. Sasuke remained in her tree for a moment longer to survey the area and make sure it was the right decision. With a shrug, she too landed on the forest floor and noticed Shino was often reaching into his coat pocket to ensure the scroll remained safe. Stop that, Shino, or else you will give away you are the one with the scroll. The bug user stopped his hand in mid-stride and nodded, berating himself for showing such a tick. It seemed even he had some anxiety going into this exam, as none of them had faced anything like it before. Alright, we're here now. What's the plan? Naruto asked, anxious to move along. Sasuke looked between her two teammates before crossing her arms in thought. Quote, first we need to acclimatize ourselves to this terrain and get used to hiding among the shadows. Then we use Shino's bugs to find another squad and, well, you explain, Bug Boy. Passing the torch to the now slightly annoyed Shino, he nevertheless picked up where she left off while releasing a few Kikaichu from his sleeves. They watched as the bugs scattered in all directions to begin searching out chakra signatures for them to follow up later. My Kikaichu feed off chakra and are adept at seeking it out. Acting as our eyes, they will guide us to the nearest squad and subtly begin to eat their chakra, weakening them for when we arrive. With the element of surprise, we should have little trouble handling most in our way. Sasuke nodded and smiled, satisfied with the plan. Although she regretted her Sharingan couldn't be more useful in the initial stage as the Abarame's bugs, she knew it would be her and Naruto that would pull the weight when they entered battle. Naruto agreed and felt it was pretty solid for what they had to go on. Before suggesting they get started, he suddenly cringed and held his stomach. He had to go to the bathroom. I knew I should have went when we were still in Konoha. Hey guys, I'll be right back. I need to go take a leak. It took a moment to register with Sasuke before her face blushed in anger and she hit him over the head. You idiot, can't you more polite terms in the presence of a woman. Shino just shook his head as Naruto mumbled an apology before running off. He must have really had to go. The girl just shook her head furiously trying to erase what she had just heard. Naruto had his moments of brilliance but sometimes he could be so crude. It was some time later that they found themselves still waiting for his return. Sasuke didn't want to admit it, but while at first she was annoyed, it was now worry that covered her features. Keeping calm, the Aburame present listened to the chatter of insects in the forest attempting to gather further information. It was then that a few of his Kikaichu indicated they had attached to a human chakra signature and it was close. That's impossible, the only one that should be close is Naruto. And I specifically made my bugs digest their chakra to ensure they would not get confused. Alarmed, Shino awoke from his trance and oriented his head in the direction the sounds were coming from. Noticing something was wrong, his teammate looked at him and then in the same direction, unable to piece the dots together. Trouble. He took off in a dash as the surprised Uchiha stumbled and began to follow. What's the matter all of a sudden? She shouted. Someone other than Naruto is close by. I think he may be. Before he could finish his sentence, a great amount of heat could be felt in their peripheral vision showed an orange projectile headed their way. With little time to spare, they backed out of the way of Naruto's attack as he revealed himself on a nearby tree branch, fighting in close combat with an aim ninja. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu. Quote, flying through hand signs as he dodged a punch from the opposing shinobi, Naruto launched dozens of fireballs from his mouth. This forced the aim ninja named Oboro to backflip away from the blonde whom he had been trying to subdue for some time now. Weaving in and out of the dangerous projectiles, he sensed new presences below and saw the rest of Naruto's team approaching. Damn, I took too long. I can't handle all of these guys. Get away from him. Sasuke launched into the air while going through hand signs, forcing the enemy's attention her way. Gathering up air in her lungs, she fired a large fireball from her mouth in an attempt to destroy the opposition. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. Quote, the flames forced Oboro off the branch, ring his left arm and leaving black soot all along his side. He clutched his arm in pain and watched as the Uchiha united on the branch and pursued him to the ground. Rolling away, he began going through hand signs as he needed a distraction to get away. Doden. Doryuheiki. Quote, a wall of mud separated the fighters as it quickly solidified into a tough rocky substance. As they attempted to climb over it, Oboro began to retreat until he was forced to stop. Their other teammate stood in his way. With his hands in his pockets and with what appeared to be little interest in the aim ninja, Shino was bought. Frightening and yet gave off no threatening notion or killing intent. Out of my way. Oboro launched forward and punched Shino, who dodged underneath the attack by bending his knees. With a smirk, the aim ninja launched a kick at the low Konoha nin only to watch him dodge by leaping into the air. Unable to react in time, Shino kicked Oboro in the face while in midair, sending him into a nearby tree. The siblings arrived in time to watch the Aburame's trap spring as Kikaichu charged from all directions and began to swarm over the body of the rain shinobi. Ah! He screamed in terror, unable to escape the insects. Knowing it would only be a matter of seconds before his chakra was drained, Shino was content to stand back and watch his insects work. He became unsettled as Oboro's outline began to deteriorate underneath the swarm and ordered the Kikaichu off of him. They watched as his body melted into mud. Apparently he had enough chakra to use the jutsu to escape. He got away, Naruto said, crossing his arms. He wanted to pay him back for trying to attack him. It seemed as if he wouldn't get the chance to, at least not that time. Damn it, I was going to make him pay. Sasuke growled. Shino remained quiet, thankful his teammates did not blame him. Although his family would hate to admit it, there was no 100% way to capture an opponent even after ensnaring them with Kikaichu. A resourceful one could use a jutsu to escape or somehow get the bugs off their person. Still, he was not aware there would be such skilled combatants in the exam. He would have to be even more careful the next time he used that technique. We made quite a ruckus, we should move before more squads show up. Agreeing with Shino's words, the three began to move when a loud howl came from a far-off area, forcing them to turn in its direction. Seeing a projectile headed for him, Naruto quickly brought up a hand and caught the small pebble inches from his eye. Confused, he scrunched his eyebrows and again looked in that direction. The howl only got louder and they were able to identify it as the familiar howl of a strong wind, but it was unnatural. What is this? Shino began to feel the wind pushing at him and dug his heels into the ground, leaning forward. It isn't natural, we need to. Before Sasuke could warn them further, the attack hit their position and sent them flying back. She found herself flying through the air in some sort of whirlwind. Desperately she oriented her body and properly landed on a tree, her feet planted with chakra. Staying in a low crouch, she held up an arm to shield her eyes from dirt and tried to make out her teammates in the chaos. Shino ordered his insects to retreat from the area as they were being flung all over the place. Sasuke was right. The attack wasn't a natural occurrence. His bugs could sense the chakra and at first tried desperately to halt it to no avail. Whoever was attacking them was extremely powerful with futon techniques. He was able to safely land on a tree branch and saw Naruto go flying without anything to grab onto. Naruto! He shouted in vain to get his partner's attention, only for the blonde to be flung farther into the forest, separating them. This isn't good. As the wind died down, the remaining teammates were able to regroup with one another. Shino pointed out the direction in which Naruto flew in an attempt to calm the stressed Uchiha girl. We need to go get him. He might be hurt. It will have to be fast, before the person who... Wait. Shino turned around, sensing something. Wait. They turned their backs to one another, trying to find the new presence. Their attackers soon revealed themselves by leaping down to the ground with them. The Kusa shinobi. Her smile caught them off guard as she eyed them like mice. I finally found you. I was starting to think I would never get the chance to face the infamous Uchiha. She laughed, a sinister sound that echoed in their eardrums. While looking them over, she noticed that one was missing but realized it would make little difference. It would seem her attack had stirred up nearby wildlife and she was sure he would be appropriately handled. Kukuku. At least that pretender isn't here to bother us. It will give us time to get to know one another. Sasuke's eyes widened in anger as she retrieved a kunai, not taking kindly to the insult. How dare you insult Naruto in front of me? Shino put a hand on her shoulder to try and rein her in. There was something seriously bothering him. The Kusa ninja reached into her back pocket and retrieved an earth scroll, making their eyes widen and focus on the objective they had been given. With a smile she held it up and moved it around as if teasing a cat with a ball of yarn. This earth scroll is what you need, is it not? Quote. Shino froze, eyes wandering down to his pocket to see the scroll still stashed away. How did she know? Let us make it the prize for this battle then. With tea. Had she stretched her mouth and like a snake, devoured the scroll in one gulp. This disturbing scene upset the two young genin who found themselves suddenly woefully unprepared for the standoff. Regardless of this person's power level, they were not right in the head. The Kusa shinobi didn't even need to taunt them as she was already in their head, propagating herself as their nightmare. Now then, staring them down, she spread one eyelid open, forcing their attention. They were overtaken with a very vivid vision of their future death at the hands of the person before them. A large weight slammed onto their shoulders and forced them to the ground, unable to shake the fear or even move an inch. Disappointed, the Kusa shinobi saw they were no longer cornered animals and now resembled cowering mice. Retrieving two kunai, she sought to end the fight quickly. If this is all you can handle, it would seem this is the end. She approached the two slowly to draw out their coming demise. Have to move. Sasuke's hand twitched as her fear kept her paralyzed, unable to look away from their executioner. Shino took a deep breath and began to focus, calling his Kikaichu to return. If his bod was paralyzed, then he would have to adapt to the situation accordingly. He only hoped the same. It would take all they had just to escape this new enemy, let alone fight him. Naruto attempted to orient himself as the technique's wind wore off but failed to react quick enough to stop himself from hitting a tree. Shaking it to the roots, the blonde focused chakra to the soles of his feet and oriented himself on the trunk. rubbing his head in obvious pain. Ow! Where did all that wind come from? Be careful, I sense trouble approaching. Heeding the warning, Naruto kept his eyes on the surroundings and he was able to feel a slight vibration on the tree. It was as if something very large was making its way toward him, but at the same time it was so subtle it was hard to tell what the creature was. It was out of nowhere that a large brown snake charged him on the tree and forced him to launch himself higher. Tree bark shattered as the serpent smashed headfirst into the spot where Naruto had once been. Reorienting itself to face his new location, it wrapped itself around the tree and surged forward, surprising the blonde at its speed. Oh crap! Naruto leapt from the tree and just barely missed the creature's gaping maw, clamping down just a few inches from his head. Landing on an opposite tree, the blonde reached into his back pocket for shuriken and kunai, launching a few while giving ground to the fast-approaching snake. While most landed, all they did was serve to annoy the creature into launching more heated attacks, and Naruto feared he was wasting valuable time. If this thing is here to distract me from helping Sasuke and Shino, I need to take it down quick. Then use my chakra, the Kyuubi ordered with a growl. Annoyed the boy was only now realizing it. Use it to protect your precious Sasuke. Naruto felt himself tempted as he knew how effective it was, but he remembered his family's fear to seeing him encased in the orange chakra. He remembered the looks he would receive from townsfolk, how they despised him for what he could become, a monster. He could not deny the bloodlust that flowed through him every time he took chakra from Kyuubi. Glaring at the approaching beast, the blonde made up his mind. Standing his ground, he closed his eyes, and when he opened them, his red Sharingan activated in opposition to the approaching serpent. No, I don't need your chakra, Kyuubi. I'm going to use a technique I learned from the Forbidden Scroll. The beast growled in anger but kept itself in reserve. At the very least, the boy was making use of the technique. It worked so hard for him to memorize. Although it was frowned upon by the other shinobi, he knew it would give his container an advantage, especially with the Sharingan eyes used to copy them perfectly. Remembering the hand signs, Naruto began to build up chakra in his gut, keeping calm as the creature charged him on the same branch. Taking a deep breath, the blonde bent his head back and launched the white-hot flame forward to engulf the creature. Not since the third Hokage had the technique been performed correctly, no one having the chakra nor control to hold the super-hot flame for long. Kaden. Karyu Enden. Quote, the wave of white flame engulfed the serpent right in front of the Uchiha, halting its advance and forcing it writhe around in pain. Naruto felt great pressure on him as he kept up the jutsu, realizing why it was in the forbidden text quickly. Nevertheless, he continued to spew the flame as the snake began to disintegrate into ash, only stopping when there was little more than soot left. Canceling the technique, Naruto fell to one knee and held his chest, feeling out of breath. It was as difficult as referenced to in the scroll, but he was still able to pull it off. Despite his position, it gave him a little hope for the future to know his strength was increasing. Don't dawdle unless you wish to see your friends destroyed. With those words, Naruto awoke from his dream of grandeur and launched himself in the direction he had come from. He didn't know why, but he felt a rock forming in his stomach, pain and worry that seemed to echo from his friends. Whatever was happening, he would stop it. He had to. And this is how it ends. Orochimaru launched the kunai at Sasuke and Shino, forcing them to play their cards. Kikaichu swarmed over the bug user and the kunai passed harmlessly through them. Scattering the insects revealed that Shino had substituted himself and was now elsewhere, safe for the moment. Sasuke stabbed herself in the leg with her kunai, using the pain as a forced awakening. Rolling to the side and away from the attack, she launched herself into the air and onto a low-hanging tree branch. Removing the bloodied weapon from her leg, she knelt down to catch her breath and to try and calm herself. That was too close. This person is not normal. The Kusa ninja smirked and the Konoha shinobi were taken by surprise as a snake launched from the forest behind her, pursuing Sasuke through the nearby branches. Its large jaw enough to snap a tree in two. The young girl found herself overcome by fear as she leapt from branch to branch trying to evade it. Shino found himself having difficulty keeping up and was unable to protect her. He watched as she launched into the air a mere moment before the snake destroyed a branch in an attempt to eat her. Stay away from me, she screamed, launching half a dozen shuriken into its mouth, shredding its insides and making it fall limp on a nearby branch. Sasuke reoriented herself on a nearby tree and took a deep breath, watching the snake for any movement and momentarily forgetting about the Kusa shinobi. Shino had lost track of their opponent until his insects warned him that there was something inside the snake. Focusing his eyes on it, he cringed in disgust as the snake's skin moved around from the inside as something pushed its way through. The Uchiha girl's eyes widened in unbridled fear. Orochimaru emerged from inside the snake unharmed. Playing with his tongue like a snake, he threatened to devour her whole even from his distance. Your eyes match that of prey. Good. To survive, you can never look away from the predator. The Kusa ninja launched kunai and shuriken at Sasuke, forcing her higher up the tree and allowing him the time to jump to her location. Running up the trunk of T. He was like a vanguard of her doom, and her knees shook with fright. All her previous strength had been sapped and she knew herself outmatched. Naruto, I need you here. Help me. She pleaded, clutching her kunai as a lifeline. Unable to move, mere moments before reaching her, a hail of kunai and shuriken were launched from above, forcing Orochimaru to retreat in the face of a new arrival. Her eyes gravitated upward to see a very familiar Uchiha boy standing on a large branch, arms crossed and a defiant smile spread across his lips. Looks like I made it just in time. Orochimaru scowled. As he had hoped his pet would have kept him out of the way longer, even killing him wouldn't have been out of the question. His alone time with Sasuke was at an end. No matter, he thought, he would just have to break him in front of her. Shino caught up and quickly read the situation, glad to see Naruto had arrived when he did. Free from fear, he began to position his Kikaichu and launch them at the Kusa shinobi, forcing him to leap from branch to escape. It bought them some time for Naruto to pick up Sasuke and get her away from the fight for a moment. Quickly the blonde set her down against a tree trunk, allowing her time to catch her breath and for him to assess the situation. It seemed their opponent was the Kusa shinobi from before, and he had done something to frighten Sasuke. It almost unnerved him seeing her in that state, as it was difficult to shake the girl from her usual attitude. Calm down, Sasuke. Everything will be all right, he assured her with a smile, something she could not return. Nah, Naruto, we need to get out of here. He's too strong. She grabbed his shirt, shaking him in an attempt to get him to listen. Confused, he placed his hand over hers and tried to loosen her grip, but found it difficult to do so. She was downright terrified. Her eyes darted left to right, watching for the enemy, and her legs wobbled so much he was afraid she might not be able to stand on her own. Sasuke, what happened to you? Naruto, you need to hurry. The blonde looked over his shoulder and saw Shino struggling to control his bugs fast enough to keep up with Orochimaru. He jumped from branch to branch and slithered up the tree trunk to the Aburame, unable to be stopped. In a last-ditch effort, Shino ordered his Kikaichu to him and then sent them forward in a tidal wave to overwhelm the opponent. Sensing no movement, he let his guard down for a moment when Orochimaru appeared from beneath him and launched a fist into Shino's face. It sent him flying back and downward, shattering tree branches to slow his descent before coming to a stop against a lower branch out of their sight. Not moving, the Aburame was unconscious from the hit. Shino, Naruto shout. Unable to believe his teammate was taken down with a single hit. Orochimaru landed on a nearby branch as Sasuke got into a crouch and eyed him with fear. Even with her Sharingan activated, she still could not follow his movements fully and knew they were at a terrible disadvantage. That conclusion left her with only one viable option to save her team: give up the scroll. Stop, she cried out, making the two fighters look at her. We will give you the scroll if you leave us alone. The Kusa ninja smiled, bowing his head. A well-contrived thought. In this situation it would seem to be the only option for you to survive. He looked back up and saw Naruto with a look of betrayal displayed across his features. However, it would seem your team member does not agree. Sasuke returned Naruto's glare with her own. He had no idea what he was facing. If this was her only way to protect them, then she would do it without hesitation. What the hell do you think you are doing? Naruto growled in disbelief that his sister was giving up. You have no idea what this enemy is. There is no way we can beat him like we are now. We will be destroyed. If Shino were, it's thanks to Shino we have the ability to counterattack. We need to work together to destroy him. Naruto interrupted her in frustration, trying to make her see. Stop it and just listen to me. Annoyed with his idiocy and ignorance of the situation, she raised her voice to him for the first time, practically screaming. Her reaction fell on deaf ears as Naruto turned away from her and faced their opponent, a glare settling on his features as he knew that that person was the culprit for Sasuke acting differently. I'm listening, all right, she calmed herself as she listened to him, not sure what he was trying to say. And all I'm hearing is defeat and fear. I think someone needs a reminder of just who they are. Sasuke couldn't believe her ears as she watched him reach for a kunai, getting into a ready stance. Naruto, don't. Let me refresh your memory on what being an Uchiha is all about. The blonde launched forward and created clones in midair, meeting the Kusa ninja in close combat. The clones were quickly defeated with a series of punches and kicks as their offense was sloppy, leaving only the original blonde to contend with. Activating his Sharingan, Naruto weaved in and out of punches and kicks, seeing the OVs before they were done by Orochimaru. Kneeling under a kick, the blonde grabbed the bark for a handhold and launched his legs forward in a kick, forcing his opponent back. Going through hand signs, he surprised Orochimaru by charging forward, not giving him a chance to prepare. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu. Quote, dozens of small fiery projectiles launched from his mouth and forced the snake to become semi-elastic to dodge them all at such a close range. A clone appeared at Orochimaru's side and took him by surprise, kicking him and launching him into the lower branches. The blonde leapt off the edge in pursuit as Sasuke could only watch and weakly call his name through her tears. He was fighting for her, to protect her. She could never forgive herself if he got hurt because of her inability to fight. It was then his words to her echoed in her mind and they sent a chill down her spine. I will protect you with my life. No, Naruto. You can't. You can't die. You can't. The two shinobi launched their jutsu at one another. Orochimaru's mud collided with Naruto's fireball and forced them to break off as they landed on a tree branch. Grabbing a kunai, Naruto charged forward but was taken by surprise as Orochimaru launched a kick that went one way but then bent in another direction. It sent him flying from the branch as the man bit his thumb and began going through hand signs. Kuchios. Quote, he slammed his hand onto the bark and from the smoke appeared another serpent, this one even larger than its previous brethren. With a smile he launched it at its target but not the one that was prepared for it. Naruto landed on a branch below and looked up to see a new snake had been summoned. Grabbing another kunai for one in each hand, he prepared to meet it in the air, launching forward. Instead he saw it arch up for a higher branch and his eyes quickly followed it to a frightening conclusion. It was headed for Sasuke. Damn it. Naruto landed on a branch and then launched himself upward, knowing he would not make it in time. Kyuubi, lend me some of your chakra. With a sudden boost of speed, the blonde launched himself into the air one more time in a desperate attempt to cut off the serpent before it could hit the vulnerable Sasuke. The Uchiha girl had watched the short but intense fight between her brother and the Kusa shinobi from the higher branch, trying to gather what strength she could to move. Finally able to stand on her own, her legs locked again as she saw the snake make its way toward her. Their eyes locked. She once again remembered her fear and could not move. She watched as its head came barreling toward her, preparing to smash into her. Unable or unwilling to watch, she closed her eyes and kept them shut, waiting for the inevitable hit. When none came, she slowly opened her black orbs to see a heavily breathing Naruto mere inches from her, both kunai stabbed deep into the snake's skull. The blonde got between her and the serpent and was able to use a combination of his chakra and Kyuubi's to stop its inertia at the branch at the cost of much of his energy. Slowly he looked up and revealed his Sharingan to her, some blood dripping from his mouth from internal wounds. Unable to say anything, Sasuke's lip quivered in shock. He had saved her. Even after she said it was impossible, Naruto had done it. Sasuke. Are you okay? He asked with somewhat deep tone. The aftereffects of Kyuubi's chakra. Naruto. She squeaked out, unable to think of more to say. Orochimaru landed on their branch and charged forward, turning Naruto's attention away from his beloved sister. Detaching himself from the snake, he launched forward and engaged Orochimaru in close combat. Under much fatigue, the blonde was hard-pressed to keep up with the Sannin who had only been playing with him previously. To truly finish him, I suppose I will have to seal away that nasty chakra. Orochimaru kicked Naruto in the stomach and forced him back to where Sasuke was. The blonde stumbled but got back up in a broken Uchiha stance, not willing to let him near her while he was drawing breath. The snake put one arm behind his back and gathered chakra for the seal while Naruto arced forward in an attempt to stop him before he was ready. "Naruto, please stop," Sasuke shouted. He had already done too much for her. Please don't die for me. I won't let you near her," he shouted as Orochimaru smirked, sending his glowing hand forward for the Uchiha's stomach. "It's over for you, brat." Naruto felt all the air leave his lungs and blackness overtake him as the pain from ceiling was too great for his body to handle. With a violent kick he was sent flying off into the darkness. "Naruto!" Sasuke screamed, trying to reach out for him only to realize he was gone. Her eyes turned back to Orochimaru. His sickening smile riled up locked away anger that flooded her body. Now that the nuisance is out of the way, Orochimaru was cut off as the girl suddenly disappeared and then sent a bone-shattering punch to his stomach, knocking the air from his lungs. Not wasting time, she sent an equally powerful kick to his head that sent him flying back into the tree trunk. Her Sharingan ablaze and vengeful tears flowing from her eyes, her glare sent chills down the Sannin's spine. "I'll kill you. I will kill you for that." Naruto's body continued to drop at an alarming rate through the forest, deep into the lower branches. It was only when a kunai was thrown and pegged his shirt to a tree did he finally stop. A wounded Shino found the strength to stand and saw that he had successfully saved his teammate from what would have been a lethal drop. It was then that he knew he had to go and help Sasuke finish the fight, or else it would not matter whether or not Naruto's death was staved off by a few minutes. "I need to hurry." He launched himself up the trees even with some difficulty in his legs from the fall he took. Above him he could see distant forms of light and far-off sounds of battle and knew he had to hurry. It was a good sign to see Sasuke was fighting again, but it would matter little if they could not figure out a way to defeat or disable their opponent. Sending his Kikaichu in first, he hoped they would at least do some good as he made his way back up to the top branches. A shower of tree bark and wood nearly hit him and he figured the battle was getting worse, making him push himself harder to leap from tree to tree. More fire and wood later and many of his insects burned carcasses began to drop from above, signifying their defeat. Ignoring the small feeling of shame that they were not able to help Sasuke, he jumped again and finally arrived within visual distance of the fight. Wires had wrapped around the Kusa shinobi to tie him to the tree, keeping him immobile for Sasuke's Kaden attack. Holding the ends to said wires in her mouth, she went through the proper hand signs and launched the tendrils of fire straight at the central point of attack. Knowing he would only get in her way, Shino kept his distance and allowed her to finish the attack, trying to catch his breath at the same time as analyze the fight. A scream echoed the forest as the flames reached their zenith, hitting a crescendo as Sasuke intensified the attack fueled with all her anger and pain. As her chakra ran dry, the girl released the wires and slowly the battlefield went quiet. Their eyes rested on the unmoving form of the Kusa shinobi in hope that it was finally over. Their inner fears were realized when an eye opened from what appeared to be flayed skin. They soon realized it was a second layer. The real skin of the monster was snow white with yellow piercing eyes set on the young Uchiha. Although shocked, the girl let out a roar and charged forward, taking her teammate by surprise. "Sasuke, no!" He launched himself forward but flinched in pain, unable to make the jump properly. The wires fell from Orochimaru's body, allowing him to free his neck and launch it forward toward the girl, intent on giving her a reward for her great performance. Unaware of the danger posed, Sasuke readied a fist to hit the approaching head, trying to use her Sharingan to track it, expecting a headbutt. Shino landed on the branch and ran forward to try and stop her, even though he knew it was too late. The Sannin latched himself onto the girl's neck, easily avoiding her attack thanks to her fatigue. She screamed in pain as the man began to transfer blood and chakra into her body, even as Shino desperately charged them with his remaining Kikaichu to try and stop whatever he was doing. Orochimaru detached himself from her, whispering a few words in her ear before retreating to his body and disappearing into the bark. Shino ran up behind Sasuke. And leaned down to help her when she began to scream again, this time even louder and in serious pain. He watched helplessly as some sort of mark appeared on her neck from where Orochimaru had bit her. Whatever it was clear that the girl was not in a healthy state as she fell to her knees, clutching her neck in an attempt to keep the pain from getting worse. The man's words continued to play in her head as unconsciousness fell over her. Unable to forget, those words would haunt her for many years to come. You will come to me for power, Sasuke-chan. It is impossible to escape from your destiny. Sasuke. Shino knelt down to check her pulse after she collapsed, fearing the worst. A small sigh of relief came over him after realizing she was only unconscious, but that was when his mind caught up with him. He had failed the squad, he was the first to go down and was unable to support Naruto when he needed him the most. His hand brushed Sasuke's wound, even she had been lost because of his weakness. Gathering her into his arms, he slowly made his way back down to Naruto. He needed to find a safe place to nurse them back to health, and reflect on his failures. Father, Naruto, Sasuke. As the young Aburame leapt from branch to branch, he felt an emptiness settle in his gut. It was a feeling he had not felt before, it was shame. I have failed you, and so the mystery of whether or not Sasuke would receive the cursed mark or not has been confirmed. For some this may lead to some radical thoughts as far as what may happen in the upcoming chapters and arcs, and how this will affect our young Sasuke's thoughts and actions. Poor Naruto. For all his effort to protect Sasuke, he was unable to fulfill his promise. He would rather have died than let Orochimaru touch her. It will be tough to see him react if he finds out what happened while he was out. And what of Shino? Although he did his best to keep Orochimaru occupied, he was overwhelmed by the Sannin's speed and defeated early in battle. Seeing his teammates fall in front of him has really sapped the confident and cool demeanor the Aburame generally holds. Is he really at fault as he thinks he is? How will he redeem himself in the future? All these answers will be found in the next and upcoming chapters of Blonde Uchiha, where the Oto squad preys on a weakened Team 7. Will they find a cornered group of mice to pulverize, or will they wake up something that could only come from their nightmares? Find out with the next update as I see you next in Namikaze Assassin Review. Triumph with Trouble Brewing. The Blonde Uchiha Chapter 15. Triumph. Trouble Brewing. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto. Speaking. Thinking. Jutsu. Tailed Beast Speak. Narutox Sasuke's Makoto. Age Alert. Just to let everyone know where we stand. Sasuke and Naruto are now age 13, normal age during time frame, and Makoto is 33. Makoto has been made younger for our purposes in this story. Time frame. Naruto and Sasuke are now Genin, while Makoto has returned to active duty as a Leaf Junin. A future disclaimer in the response to many angry reviewers from last chapter. This story is, and always has been, planned to be written around the general manga plot. Some have assumed this story was going to go in a radical new direction because of Naruto being an Uchiha, Sasuke being a girl, Makoto being alive, etc. etc. That is naive, or how my story was planned to be written. I have always wanted to explore the idea of Naruto, someone that I compare to a Senju in ideals, mixing with the hot-blooded Uchiha to form an interesting balance. I wanted to do this in a familiar setting and so chose to stay within the general manga plot line, using the same arcs, events, and characters. Now this story is far from a carbon copy, as that would imply a person sits down and reads word for word the manga. This story gets its uniqueness from the new characters, situations, and chapters I come up with that adapt around the idea of Naruto Uchiha. That's what you all came here to see, or should have come here to see, Naruto Uchiha paired with a female Sasuke and Makoto. Don't get me wrong and think I am totally against those very opinion or views and messages that call the story a carbon copy or believe I'm getting off my original track. It just shows they really had their own vision of the story and do not feel as I am conveying it the way they expected it to go. The thing is that I am writing the story I want to tell. Whether it appeals to you or not is totally on you to decide. Thanks for everyone else supporting the story, regardless of the ups and downs. I can't wait to progress the storyline through part 1 and onward to part 2. If you haven't already, go check my profile and see the bolded text near the links. It gives details to find my DeviantArt account, which I have favorited and organized the pictures for my 3 current stories into categories. It's one way of getting around the links being taken down, as I know people like seeing pictures. Just keep in mind none of them are mine, all credit goes to the artists of each one. Konohagakure Forest of Death. Sasuke twisted in her sleep as pain spread from her neck to her toes. The young girl had been tossing and turning since Shino had gotten her and Naruto to the uprooted tree, clearly in some sort of terrible nightmare. After their encounter with Orochimaru, no one could blame her for remaining unconscious. Dutifully staying by his wounded teammates' side, Shino reapplied cold rags to their foreheads as he prayed they would awaken soon. Not only would they not proceed with the exam with them incapacitated, an attack would yield a potential 3-on-1 disadvantage for the Aburame. The prospect was not new to him, as he had prepared the clearing in which they were camped in should someone attempt an attack while his teammates remained unconscious. They will not get the better of me again, I promise. Looking to his teammates, he still felt like a failure to them. What he wouldn't give to replace himself as the unconscious one, but he knew it was foolhardy to focus on the past. For now he had to remain strong for the team and remember Kakashi's wisdom. Teamwork. Never abandon your teammates even if it means failing the mission. It had been relatively quiet since the morning rays began to poke through the thick forest canopy. What birds there were chirped salutations, and the sounds of conflict had all gravitated farther and farther away as teams neared the tower. With luck it meant they were safe to recover their strength. It was not long before patrolling Kikaichu came across new chakra signatures. 3 shinobi rapidly approached their warren from the treetops, evading the more obvious wire traps set by the bug user. As they approached a critical vantage point to look over the field, Shino got up from his kneeling position and slowly exited their safe haven in a challenging stance. If they were expecting to catch him by surprise, they were dead wrong. Dosu pushed some branches out of the way and observed the lone shinobi waiting for them to show themselves. He silently complimented the leaf shinobi and suspected he was a censor of some sort. With that in mind, he made a few hand signals to Kin and Zaku to enter from different angles to surround the hideout. If any of the leaf inside were awake and hiding, they would catch them. Zaku leapt down and took the center, smiling deviously at his soon-to-be dead enemy. It was time to rack up his first Chunin exam kill, and it looked like the Shades guy would be the first. Little did he know that Shino's attention was more focused on Kin and Dosu, his eyes shifting left and right as his Kikaichu clicked their mandibles to reveal their positions. Oi, Konoha, I'm your opponent, so don't even think about running. Shino remained in the middle of the clearing and continued to ignore the hot-headed youth. Annoyed, Zaku brought his arms up and began to charge his wind for a devastating attack. He would take out all 3 in one hit, he thought with a smirk. Dosu growled. If their opponent was trying to force Zaku into attacking first, he was doing a good job. He began to wonder if he should have taken the center when he saw that the leaf still made no motion, as if to dodge. Suspecting something, he signaled Kin to attack with Zaku. They would hit him from the sides should Zaku fail. Take this, you stuck-up bastard. Zankakyokua. Quote. Dosu and Kin launched from the trees with kunai ready to strike at Shino's sides. A wet explosion and scream forced their eyes on Zaku to see a not-so-pretty sight. Slowly but surely Kikaichu had been building up in the arms and disrupted the airflow, reversing the powerful attack on his own body. Flesh and bone splattered on the ground as the teen dropped to his knees in unbearable pain and shock. Zaku. Kin widened her eyes in concern and fear before she sensed an opponent on her opposite side. Another Shino Ha-D launched from the bushes that surrounded the clearing, intent on grappling the girl. Taken by surprise, she was just able to grab the Aburame's wrists but was forced down to the ground, and Kikaichu began to swarm over her body. Dosu watched it all as the girl screamed in fear, knowing that there was a chance she may not survive the attack. Intent on finishing the fight, Dosu kept on course with high-S kunai prepared with the original Shino, who still remained in the middle of the clearing. At the last possible second, Shino knelt and grabbed Dosu's outstretched arm, slapping an explosive tag on the melody instrument before flipping himself into the air. Before Dosu could latch out and grab him, he sent a bone-shattering kick to the bandaged youth's face and forced him into the dirt. As fast as his attack began, Shino disappeared into the dark forest that surrounded the now bloody battlefield. Still recovering to the hit on his head, Dosu heard the sizzling sound and quickly saw the tag on his arm. Knowing that he was dead if he hesitated, he pressed a button on the wooden construct and forced it to fall to the ground that let him retreat. The explosion rocked the ground and created smoke, curing his view of Zaku and Kin, who were still under attack. His retreat forced his foot to break a tripwire, and dozens of kunai launched at the sound ninja, forcing him to evade in another direction. Just as Shino expected, he retreated to the center of the clearing, and it allowed him to play his next card, Man-Eater Leeches. Dozens of the pink, slimy creatures fell from the treetops as Shino summoned them to the ground. Kikaichu scattered over Kin's incapacitated body to allow a few leeches room to feed. Zaku had already collapsed and was a sitting duck to a few more that found his broken arms perfect appetizers. The leader fared little better, slicing a few away with a kunai and dodging a few more. He was slowly being overwhelmed. We have not come so far to fail now. Dropping a smock E-bomb to the ground, the Oto ninja retreated under the cover of purple smoke. Not expecting him to have stamina remaining, Shino remained in his hiding place and coordinated his insects to find and catch the rogue shinobi. I'm up here, Aburame. Kunai and shuriken shredded the vegetation below the trees where Dosu took refuge. He had made note of Shino's escape even as he was hit with the stunning kick and was now goading him into an attack. A swarm of bugs was his answer as he began to dodge and jump away from the battlefield, making Shino give chase to ensure the battle finished. His calculations for the ambush were almost perfect. The attacks were timed perfectly and had just the debilitating effect the leaf shinobi needed to even the odds. What he could not predict was Zaku's stubborn Ina City to stay awake even after the pain inflicted on him. With the smoke covering his approach, the wounded boy shuffled forward with two limp arms at his side. Ignoring his pale teammate lying a few yards over, he continued toward his target with an intense fixation on inflicting as much pain as possible. It was only right to pay them back for his arms, right? Bastard. I'm gonna. With a roar, he ran forward and slammed his back against the tree, splattering the final leech's remains along with much of Zaku's blood everywhere around. Entering the dug-up tree, similarly dressed Genin, both unconscious. As he barely attention when Dosu relayed Orochimaru's orders, he had to take a moment to remember which one was their target. It was then that he distinctly remembered them referring to the person as a she, and realized the blonde was not their lord's concern. With unbridled fury, Zaku began to kick and stomp Naruto in the chest and face, quickly bruising and internally damaging him. It was all the more dangerous that Kyuubi's chakra had been sealed and made it next to impossible to mitigate or heal the wounds. Throughout the assault, Naruto remained blissfully unaware, save for a pained look taking over his face. Yeah, take this. You piece of shit. The cruel shinobi would say between breaths, the kicking taking what little stamina he had left. It was not long into the CK that he had the distinct feeling he was being watched. Ignoring it as it was probably Dosu returning, he continued to kick the blonde until the nape of his neck was roughly grabbed. Growling, he turned to greet the person who was also about to earn a kick. Look, Dosu, I'm fucking die. Zaku now saw that the girl was no longer laying on the ground sleeping but was now standing, but her face was different. A dark tattoo had spread across the left side of her body, revealing too late to him that she had been gifted with a curse mark. The power she used to throw him back outside was unreal, and he painfully skid along the grass and dirt until he came to a stop against a tree. Sasuke slowly stepped out into the light and observed her body, surprised by her own strength. Turning her attention back to the dead man that had been hurting her, Naruto, she felt the power rise again with her emotions. Kill him. Kill him for what he did. A voice whispered in her head. It appealed to her hot-headed emotions and forced her hand. No one touches him. No one. She launched forward and reappeared in front of Zaku, kicking him in the stomach and forcing him to double over in pain. He was given no time to recover as he was picked up again and slammed face first into the ground. Grabbing hold of one leg, Sasuke began to bend it back with all her might. In a combination of fear and excruciating pain, Zaku screamed at the top of his lungs, begging her to stop. The other two combatants returned to the field, one unconscious with the other lightly panting. Shino dropped Dosu onto the ground and ran over to the battle, wondering if perhaps Sasuke had awakened. What he saw horrified him. The Uchiha girl had the Oto shinobi's one leg bent like a pretzel and was beginning to do the same to the other one. Already unconscious from shock, Zaku could do nothing as the curse mark continued to influence Sasuke into committing such a disgusting act. Sasuke, stop. Her eyes wandered to Shino, hesitating for a moment. He hurt Naruto. It's his turn. The Aburame looked over at Naruto and saw him roughed up but alive. Even if it was like that, he knew Naruto wouldn't want to see his sister like that. We won, Sasuke. Let him go and calm down. The girl hesitated for a moment but scowled, beginning to bend the leg again. A sickening crack could be heard as the bone broke under the immense pressure put on it. This is what he gets for harming Naruto. Never again. Sasuke, Naruto wouldn't want this. This isn't you. She stopped again as her brain registered Shino's words. Taking a few steps back, she looked at Zaku and his mangled body and then to her blood-drenched hands that began to shake. The gravity of her actions finally reached her and she fell to her knees to scream in agony and disgust. Sighing, Shino released the bugs that had entangled Kin and repurposed them to moving her and her teammates to somewhere far from there. Their deaths were not necessary to victory, especially after what had happened to Zaku. He patted his jacket pocket with the 2 scrolls and was content for a moment, knowing that they had scored a real victory that could let them move to the next exam. He saw Sasuke collapse and the strange mark recede, allowing him to approach her and return the poor girl to bed. Whatever the Kusa shinobi had given her, it was clear it did not put her in the right state of mind during its activation. They would have to watch her closely and alert the proper authorities when they reached the tower so they could hopefully treat her. Naruto shifted in his leap and the Aburame hoped that he would awaken soon. Their team had much to do in a little amount of time. Naruto stirred, his eyes fluttering open to reveal tired blue orbs. Thoughts flooding through him, he remembered his fight with Orochimaru and quickly tried to sit up only to flinch and hold his ribs in pain. He remembered fighting against the Kusa shinobi and being struck by an attack on his stomach that knocked him unconscious. Naruto. A faint voice echoed in the back of his head. It was difficult to hear, as if it was distorted or blocked by some unseen force. Again it repeated in an annoyed tone. Naruto, check your chakra. Confused, the blonde tried to gather chakra and found it difficult to do so. It was as if trying to grab an eel in water. It was too slippery. It was and he realized the Kusa shinobi had not just knocked him out but had disturbed his chakra flow. Naruto formed the ram hand sign and prepared to disturb his own chakra flow. If the attack was like a genjutsu, it would come undone. Nothing happened and his chakra felt no different afterward. It was then that the faint voice of Kyuubi revealed the true opposition. It is a 5-element seal, not so easy to remove. You have only begun to dabble in the arts of sealing, but if we want to have a chance, we need your chakra back. I will walk you through. Listening to Kyuubi, the blonde brought his hand up and began to focus his chakra on each finger. It was no simple task, but slowly Naruto gathered each fingertip with chakra that could counteract the seal placed on him. Gently lifting up his shirt, he quickly brought the glowing hand onto his stomach and screamed in pain as the chakra attempted to cancel out the foreign seal. Kyuubi growled and knew it would fail, as the boy could not maintain the chakra flow necessary. Even if the boy could do it, his body was in no position to take the kind of pain it would inflict. Naruto. Hearing his roar riddled with pain, Sasuke and Shin-Oh entered from the outside of the shelter, his sister's eyes wide in apprehension. Canceling the technique, Naruto collapsed into her arms and let the warmth of her chest calm his pain, her fear settling down after seeing him up and about. The girl quickly became annoyed even as she gently stroked the side of his head. Baka, she scolded in a quiet voice, fear still lingering in her tone. You are still hurt from the fight. Take it easy. Sorry, Sasuke. I couldn't protect you. She just shook her head and smiled. I'm fine. Look. He did look her over and could not see any damage that had befallen her. It made him let go of the tension gathering in his shoulders and just rest easy in his sister's hold. Shino watched from afar and noted that she was not revealing the mark she had garnered from the fight. Regardless of her wish to comfort and shield Naruto from mental anguish, it was her duty to let her teammate know something as dangerous as that. He did not think twice about letting Kakashi know, because he knew even if Sasuke disagreed, it was necessary. I don't mean to break up your reunion, but we should get ready to move. We have stayed in this area long enough, I think. Sasuke turned and glared at Shino, holding her brother close in a protective manner. Naruto is not in a condition to move around, let alone fight. Gently the blonde pushed her away and got onto his own 2 feet. Surprising Sasuke but only receiving a respectful nod from Shino. He appreciated her concern, but it would take more than that to keep him from slowing the rest of them down. Thanks Sasuke, but I'm fine. If we stay any longer another team may stumble across us and then we would be in even more trouble. Still concerned, they turned outside with Shino and Naruto trailing behind. With a meant to talk, the 2 boys quickly exchanged condolences. Shino, are you okay? I saw you get hit bad in the last fight. The Aburame just shrugged. Anything he had was little in comparison to Naruto and Sasuke. I'm fine. I was more worried about you and your sister. You were both unconscious for a while. Naruto's eyes widened and he stopped Shino in his tracks, worry lacing his features. Sasuke was unconscious. What happened after I was knocked out? Shino's eyes drifted to the girl who was at the edge of the clearing. Her eyes were glazed over and she seemed to be remembering the damage she did to Zaku. Staring at the ground where his legs were broken. Dried blood and bits of bone still covered the ground, making it clear what a horrendous fight it had been. Surprisingly, the blonde paid it little attention and was more worried about Sasuke. The Kusa shinobi faked being defeated and knocked her unconscious at the end of the fight. He didn't take anything and just left, but his eyes wandered back to Sasuke, who was beginning to return, her eyes set on him. But what Shino? Naruto asked, confused. She was bitten by a snake. It was just a small one. Don't worry about it, Naruto. The girl quickly interrupted after picking up on the conversation, glaring at Shino, who kept his cool. He did not agree with her plan to ignore the seal and lie to Naruto, but he knew with her around he could not reveal the truth. Still confused, the blonde merely nodded and looked around, finally noticing the blood. Figuring it was better not to know, he turned back to Shino, who was ignoring Sasuke's hidden signals to be quiet. Anyway, I was able to obtain the other scroll while you 2 were asleep. For now I think we should split up and scout the area for other teams so that we can avoid them later. Naruto heard the news and smiled, patting his teammate on the back, which made Shino shift somewhat uncomfortably. Even though he appreciated the gesture, he was still not used to such personal contact. Nice one, Shino. The bug user merely nodded and pointed in a direction that led to even more forest. In the distance I scouted a river which runs through the entire course. If we follow it, we will eventually arrive at the tower. That is where we will rendezvous after scouting the area. Sasuke shrugged her shoulders. They had been on the sidelines long enough for her tastes. It was time for Team 7 to get back into the fight. Well then, let's get moving. The 3 quickly went their own separate ways in their search for other teams. Although it was unlikely that any remained in their area after so much time had passed, they had to assume there was at least one group of stragglers. After all the enemies they had encountered in their short stay in the woods, it was likely there were even more lurking nearby. Oh no, this is not good. A redhead stumbled through the forest, fleeing from a gargantuan monster. Holding her team's scroll tightly to her chest, she knew it was a dangerous idea to go off alone for water. No sooner had she stopped to fill their canteens did the largest bear she had ever seen emerge from the river and give chase. Frightened, she attempted to escape into the forest, but found that she was still being pursued. Rounding another tree, she tripped over the man-sized root and fell to the ground. With her glasses knocked loose, she found herself disoriented. Desperately she tried to find them as she heard the roar of the beast from behind her. It stood in front of her now, as she could tell from the large brown blur to her right. Crap, I'm so dead. I don't want to die like this. Arrrrrrrr. Jumping in surprise, she heard the animal yelp just as she picked up her glasses. She looked up to see the animal had been brought down in one hit by another shinobi. He stood on top of the bear. Looking down upon her, his eyes wandered to her scroll that lay tightly gripped in her free hand. Fearing he was there to fight, Karen could only stay still in hopes he would stay his hand. When he smiled, she immediately felt relief wash over her and allowed herself to relax. It was then that she noticed beneath his handsome blonde hair and cute whiskers what a strong chakra presence he had. A blush overcame her as the warmth inside of him threatened to submerge her entire body in ecstasy. Looks like you have an earth scroll. so we don't need to fight one another." Naruto smiled at her when she was unable to return, too mystified by her own thoughts. When he was about to jump away and return to the others, his side erupted in pain. Forced to drop to the ground, he rolled painfully through the grass and came to a stop a few feet away from her. Now on her feet, Karen ran over to him and looked him over, noticing he was quite well bruised from some fight. "How are you even moving?" she asked out loud, only to receive a grunt in pain from the blonde. Thinking quickly, she helped him to his knee and offered her arm. Puzzled, he looked at her with a questioning gaze. Once she returned with a bashful smile. "I know we are supposed to be enemies, but you saved me, now I can save you. My chakra can heal you, just bite my arm." Naruto was immediately taken aback by her offer. Not only because she was on a different team, but what she asked him to do. Bite her? Wouldn't that hurt her? No, he couldn't do something like that. "No, I'll be fine." He tried to stand, only to feel more pain and drop back to one knee. "Please. It won't hurt me." Hesitantly, the blonde brought his face up to her arm. He faintly noticed the smell of strawberries before opening his maw and slowly biting down on her skin. At first he wondered if he had bit hard enough, as she did not say anything, but as he clenched his jaw she moaned and a green chakra began to form around his body. He felt the wounds slowly go away, which were replaced by renewed strength he had not felt since entering the forest. Karen used her free hand to steady herself on the dirt as he released her from his grip. Now exhausted, she watched him stand up without pain and was glad she could return the favor. She had never gotten used to the feeling of using her chakra like that, but she knew she enjoyed it more than the boy would ever know. "Hey, are you all right?" he asked in concern as she did not get up with him, instead remaining on the ground to pant. "Yes, I just need a moment to rest." Naruto didn't feel comfortable leaving her there, but he knew he should return soon lest his sister worry. Before he left though, he wanted to ask one last thing. "What is your name?" Karen looked up and was somewhat surprised he was interested. Feeling a bit better, she stood on her own 2 feet a little ways away from him, wondering how she should respond. Seeing no harm in telling him her name, she did not make him wait long for an answer. "Karen. My name is Karen." He smiled, a smile that could make any girl's heart melt. It was one that would be ingrained in her memory for some time. "Well, Karen-chan, I want you to remember my name. Naruto Uchiha, the future Hokage. If you ever need anything, you come let me know, I owe you for this." Before she could respond, he leapt away in the direction of the tower. It was then she clearly saw the Uchiha symbol on his back and realized he had not been joking. She had not been aware that there was a male Uchiha still left. Orochimaru had only spoken about a female. With her leader in mind, the girl started to make her way back to the rest of her squad so she could continue her own mission. That boy was a nice distraction and she wouldn't mind seeing him again sometime in the future. Hokage or no, Konoha has some cute boys after all. Many hours later, Forest of Death. Central Tower. They had finally arrived. After what felt like weeks in Forest, the 3 genin could finally count themselves one step closer to becoming Chunin. Naruto and Sasuke walked together toward the meeting room where they had been ordered to go by Iruka, their old teacher who had been given the task of being their information giver. Shino lagged behind as his thought about Sasuke. How would he tell Naruto or Kakashi the news? Would the female Uchiha even give him the chance? His thoughts were interrupted when Naruto stopped walking. Hands on his stomach, he quickly excused himself to find the bathroom, leaving Shino and Sasuke to continue on their own. The uneasiness between teammates was clear as their differing opinions clashed in silence. They soon found themselves in a large amphitheater with the other assembled genin. It was relatively quiet and so the two quickly entered their own single file line with the others in equal silence. Most other genin seemed interested in them being there, but the jonin standing with the Hokage showed no signs of surprise. Kakashi, however, noticed his own student missing and wondered where Naruto wandered off to. Probably nothing. He was unable to shake the feeling since arriving at the tower that something unexpected had happened with his team. Even now his fears were stoked by the eerie quiet between Sasuke and Shino, not even offering one another a glance. His only hope was to wait for Naruto to come in and hopefully lighten the mood between them. Meanwhile, the Uchiha boy had wandered off to an abandoned meeting room for much-needed privacy. "What are you doing, boy?" Naruto grabbed his right arm at the elbow with his left, steadying it. With renewed concentration he began to focus chakra on each fingertip just as Kyuubi described. "You said it yourself, Kyuubi." He began to squint and sweat from the taxing seal technique. Nevertheless continuing, "We won't stand a chance without my chakra, and I'm tired of being the weak link after our last fight." Kyuubi was somewhat surprised by his determination after the pain he went through on the last attempt. He quickly began to grin though and knew that stubborn determination was one of the reasons the tailed beast had begun to take a liking to the boy even if he wouldn't admit to it. Eager to have his chakra unlocked again, Kyuubi coached the boy as each finger began to light up with chakra. Focus on each fingertip, visualize the chakra and shape it equally over your hand. If done correctly it should only take a few seconds to apply on your stomach. Goo. Damn it, this is hard. As he felt the chakra stabilize he wasted no time in slamming his open palm into his stomach, barely holding back the cry of pain he was hit with. The chakra disappeared from his fingers and he slowly began to stand, recovering from being without air in his lungs from the hit. "How do you feel?" Kyuubi asked, wondering if he could feel the effects. Naruto smiled as the beast within him did. "I'm back to 100%. Good, then get moving. We don't want to miss the first match." Naruto quickly left the room and navigated his way back to where he had parted with the other two. With a bit of work he was able to find his way into the RGE arena-like room and headed over to his squad's line. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Shino were in the middle of a bitter argument. "We need to tell the proctor." "No, we don't, Shino. Just shut up and stay out of it." Undeterred by her aggressive attempt at making him back down, the Aburame continued to try and talk sense into her. Even then, he realized it was a losing battle. "At least tell Naruto, he has the right to know." Sasuke narrowed her eyes as he struck a close nerve with the girl. After seeing her brother almost die fighting Orochimaru, she was not about to give him another reason to try and protect her. The less he knew the better. If Naruto finds out he will just get frustrated with himself and get angry. Then he might make a mistake that could cost him the chance to move on to the next exam. "I can tell him when this is over. Delaying will only make him feel worse, Sasuke. He will think you do not trust him." "Why?" "Because that is what family is about." She glared at him and pressed her finger into his jacket accusingly. "What would you know about something like that? You don't know our relationship at all." Shino shook his head. "You are right, I don't know. But I do, KN. How Naruto feels about you and this is wrong." Over his shoulder she saw Naruto coming and quickly lost her anger to avoid his questions. Noticing her gaze, Shino turned as well, realizing that she was going to remain quiet now. The blonde waved at his teammates before taking the first spot in their file, looking at the Hokage and the other Jonin assembled. Smiling, he was so happy they made it in one piece to the next exam. It wasn't long before the Hokage began his lengthy introduction to the gathered genin. In that time the genin took that time to familiarize themselves with those who they would be going up against. Shino was surprised to see the Oto ninja had made it to the finals. Zaku's legs had somehow been saved while his arms were resigned to casts. It also didn't explain how they not only recovered from losing their scroll but also got another one. That shouldn't be possible, it's almost as if someone helped them. Sasuke continued to bite back pain, holding her neck made somewhat obvious the source of her discomfort. Luckily Naruto remained facing forward and Shino stayed quiet. She could feel eyes on her and could see Kakashi eyeing her and knew Shino was as well. Why couldn't they leave her alone? Couldn't they see she was not any more happy about the situation than they were? "I can't let Naruto find out. No matter what." Soon the proctor arrived in front of Hokage and asked to be allowed to introduce the exam. When granted, he turned to face the genin and soon coughed into his hand. It was clear the proctor was not healthy, but still he pressed on. "Hello, I am the proctor of the third exam. My name is Hayate Gecko." Another cough after his introduction, he quickly got into explaining the purpose behind the test. "In this exam you will be pitted against a randomly selected opponent. One-on-one. Any technique or tool is allowed and the fight will continue until one is incapable of fighting. Because of your current numbers though, we will need to Hold preliminary matches to cut down the amount of participants. A few raised their voice in argument over this, especially 1010. So you are saying after working so hard to get here, none of us are eligible for competing to be Chunin? Quote, as we will be holding the primary matches in the arena with foreign delegates, they must not take up too much of the day. With the amount of genin here, it could easily take an entire day where we only have a part of the afternoon. Just consider this a way to eliminate your competition before preparing for the final fight. Now, coughing, he gestured to Anko, who spoke into her mic. The screen on the wall behind me will display the names of those who are to compete next. The rest of you will spectate from the balconies on either side of this room as the two genin remain here. Now then, we will begin the process. Eyes were on the screen as names were cycled through too quickly for most of them to pick up on. After a few moments, 2 names remained on the screen, dictating the first match of the preliminaries. Eyes set on the 2 who were selected. Sasuke smirked upon seeing the result but gritted her teeth in pain. She knew it would be hard to compete with the mark bothering her. But she had to try. They had come too far to give up so easily, and she was not a person to give up in a fight she knew she could win. Whoever Yoroi was, she would beat him and prove the cursed mark was nothing but an annoyance. Yoroi looked over toward her and noticed her pain. Smiling, he knew Orochimaru had gotten to her and thought it would be an easy victory. That curse mark hurt, huh? This will be quick. Naruto turned around and smiled at the girl who was able to return it. He had every confidence that if they could survive an encounter with Orochimaru, then she could beat another genin. Good luck, Sasuke, I'll be watching. Thanks, Naruto, I will win for sure. As soon as he headed past her, she again let her face reveal the pain afflicting her. Hino said nothing at first as he turned to leave, but he hesitated. Regardless of her actions, she was still his teammate. Good luck, Sasuke. Now isn't the time to lose. Surprised he said anything, Sasuke just kept staring at her opponent but smirked. Yeah, it really isn't. Kakashi walked by her but stopped before passing. Don't use your chakra, Sasuke. It will activate that seal and this match will be over before it begins. She looked surprised for a moment but resumed her calm facade. It was little surprise the Jonin could figure something was amiss after her heated argument with Shino. You knew. That seal is affecting your chakra. If you let it take over, it could kill you and endanger everyone here. I'll step in before it gets to that point, so good luck. I know that. Sasuke respo. NDED as he walked off to join the rest of the team on the balcony, leaving her alone with the proctor and her opponent. Without her Sharingan and Jutsu, this fight had already been decided from the start. The pain would affect her movement and taijutsu as well, putting her at a significant disadvantage. I'm really not in a good spot. Are the 2 fighters ready? Sure, I'm ready. Looking bet. The 2 Hayate could see both were determined to win. With his arm between them, he was ready to signal the first match to begin. Then if you are ready, begin. As soon as the proctor leapt back, Yoroi launched forward, his palm glowing with chakra. Another bout of pain sent Sasuke to the ground and she stumbled to recover. Before she could move far, Yoroi was on top of her with his glowing hand over her forehead, absorbing her energy. Wow, what is going on? What are you doing to my chakra? She tried to remove his arm but felt her arms grow weak. Yoroi snickered. For an Uchiha she wasn't very bright. You just noticed. I'm absorbing your chakra through my hand, leaving you with no energy to fight. This will be over in a minute, so just relax. Sasuke knew she had to get him off of her if she wanted to win. But her strength was ebbing. If this keeps up, I might have to use that damn seal. Realizing that was impossible, she quickly gathered strength in her leg and kicked Yoroi in the stomach. It launched the other genin back some feet away, giving her some room to recover. So, you still have some fight left in you. Don't worry, I'll make it quick. Yoroi was back up and running. Sasuke, who had just gotten to her feet. Even without her Sharingan, she was able to weave out of his strong arm attacks, although she was very sluggish from fatigue. One particular attack struck close to her neck with the seal, sending another wave of pain throughout her body. Sidestepping his attack, she stumbled past him in a sad attempt of dodging. Naruto watched his sister's movements with concern. This wasn't the Sasuke he knew. She would have used a jutsu or activated her Sharingan by then. Why was she hesitating? Was she playing with her opponent, or had the last fight taken more out of her than he thought? Whatever it was eating at the back of his mind as he watched her struggle to survive on the arena floor. Come on, Sasuke. Get your strength and fight back. Sasuke swung a kick around her back but saw her opponent leap away. Panting heavily, she was forced to listen to him goad her into fighting. Is that all you've got? I expected more from the illustrious Uchiha clan. I don't have the speed to keep away from him. No chance I can with taijutsu alone. Come on, Sasuke. Think. Don't let him talk to you like that, Sasuke. She turned as she heard Naruto speak up, his frustration with the fight boiling over. You are an Uchiha, you are better than this. He was right and she knew that, but the pain was too much for her to handle. It was then she noticed Rock Lee standing next to him on the railing and remembered back to when they fought one another. His foot techniques and taijutsu aside, she remembered him constantly trying to get Naruto in midair where he would be vulnerable. It was then she was hit with an idea. In her condition it would probably be the last move she could pull off, but it was the best she could think of. Don't turn your back on me. Oi charged forward, intent on grabbing her with his hand, forcing her to back up and weave in and out of his lunges. The proctor looked on, surprised by the Uchiha's passive behavior. He was expecting her to be more aggressive. With her current state, he wondered if she could continue. Is this all we will see? After another missed lunge, Sasuke smirked and sidestepped out of Yoroi's view. He quickly began to look around in a panic, trying to find her. Don't try and underestimate an Uchiha. From beneath him she launched him up into the air with a kick to his jaw. Now flying through the air, Yoroi sensed a presence underneath him and was shocked to see her flying parallel to him. Rock Lee and Guy widened their eyes in recognition of that technique. It was almost identical to their own. How did she pull something off like that? I'll admit that it isn't my most original move, but now it's over for you. She was just about to begin when the curse mark began to act up, spreading over her neck and face. Growling, she tried to resist it and knew that she could not hide it from Naruto anymore. Angered by her show of weakness, Sasuke continued to fight against its influence as everyone continued to watch. Naruto saw the strange marks take over her neck and immediately turned to Shino. Was this what he was trying to warn them about? Why did Sasuke keep something like that to herself, and what did it mean? What the hell is going on? Shino just continued to watch and knew that the secret was out. He was now worried about what might happen if she was to lose control again. It would not end well for any of them if that happened. Is this the end? Kakashi wondered if it was time for him to intervene. Inside her mind, Sasuke played over the events the last time she succumbed to the evil chakra. The pain she inflicted on Zaku and the harsh words Shino spoke to her. Replaying those words over in her head gave her strength. This isn't you. Naruto wouldn't want this. You are an Uchiha. You are better than this, Sasuke. Yeah, I am better than this. I am in control. The cursed mark suddenly receded, surprising Anko, who had not been expecting her to control it so soon. Launching a kick to Yoroi's side, she quickly recovered after it was blocked. Ignoring his taunt of already beating her, she twisted her body around and launched a devastating clothesline to his neck, sending him flying toward the ground. Spitting out blood, the spy could do nothing but watch as Sasuke twisted around again and punched him in the stomach. It isn't over yet. As soon as he hit the ground with a she did an axe kick onto his stomach with enough force to knock Yoroi into unconsciousness. She slid away and fell over onto her stomach, all the adrenaline and strength leaving her in one moment. All eyes watched the dust settle as neither fighter moved. It was now up to the proctor to deliver the verdict. Hayate wandered over to Yoroi and saw he had lost consciousness. Well, this one is done. Hearing a grunt, he looked over at Sasuke and saw her get to her feet, unsteadily. Even though she was just barely holding it together, it was clear to him that she was the winner. With her opponent unable to continue the fight, I declare Sasuke Uchiha the winner. Naruto began to clap and cheer for his sister, eliciting the rest of the Konoha genin to cheer as well. Suna and Oto continued to stare, not satisfied with the end result. Shino let loose a sigh of relief and noticed Kakashi disappeared. The Jonin joined his student and steadied her before she fell, making her turn her head to address him. Not bad, he commented in his usual tone. She smirked. After only briefly observing Rock Lee's style of taijutsu, you were able to imitate its aerial variant almost perfectly. Your Sharingan must have helped you copy it. Sasuke said nothing but acknowledged that without watching Naruto fight him she would not have had a chance to win. Feeling pain all over her body that was not from the seal. It quickly was made apparent it was not often. It really took a lot out of me, she thought as she held her side. Rock Lee watched on, still mesmerized by her ability to emulate his technique. She had not even seen him fully perform it and yet was able to not only copy but create her own technique. Truly she was a skilled shinobi worthy of his affection. A medical shinobi team had been deployed to the field and took Yoroi out on a stretcher. One approached Sasuke to bring her along as her wounds were also extensive. I think you should come to the infirmary as well, Uchiha-san. Kakashi looked at him and made it clear that would not be possible. You are out of your league with this one. I'll take care of her. With a clear rebuttal, the medical ninja had no choice but to head out with his compatriots. Kakashi rested a hand on Sasuke's shoulder and leaned in close. We need to seal that curse mark off immediately. Sasuke turned to face him clearly and sensed she would be missing the rest of the matches. What? But I'll miss the rest of the preliminaries. I want to see who wins. I need to see Naruto. Forget it. Don't even think about arguing with the danger you know that seal is capable of. He lowered his voice after scolding her. Naruto will understand after Shino explains the situation. Give him a little more credit. Resigned to her fate, she sighed and began to walk out of the stadium. Her teammates watch her go with Kakashi at her side. Confusion laced their features. As soon as they were out of view, Naruto turned on Shino and slammed him against the wall. The other teams looked on as the two seemed ready to fight one another. Naruto's Sharingan flared and Kikaichu began to emerge from Shino's sleeves. Before they could come to blows, the blonde demanded an explanation. He had to know what had happened to Sasuke while he was unconscious. What the hell happened to her after I was knocked out? Tell me. He gripped the Abarame's jacket with white knuckles, showing his fervor. Although it wasn't under the best circumstances, Shino was glad he could finally reveal the truth to Naruto. He was not the kind of person to lie even after Sasuke's request to keep it quiet. As her brother, he deserved to know the truth. When we fought against Orochimaru, she had almost beaten him. We let our guard down when he got back up and latched onto her neck, biting her. Afterward, some sort of seal formed in the same spot. That was what you saw during the fight. As he listened, Naruto's grip slowly faltered as he processed the information. During your recovery, we were attacked by Sound Ninja and she woke up. After seeing you getting hurt, she activated the mark on accident and almost killed the other genin. It took just about everything I had to get her to stop, but even then, it was close. Whatever it is, that mark is dangerous and evil. And so, Sasuke didn't tell me. She didn't want you to worry about her and act irrationally. I disagreed, but she did not give me a chance to warn you before. Now, Shino watched as the Uchiha backed up, clearly distraught. I'm sorry, Naruto. Naruto was quiet for a long pause before he tightened his fists and anger came over him again. It was Orochimaru's fault that his sister was in pain and he was unable to do anything, again. Why am I so weak? I can't even protect my sister properly. He was speaking in low tones, but Shino heard perfectly. He did not know what to say in order to comfort him. That bastard Orochimaru. I'll kill him. Naruto eyed Shino, his Sharingan activated again. Mark my words, Shino. I will kill him before this is over. With the most determined and resolute voice he had heard from the blonde, Shino knew there was no lie. He could only nod in response, respecting Naruto's wish. After the disgrace he suffered at the hands of the rogue ninja and the hurt caused to his team, Shino would like revenge too. Right behind you. Before they could continue, the proctor announced next two fighters and they looked at the screen. Shino was up next against Zaku. It seemed they were fated to finish their fight. Naruto just gave Shino a nod of confidence as the Leaf Genin disappeared to the arena floor. If they wanted to avenge Sasuke, they couldn't get held up in some preliminary match. Both of them had to win to see it through to the end, and that was what they planned to do. Zaku leapt to the ground, both arms wrapped together in front of his stomach. He was glad he could finally get revenge against the Konoha shinobi who did that to his arms. With Orochimaru's support, he was able to heal his legs and one of his arms. Even with the warnings from his teammates not to compete, he didn't care, he just wanted to see Shino pay. "It's time I pay you back for what you did in the forest." Shino said nothing, just as he did the last time, standing resolute on his side of the arena. "If you face me, you really won't have any arms left to heal." The Oto ninja scoffed and motioned the arena and how it was empty. "No more bugs for you to control, it's a level playing field now." "Fool, he still hasn't learned my technique yet," Shino thought as the match began, with Hayate leaping away from between them. Zaku removed his left arm and launched himself forward with the intent to punch his opponent's head. Shino blocked it with his right arm and stared him down in close quarters. "It's over, Zankaha." Quote. A gust of wind launched from his hands and sent Shino flying. Wisps of smoke emanated from his crumpled body as he lay on the stone floor after Zaku's attack. Naruto Lee, Ned over the railing, not believing the attack. How could Shino not have seen that coming if they already fought last time? "Tell me you have a plan, Shino." In a sealed room lit by candlelight, two figures were in the center of the room. Within a circle of pillars lay another circle of kunai, each with kanji written in blood. They trailed back to Sasuke's bare chest and back, with Kakashi's bitten finger being the source of the writing. Covered only by her chest bindings, Sasuke sat in the middle of the ritual circle, propped up by her hands. She felt slight discomfort by the fact he was writing on her skin with blood, but paid it no mind. If it meant stopping the pain and Orochimaru's influence, she would take it. "That is the last of the writing. The sealing shouldn't take long. Are you ready?" Sasuke looked over her shoulder before taking a deep breath. "Yeah, all right then." Kakashi began going through hand signs and placed his palm over Sasuke's neck. The blood writing receded into a sphere around the curse mark. Becoming black as ink, she screamed in pain, feeling every second of the sealing like 1,000 daggers slicing her skin. As the last of the letters took their place around the seal, Sasuke panted from exhaustion. With a quick check, the Jonin confirmed it worked and quickly sought to comfort her. "That should do it. The next time the seal begins to act up, it should be contained. It will only work if your will stays against Orochimaru and the cursed mark. If you falter, it will be too much to stop." Sasuke could only nod her head in assent before falling unconscious for some much-needed rest. Glad to see his student was out of the fire, if only for a moment, he prepared to pick her up when he heard a voice. This voice sent chills down his spine. Turning in the right direction, he came face to face with Orochimaru himself. "I see you sealed that nasty chakra away. Nice thinking, Orochimaru." Kakashi got into a ready stance as the Sannin remained calm, practically beaming. "Long time no see, Kakashi." Shifting a bit, Orochimaru took on a more serious tone as their stare down continued. "No offense, Kakashi, but my business isn't with you. It is with that girl behind you." The Jonin spread his legs a bit to better cover Sasuke. With a challenging glare and a dangerous tone, he held his ground against the Oto leader. "What do you want with Sasuke?" Orochimaru just looked at him for a bit before slowly smiling, as if he figured something out. "Ready for anything," Kakashi continued to hold his ground, waiting for a response. "Oh ho, I see you have acquired a gift. You asked time we met." Kakashi's eye widened in surprise. How did he know? "The Sharingan on your left eye, how lucky of you." With a shrug of his shoulders, the Sannin continued. "It is only natural that I want that power too. The Uchiha bloodline. She will be my ace." "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Orochimaru just smiled and started to walk toward Kakashi. The Jonin counted each step. 1, 2, and 3. Suddenly he spread his legs even farther and hunched over, grabbing his right arm and gathering chakra in his hand. Not expecting much, the villain was visibly taken aback by the lightning chakra that was gathering to form his Reikiri. "Take one more step, Orochimaru, and I won't hold back. One of us will die here." With that statement, the white-skinned man began to cackle. Soon it turned into full maniacal laughter, shaking Kakashi's resolve. "What was so funny? Ha 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 ha. You don't actually think you can keep her from me, do you?" Kakashi just glared at him as he continued. "We both know her heart's desire, to avenge her clan. To do that she will need power that only I can offer. We'll see about that." They stared off against one another for a while longer. Before Orochimaru shrugged and began to walk off in the opposite direction. "So we shall, It seems I've outstayed my welcome. Now is your chance, Kakashi. Just try and kill me. Kakashi's eye widened, as killer intent flooded out from the Sannin, his own death flashing in his mind. Visibly shaken, he was unable to react until Orochimaru had fully retreated. With him gone, it was a chance to take a breather and calm down. One of us will die here. What the hell was I thinking? He turned his shoulder to see Sasuke still unconscious. They needed to get her to the infirmary and Makoto needed to be alerted. It looked like he would only have a short time to tell Naruto and Shino what had happened. Hopefully things were going well on their end. Shino stood back up no worse for wear after Zaku's attack, surprising everyone. With a hand seal, Kikaichu began to crawl out of his jacket from holes in his skin. Remembering the last time he encountered the bugs, the Oto ninja was careful and began to back away when he heard a very loud chirping sound from behind. Thousands of bugs littered the ground as Shino moved to cut off his other avenue of escape. Surrounded, Zaku's eyes desperately moved back and forth between opponents, not sure which to attack. You remember these bugs from last time, I think. No need for an explanation. Your only chance is to surrender if you wish to leave unscathed. Shut the hell up. Fight for me, Zaku. Fight and win. He was tired of being weak. He was not about to go back to being nothing after all the work he had put forward. I cannot afford to lose. I've come too far. With his one good arm, he prepared to fire his wind attack at Shino, intent on finishing him no matter what happened to him. Not surprised by his choice, the Aburame could only shake Hi's head in disappointment as his attack charged. Die. The wind chakra traveled through his wind tunnel to the end on his hand, but the flow was interrupted just as it was last time. As Zaku screamed in pain as the wind chakra exploded out of his already damaged arm, Shino only looked on with annoyance. You have learned nothing from our last fight. I can't pity someone like that. Soon Zaku Kola, PSED, and Hayate's quick inspection showed he was unconscious and incapable of fighting. With that ruling, Shino was declared the winner with light applause from Konoha's side. Although his teammates were sad he lost, they were in no way surprised after their last encounter with Shino. He had single-handedly beat their team, and for that even Dosu had to give him the respect he deserved. Still, his wish for revenge made him promise to Zaku he would even the odds. Naruto greeted Shino on the way back up with a clap on the shoulder. Nice job, Shino. I knew you could do it. Sasuke and I have won. Just make sure you do the same. Even though Shino's voice was still stoic, his words meant to be friendly. The blonde nodded in confidence and awaited his turn eagerly. It wasn't long until Kakashi appeared with them, taking the two by surprise as they waited for the next match. Immediately their thoughts went to Sasuke, and Naruto was the first to ask what had happened. Where is she? With a dismissive wave of his hand, Kakashi attempted to calm him down, to no avail. She's resting peacefully in the infirmary. A sigh of relief came over the two genin after hearing that news. What he didn't tell them was that she was being guarded by an elite group of Anbu Black Ops. As long as Orochimaru was around, he could take no risks with his students' safety. With Makoto on the way to the hospital, she would soon get the chance to be reunited with her daughter after some time, although it was not under the best of circumstances. I can't stay long since I need to make sure your mother gets to see her safely. Just wanted to let you guys know what was happening and wish you luck. Naruto smiled and pointed at Shino. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. Shino already won his match. It's just down to me. Kakashi smiled, a smile to ensure they were confident. I have no doubt you will win, Naruto. All Sasuke could talk about was wanting to see your match, so don't let her down. His smile became even bigger. I won't let you down. Kakashi disappeared, leaving the two genin to watch the next few matches from the sidelines. That news put them at ease, at least for now. Some hours later, Naruto Uchiha vs. Kiba Inuzuka. As soon as the names appeared on the big screen, the two rivals met each other's glare. It was about time they finished their fight between one another, this time without Sasuke interfering. Kiba was the first one onto the field as he eagerly waited for Naruto to arrive. His sensei and teammate Hinata worried that he was taking the fight too seriously and would make some sort of mistake. It was never a good idea to take such a vendetta so personally as the Inuzuka was doing. It would cloud his judgment. If I know anything about Naruto is that he isn't stupid. Kiba will have his hands full, with or without using his sister against him. Kurenai thought, well versed in their rivalry from what she overheard from Kiba. I hope Naruto-kun doesn't hurt Kiba-kun too badly. Hinata meekly hoped, knowing the Uchiha's strength. Naruto, be careful and don't let your feelings get the better of you. Ignore whatever he says about Sasuke and just focus on the match. Shino warned, knowing that the blonde could succumb to his taunts just as easily as Kiba could. I know Shino. That guy is about to get what he deserves after I'm through with him. Naruto landed on the arena floor across from Kiba and engaged in a staring contest. It was quite obvious the two had bad blood between them and a fight was the only way they could resolve it. Shame Sasuke isn't here to see you lose. Funny, I was thinking the same thing. Naruto retorted to Kiba's taunt, enraging him. Yeah, well she'll get the message when you are off to the infirmary to join her. Time to show who is the real alpha male of our class. He had trained so hard to surpass Naruto and show him who had real talent. There was no way he could lose to the runt. I'm not here to prove anything, Kiba. I'd much rather be with Sasuke right now. So, Naruto tightened his black headband and got into the Uchiha form, legs bent and palm out. This time I'm just going to kick your ass as fast as I can. Kurenai smiled at Naruto's retort. He could beat Kiba at his own game. Her student growled in annoyance. Why was he the one that got to act cool? Hayate stood between them for only a moment before beginning the match. It was time for a clear victor to be decided. The last guard slumped to his knees as Kabuto sliced his throat, allowing him to enter the room without any further resistance. On the bed lay Sasuke Uchiha, Orochimaru's most prized possession that lay outside of his reach. Sent to retrieve her for his lord, the spy stood over her bed and found himself stunned by her beauty. Her EK cloth, shish. E was breathing with the help of a respirator over her nose and mouth. The rest of her body lay beneath the thick blankets, likely covered in bandages. Kabuto smiled as he pushed a stray hair from over her eyes to behind her ear. You are so beautiful like this. Vulnerable and weak. Seeing a nearby scalpel he picked it up, playing with it in his hand. So beautiful, he whispered closer to her face, his smile turning devilish. Perhaps I should keep you for myself. The knife came close to her respirator before a voice rang out from the doorway. Eyes widening in surprise, Kabuto turned to Fa. Ce the source of the most dangerous tone he had ever heard. Get the hell away from my daughter, you filth. Makoto Uchiha stood in the doorway, her face a fit of disgust and rage. Soon her Sharingan was activated and the beautiful matriarch of the Uchiha clan was now set to become an avatar of destruction in the infirmary. Remaining calm, Kabuto smiled and adjusted his glasses. It is a pleasure to finally meet you, Makoto Uchiha. So there you have it, the latest chapter of Blonde Uchiha. Hope you enjoy it, and if you did, leave a review and tell me what you liked about it. Preparing for Olage still, so don't expect chapters to just roll out, but expect good content when they do. No matter how long it takes, I will do my best to finish this story, so be sure to continue reading. Check out my DeviantArt favorites folder if those pictures interest you, just remember that they are not mine. I collected them from the great artists of that site so some of you could enjoy them. Also be aware that if fanfiction does not change their policy on lemons by part 2 of this story, there will not be any lemons, just to ensure it is not taken down. See ya next time in Namikaze Assassin Review. The Matriarch's Training. The Blonde Uchiha Chapter 16. The Matriarch's Training. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto. Speaking. Thinking. Jutsu. Tailed Beast Speak. Naruto's Sasuke's Makoto. Age Alert. Just to let everyone know where we stand, Sasuke and Naruto are now age 13, normal age during time frame, and Makoto is 33. Makoto has been made younger for our purposes in this story. Time frame. Naruto and Sasuke are now genin while Makoto has returned to active duty as a Leaf Chunin. Thanks to college and a bit of writer's block, I have been unable to post up my next chapter of Mercenary for Hire. I'm hoping that by changing my usual writing schedule up a bit and working on Blonde Uchiha, I can get something done. Konohagakure Forest of Death. Tower. Begin. Naruto began going through hand signs immediately after Hayate leapt away. There was no way he was going to let Kiba get the advantage. Chakra built up in his lungs as he brought the attack to full strength, keeping the dog boy in his sights. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu. Quote, Kiba watched as dozens of small fireballs launched from Naruto's mouth, forcing him to move. If he was willing to use a jutsu from the start of the match. Kiba was expecting a real challenge from Naruto. Even then, he couldn't afford to lose after all the boasting he did. If he really was the best for Sasuke, then he had to show it. It's going to take more than this to beat me, Naruto. Akamaru. The dog yelped in agreement and leapt from his jacket to give Kiba some space for his technique. Naruto was not about to let his opponent get a chance to breathe. He dashed forward and grabbed a few kunai from his thigh holster, throwing them at Kiba. This forced the Inuzuka to retreat before he could grab whatever he needed from his own ninja bag. It freed Naruto to continue running at Akamaru, whom had been his original target. The dog growled as the blonde came barreling toward him. Sorry Akamaru, but I can't afford to leave you alone. Suga. Quote, from his left, Naruto noticed Kiba barreling toward him in a spinning motion. Realizing it was some sort of technique, Naruto used his footing to spin himself out of the trajectory. Akamaru took T's time to run toward Kiba, who was recovering from his attack and fishing something out from his pocket. Realizing the danger of this, the Uchiha went through more hand signs as he ran toward them, unwilling to let them complete their plan. I need to knock Akamaru unconscious. To do that though, I need to get Kiba out of the way. Kage Bunshin. Single quote. 3 more Narutos appeared at his sides, poised to strike against their common enemy. They all stopped a distance away and went through hand signs in sync. The Chunin observers felt a chakra buildup and knew the blonde was about to commit to a strong attack. There was no doubt in their minds that both genin were willing to go all out against each other. Hiruzen watched the match progress with a guarded stance. On the one hand, he was proud of Naruto's ability and wanted to see him succeed. On the other, he was worried that recent events were clouding the boy's judgment and he was going to overdo it. For now, he had to be content to sit and watch. Might have been one of the most controversial fights yet. No one wants to see Naruto win here. They think it is too risky for the Jinchuriki to be allowed to compete, especially with the training he has undergone. Prove them wrong. Naruto. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. Quote, a combined fireball enveloped a large part of the arena where Kiba and Akamaru had been. The attack was so bright some had to shield their eyes and others, like the proctor, had to retreat from the strength of the blaze. Naruto refused to let up the attack for a moment until he sensed something headed toward him. Gatsuga. Quote, 2 figures came charging out of the flames in a spinning motion toward Naruto. Neither looked worse for wear, meaning his attack had failed to stop their transformation jutsu. His only thought was retreat as he jumped back in time to witness his clones get destroyed all at once by the beast duo. Kiba stopped spinning a little ways off from Naruto with Akamaru at his side. They both were identical now thanks to the Inuzuka jutsu that allowed Beast to imitate the master. Both had taken on animal-like features with elongated nails and larger canines, all poised to do a lot of damage if Naruto let them. Ready to give up yet? When we have this kind of power, we can't be beaten. Kiba bragged, trying to get some sort of rise out of the blonde. Naruto did not respond and instead got into a low stance like a crouching tiger. He was preparing himself for another attack they would surely send at him. Kurenai observed from the stands and wore a grimace after hearing her student's foolish boasting. He should have pressed his attack rather than give Naruto time to prepare. Instead, Kakashi's student was the one that was more powerful, where hers had no idea the kind of position he was in. Hino just shook his head at Kiba's overconfidence. If he kept it up, then it would be his downfall. Naruto wasn't about to let that advantage escape him, not when it meant the difference between winning and losing. You know, Naruto started to speak, drawing his opponent's attention. You really talk too much. Kiba growled in anger. What did you say? Akamaru had had enough. The adrenaline rush through him with his new transformation got the better of him as he launched forward at the blonde. No one would talk about his friend like that if he could help it. Exactly what Naruto had been waiting for. The blonde turned to the dog and activated his Sharingan. Noticing the jutsu momentarily stunned the dog, long enough for Naruto to launch forward and bring the full force of his knee into the clone's stomach. His opponent released a very loud yelp as he went flying back. Akamaru could not stop himself before slamming into the statue, splintering the concrete wall and falling motionless to the ground. Smoke enveloped his body for a moment before revealing the dog's true form and proving he was in fact unconscious. Everyone was stunned into silence. With one strike the battle was back to a one-on-one. Naruto turned to look at Kiba but realized the boy was already on top of him, lunging at him with a clawed hand. Thankfully his Sharin ND helped him duck where he threw his own punch at Kiba. The strike landed but did nothing at all to stop the Inuzuka's onslaught, forcing the blonde to weave in and out of his fierce attacks. If the battle had not already been decided, Hayate thought it was now. Kiba was going to make mistakes now that he was letting his emotions run him completely. Naruto could now take his time because they were on equal footing. The next strike would decide the fight. Kiba was sent flying back by a roundhouse kick Naruto was able to get off. This gave him a brief respite to rest from the flurry of punches launched at him a moment ago. Hurting Akamaru really set him off. I can't blame him. I feel the same way with my family. Sorry, but it is time we finish this, I think. Naruto exclaimed to the seething opposition. Who says this fight is over? I'm going to destroy you. Naruto ran forward with both hands in his waist pouch, grabbing as many shuriken as he could find. It was time he tried out a technique he read about in one of those scrolls. That's a lot of chakra. Don't overdo it. I know. Naruto threw the shuriken at his opponent and made a few seals with his hands, gathering chakra around each one of the projectiles. A shadow began to appear near each one as some of the more keen observers noticed the technique being used. The Hokage's eyes widened as he was unable to hide his surprise. How did Naruto know that technique? Orochimaru smirked. The boy had some potential after all. If he was willing to learn a high-level technique like that at his age, it was almost as if he was looking into a mirror. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Quote, from the handful of shuriken thrown came a dozen more, then even more appeared in a spring of smoke. Kiba was stunned into inaction at the attack launched at him. What was he supposed to do? They covered all his avenues of escape and not even he could move fast enough to dodge them all. Just as Hayate was about to stop the match and protect Kiba, the blonde yelled out a warning. It seemed the clone jutsu wasn't the way he wanted to finish the match. I'm not done yet. The Naruto who threw the shuriken disappeared in a puff of smoke. This forced everyone's eyes to wander around the arena trying to figure out where he went. Then, just as the first shuriken was about to graze Kiba's cheek, it exploded into smoke. Instead of receiving a razor-sharp slice, Kiba received a fist full of pain from the real Naruto that had hidden away in the shuriken's shadow. The Inuzuka went flying close to where Akamaru had landed, making a similar impact into the now battered stone statue. Hayate and Kurenai were quick on the scene to check if both were alright. Naruto remained where he was in the silence of the arena. He didn't like hurting other Leaf Shinobi and he really didn't hate Kiba even if he was a jerk. Other than moving on to the final stage with his team, there was nothing he could really say he was happy about after that fight. You trained hard. I couldn't ask for a better opponent. Naruto bowed before walking back to the stands, surprising everyone with his politeness. Kurenai was stunned for a moment before a smile came to her face. She looked down at her student. His face was in a mix of both pain and relief. He got to fight against his rival, that was all he wanted. With the kind of response Naruto gave, it was hard not to be pleased. Good work, Kiba. Hayate allowed the medical team to take over before walking to the center of the arena. Even though the result was clear to see, it seemed the people needed confirmation before they could respond. With Iba Inuzuka unable to continue the match, I declare Naruto Uchiha the winner. Cheers erupted from the Leaf's side for the returning hero. The Hokage and other Chunin couldn't help but respond with me sort of congratulations after a hard-fought match. There was even clapping from the Suna Odo side with Orochimaru, still disguised as an Odo Chunin, couldn't help but feel impressed with both of the Uchiha's matches. Naruto walked through his friends and teachers receiving compliments and pats on the back. He took his place next to Shino as they waited for the next round to begin. After receiving too much praise, the Uchiha was happy to receive a simple nod of congratulations from his teammate. Once all of this was over, he could finally check on Sasuke. No matter what his teacher said, he was still worried that something terrible had happened. Konohagakure Hospital. Nice to finally meet you, Makoto Uchiha. The tone he used to say her last name made Makoto sick to her stomach, but that was the least of her worries. When Kakashi had alerted her to Sasuke's condition, she rushed to the hospital to check on her daughter. She always knew the Uchiha would never be able to hide themselves from the spotlight. But Orochimaru of all people had to take an interest in her. Now there was one of his lackeys in front of Makoto trying to take her daughter away. That was not about to happen. She started moving closer to the bed, her right hand already grabbing a kunai from her thigh. Kabuto, not one to be concerned easily, just watched with amusement until she reached a certain point. He revealed a curved kunai and held it at the ready, forcing Makoto to stop a few feet from him. I hate to put a mother like yourself in this position, but... He shifted the weapon to his right hand where he held it to Sasuke's throat. Makoto scowled but kept her focus on Kabuto. His politeness was pissing her off. I have a mission to complete, so I ask that you leave. Otherwise, I will have to make us both leave here empty-handed. He smirked, knowing that the woman would give in with her daughter on the line. You think you know how the Uchiha work? Makoto's calm demeanor and tone took Kabuto by surprise. Her face was washed of any concern for her daughter's well-being. It was such a change from a moment ago. My daughter knows this better than anyone. We don't respond to threats very well. Sensing her killer intent, the spy was forced to react, but he did not expect her to move with that kind of speed. Makoto was on him in less than a second, batting his weapon away and taking his leg out from under him. Kabuto toppled over with her following him down, kunai to his throat. That was when she noticed something was off with her Sharingan. This body is wrong, its chakra is only focused around the extremities. Her peripheral vision showed one of the dead bodies getting up and making a dash for the door, confirming her theory. The body she had taken down was some sort of being manipulated by the real Kabuto. Before he could even leave the room though, someone blocked his exit. Going somewhere, Makoto saw Kakashi enter the room, forcing the traitor back. In a pincer movement, the matriarch approached from behind with her kunai at the ready. He was not going to get away from her. She had to know what Orochimaru wanted with her family. As Kabuto looked between the two, trying to find a way to escape, another body stirred. Makoto noticed it first with her Sharingan. The chakra in the dead body had been suppressed until now, but it was again bright enough for her to see. Realizing this was Kabuto's last attempt to escape, she made a mad dash for the body as it stood it up. Kakashi realized what was going on and moved to support Makoto, but he wasn't fast enough. He watched as shuriken thrown from Kabuto broke the window. When he was about to leap out though, Makoto was able to deliver a slice to his side from her kunai. The two Chunin gathered at the window and watched Kabuto fall, blood dripping from the gash. Even though he got away, the wound might make it easier to track him down. Kakashi. What now? Makoto turned to her daughter's teacher, even though she was his senior. He had more combat experience and had more information on Orochimaru's activities than she was privy to. We need to report this to the Hokage immediately. Wait here, will I call for help in cleaning up this mess? Kakashi stepped out for a moment to get into contact with his Anbu observers. If up now, it would only cause a panic. Makoto stayed with her daughter, brushing her cheek with the palm of her hand. Tears threatened to flow from her eyes from the frustration that was welling up inside her. No matter how hard she worked so her daughter could have peace, it seemed there was always something standing in their way. First it was Itachi, then it was the council, and now Orochimaru threatened to take away everything the Uchiha cared about. Fugaku. Give me strength. A few days later, Konohagakure. Team 7 training grounds. Alright then, today is the day we announce training partners. Kakashi said in an elated voice, trying to breathe enthusiasm into his genin. It was failing judging by their bored expressions. Get on with it, Kakashi, we have wasted enough time already. Sasuke ordered, wearing a pair of khaki shorts and her usual blue high collar. Naruto was just glad to see his sister back up and feeling better. He had the opportunity to see her in the hospital covered in bandages and he was afraid she might never recover. The speed in which she got out of the hospital was incredible from his perspective, but it was good to know it didn't slow her down at all. All right. Their teacher scratched his head, expecting it to take a bit longer to tick them off. Well, with permission from your mother, I'll be training you, Sasuke. This was enough to get all three's attention to the fore. Kakashi would only be training one of them. For the entire month. Was that a joke? Just me. What about Naruto and Shino? In another time she might be flattered or consider it a matter of course their teacher would spend the most time with her. But right now she was more concerned about her brother. She had heard about his victory over Kiba, but she was not nearly as surprised as everyone was expecting her to be. There was no doubt in her mind that Naruto would win that round. The actual third exam had her afraid though. Sasuke had been told of what happened to Rock Lee when he fought against Gaara. She could only imagine the pain and fear of fighting an opponent like that. If her brother was to go up against him, he needed the best teacher. She couldn't think of anyone but Kakashi. Calm down, Sasuke. Makoto-san thought this out. While I train you, she will handle Naruto's training. Sasuke's frustration turned to surprise. Her mother was going to train Naruto. Before her father had died, Makoto had volunteered to help Sasuke with her techniques, but she had never taken the offer. She never thought of her mother as a teacher and assumed her father was the only one with authority to train her the right way. Now that her brother was going to be taken care of by her, she wasn't sure how she felt about that. Ka-san will get the advantage with me out of the picture. Unfortunately, Sasuke's mind took off in a more perverted direction while Kakashi turned his attention to Shino. Long before the Uchiha had made up their minds on how to train, the Aburame was already decided. Shino, your father has volunteered to teach you for the month. That sound good. The insect user merely nodded, having been told about it from his mother. His father was even more reclusive than Shino was, so it was difficult to find time to talk. At that point he was used to it, and he just hoped the training would be significant enough for the third exam. Well then, that wasn't so bad, right? The Chunin asked them, receiving nothing but blank stares as they were lost in their own thoughts. Naruto was conflicted on the news. On the one hand he would miss being with Sasuke, but on the other he would finally have time alone to spend with Makoto. Their mother must have been lonely in the compound with the both of them taking the Chunin exams. Hopefully they could have a good time together during the training month. He had faith Makoto could help him become even stronger. I won't forget the promise I made to you, Makoto-chan. I will become a Chunin. I will protect you and Sasuke no matter what. That is my ninja way. Naruto, are you okay? He woke from his stupor to see Sasuke standing in front of him, looking concerned. Shino and Kakashi had already left. Ah yeah, I'm fine. Just thinking about stuff. Hee. His awkward laugh failed to make her laugh, but she quickly shrugged it off and ushered him to follow. Come on, we should go somewhere together before training starts tomorrow. We won't see each other for a while after all. It was a bit difficult to hold back her sadness after saying that, but Naruto held her hand tightly as they walked to the ramen stand. He understood her feelings, as he too felt sad to be separated for such a long time. If it would make them stronger for the exams, though, he was ready to make that sacrifice. Naruto would put his faith in Kakashi to take care of her for a little while. Don't slack off during training, or it will be easy to beat you next round. Naruto kid, although Sasuke seemed to take it as a challenge instead. I was about to say the same thing to you. Don't bring shame to the Uchiha and mess around with Ka-san. Naruto laughed, not catching the hidden meaning in that statement. Seeing Sasuke flustered was too entertaining not to risk it. Their date was sure to be even more awkward after she hit him over the head for laughing, making a bump noticeable by Ayame. While those two spent their last few hours together, their teachers planned the month's activities in a Asperate bid to have them prepared for anything the other contestants could throw at them. Konohagakure Uchiha compound. Good luck, Sasuke. Don't go easy on her, Kakashi-san. Sasuke and Naruto hugged each other goodbye while Makoto addressed her daughter's new caretaker. The two would be going to the outskirts of Konoha to train together for the next month. It would be harsh for the young girl, but they all knew she wouldn't accept anything less. Understood, she will be kept busy. Take care of Ka-san, Naruto, but don't let me catch you doing anything you aren't supposed to. Got it. She grabbed his collar and shook to make her point clear. No funny business with Makoto. Too young and naive to even contemplate it, Naruto was Sasuke's rag doll for no fault of his own. Makoto chuckled. ND sent her off so that she didn't knock him unconscious, she needed him awake for their training. They waved one last goodbye before the gates shut and the two were alone. Well then Naruto, shall we begin? Naruto looked at Makoto and saw how happy she was to start training. He wondered if it was because she missed having a sparring partner, or maybe she was just happy to see him. Regardless, her smile became infectious as he followed her to the back of the house. Sounds good, Ka-san. I'm ready to learn. You better be, I won't be going easy on you. They stood on either side of the training area from each other. Makoto had heard from the other Chunin how Naruto won his matches as well as how he performed during the first two exams. From that she had come up with a plan to focus his aiming on what she felt were his best skills and where he was still lacking. I heard about how well you did during the exams, Naruto. Her smile was lost as she remembered hearing about their encounter with Orochimaru. Makoto's children weren't strong enough to handle him and she doubted that she could do much against him either. That said, she wasn't about to let that stop her from making Naruto the best shinobi he could be. I also know about what happened with Orochimaru. He was too strong for you to fight against with your current strength, wasn't he? Naruto looked down in shame. Don't make that face. Beating yourself up will accomplish nothing. Hands on her hips, Makoto started the lecture somewhat harshly. My training is going to make you into the true meaning of an Uchiha, Somio. Nay, with power who knows when and how to use it to defeat their enemies and protect their family. No more, no less. I can do it, I have to. Naruto whispered to himself. He wouldn't let himself be caught off guard again. Let's get started then. Suddenly Makoto was right next to him, throwing. Taken by surprise, Naruto went flying before he could recover from the attack. He looked up and saw Makoto headed straight for him. Not letting up. For a moment he was frozen in fear with that cold look she gave him. With her Sharingan activated, the Uchiha matriarch was a frightening person indeed. No hesitation. You are an Uchiha, aren't you? Naruto understood what the test was about now. He got up and brought out his own Sharingan, preparing himself for her charge. No matter who the opponent was and no matter how powerful they were, he couldn't let his emotions get the better of him. They met in close combat, taijutsu evenly matched as Naruto blocked every one of Makoto's attacks. Even in this situation he was still in a disadvantage as Makoto used her fully matured Sharingan's abilities to their zenith. A genjutsu placed upon him made Naruto's reflexes slow as he tried to break free, but it took too long. With the grace of a swan, Makoto flipped into the air and brought her leg down upon Naruto's shoulder, sending him to the ground. Before she could finish him, he disappeared into a puff of smoke. Realizing what had happened, she wore a smile filled with pride. Sensing chakra, she watched as a fireball was sent at her from the side where Naruto had retreated to. Copying his technique, she unleashed her own attack. The two Kaiden techniques meeting in the middle for a brief power struggle. It didn't last long as Naruto's gave way for another shadow clone to appear on his flank. As Makoto was preoccupied with his fireball, his plan was to strike with the shadow clone on her defenseless side. It was a sound strategy, but he let her observe it too early. She shifted her attack toward the clone, instantly destroying it in the flames. Naruto's attack continued straight toward her and it looked like it hit. He was unsure if he should continue when his attack began to weaken. It was then he saw her taking his fireball into her mouth with little effort. As soon as it had disappeared, she unleashed the attack back at him, forcing him to move to the side. I had no idea Makoto-chan was so strong. How much about fire techniques does she know? As he was sliding away, he felt her close by and turned around. Makoto had two kunai ready to strike while Naruto had hastily brought one up to defend himself. The truth was that she allowed him to know of her presence behind him to see his reaction. If she wanted to, she could have struck him down. That's enough for this spar, Naruto. She put her weapons away and he did the same. Makoto got the feeling he was still holding back because of who she was, otherwise she would not have been able to escape his sight so easily. From now on, whenever we spar, consider me an enemy. Come at me with the intent to kill, understand? Naruto knew that he had hesitated when he fought against her. It just didn't feel right to go up against the woman he cared about so much. If it was for the sake of training though, he would break the habit. Understood. Makoto smiled, taking the edge off from their tense standoff. She rubbed his head in a comforting manner as she hoped she hadn't hurt his feelings. You did well for a sudden spar like that. Over this month's training you will get even better, I promise. I know that. Naruto blushed, embarrassed by the treatment she was giving him. She led him over to a tree where they sat together in the sunset. It was a nice change of pace from the rest of the day. In more ways than one, it brought the two closer together. Not just as shinobi but as mother and son. Good work today, Naruto. I mean it. I know Ka-san. But I have to get even stronger. No one is going to pull punches during the exam and we only have 1 month. Quote. A hand brushed his whiskered cheek, calming him down. Makoto showed him another one of her kind smiles, something so innocent he couldn't help but be awestruck. You are a brave one, aren't you? Don't worry, our training together will make you the shinobi the others envy and the Uchiha Sasuke deserves. Isn't that good enough? When she put it like that, it was hard to argue. There was something else he thought was just as important that Makoto seemed to forget. Remember before the exam when you said that if I became a Chunin I could be with you? She nodded. At the time it was her hope it would inspire him to go through with the exams. Perhaps it meant more to him than she thought. I promise, I won't stop until I'm a shinobi that is strong enough to protect you and Sasuke. If I can protect my precious people it will be enough. That is my ninja way. And that is why I will do everything you say to become an Uchiha you can be proud of. Makoto fell. Like she had heard him say that before, but never in that way. The way he said it made her want to believe it as truth. No matter how much she thought about why it was he cared so much about her and Sasuke, she could never come up with an answer. She wondered if Itachi or Fugaku felt the same way. Was this their way of passing on the legacy? Naruto. So please don't worry about me during the training. Teach me everything there is to know about being an Uchiha. I won't fail you. I will. Her hand held his chin steady while she planted a kiss on his cheek, quieting his passionate speech. A blush spread across his face as he struggled to get his bearings. It had been so long since she had done something like that, it took him by surprise. That's enough, Naruto. I believe you. We won't stop until you are strong enough to protect Sasuke and I, all right? Her arms enveloped him, bringing him close to her chest. The perfume she wore was intoxicating, her scent made obvious from today's harsh training drove him mad. For the 1000th time he wished he was older, old enough to embrace Makoto the way he embraced Sasuke now. For now, Makoto-chan, I am in your care. Please wait for me. A few days later, Konohagakure Hot Springs. Ka-san. Why are we going to a hot springs? Makoto hid her smile and chuckled at his embarrassment. Even though there was a very good reason she was taking him to the hot springs. He still got so flustered at being around her in these kinds of situations. It was kind of cute. We need to train your body to handle heat, Naruto. As Uchiha this is we should be most comfortable after all. Besides, we can also work on your chakra control with water walking. Her smile did not help make him feel any better. It was as if she planned the entire rip around trying to make him feel this way. Don't be silly, Naruto. Everything I'm having you do has a purpose. This one just happens to have something fun mixed into the training. That attempt of making it sound legitimate failed. But she wondered if anything could be said to make him feel better at that point. They entered and set up 2 baths next to one another for their personal uses so both would have privacy. This put the blonde at ease, if only for a little bit. After arriving at their personal bath they quickly stripped from their clothes in the changing room and donned a modest towel. Naruto exited first and tried to calm his nerves by getting comfortable in the warm water. It was a bit more than he was used to but he held it together. Makoto said an Uchiha could handle it, so he would handle it. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Makoto called through the bamboo separating their rooms. It was an open-air spring as well so there was no roof to make it even more pleasing for those bathing. Situations like that it was much easier to relax when you didn't feel closed in with a roof over your head. Yeah, I'm fine. Makoto had shed her towel and was relaxing in her water with barely a hint of the heat. Her back was to Naruto's side, her hair tied up with a few pins to keep it from getting wet. Even if it was for her son's training it was nice to be able to relax her body. If Naruto was bathing with her, he would surely be embarrassed to see her like that, completely naked and totally relaxed. The water made her large breasts stay afloat, slightly moving every time she would shift. Her shoulders and breasts were sore from wearing her the past few weeks. It was a nice change of pace. You don't need to force yourself, Naruto. I asked for their hottest room. No really. I'm good. She laughed. His tough act was cute. Fugaku did the same when they were kids going to the springs. Itachi barely even whimpered. It made his father so frustrated. Thinking of her oldest son made her seize up. It seemed whenever she gained time to relax she always thought of something that made her tense again. Ka-san. I want you to practice focusing your chakra while in the water. A shinobi should be able to mold chakra no matter where he is, so don't think this isn't important. Alright. Naruto brought his hands into the ram hand sign and began focusing his chakra. It was hard, he had to admit. Being uncomfortable in the heat, it was hard to concentrate. Kakashi's lessons reminded him about keeping a steady breathing pattern and a cleared mind, but it still wasn't easy, especially when Makoto was just one thin wall away, completely naked. That got him thinking on a totally different line of thought and made him all but forget about training. He tried to take a deep breath to get his mind off of that particular thought when he saw something odd on the wall. Someone with white hair was looking at Makoto's side of the hot springs. It only took a moment to realize that this was a pervert that needed to be taken care of. The idea of someone laying eyes on Makoto. He couldn't bear the thought. Hastily he got out of the water and put his towel back on. There was no time to think. This senseless peeping had to be stopped before he saw something important. Shaking his head clear, Naruto launched up and sent a brutal kick to the back of the man's head. That sent both of them flying into Makoto's spring. The woman was taken by surprise when she saw a white and yellow flash land in her small hot spring. Before she could reach for her towel, she saw Naruto surface first. His face was beet red, but whether it was out of embarrassment or fury she could not tell. He was breathing heavily from rage and she had to admit he looked impressive. Bastard, trying to look at Mikoto too. Naruto turned his attention from the pervert to his mother when he realized where he was. Their eyes met for a moment, one in pure shock of the situation he was in, he other legitimately surprised and unsure of what to do. Naruto's eyes couldn't help themselves as they went lower and saw Makoto's wonderful breasts freely floating in the water. They were perfectly shaped and an impressive size. Before his imagination could get any farther, she finally reacted by grabbing her towel and covering herself. Not even waiting for the other man to surface, she grabbed both by the collar and threw them to the other side. Taking that as his hint, Naruto quickly went to change his clothes as Makoto did the same. Then they would have a talk with the pervert who had broken their awkward training session. Makoto quickly dried off and started putting her underwear on, thinking back to the precious moments in which she and Naruto were together. She would never admit to it, but she admired his physique and thought it quite impressive for his age, an outline of his abs and defining pecs apart from his thickening biceps. At his age, that kind of a look was something to be proud of. She wondered if he realized. Her hand went to her chest when she remembered how his eyes watched her. He had been so taken up by her chest. She wondered if he thought it was impressive. Yugaku had never made many compliments to her figure, and so she never thought of herself as being pretty, at least not since she was a little girl. It made her blush to think she was attractive to someone. As she slipped into her pants, she also realized how angry he had been about someone peeping on her. While she would hope anyone would be angry in that kind of situation and put a stop to it, made her happy he cared about her enough to feel that way. Sasuke. I wonder what kind of expression he would have made if you were here instead. If he sees me as just a mother. I can't think like that. Makoto quickly got dressed and headed out. They needed to deal with this pervert quickly so they could get back to training. Jiraiya-sama. Makoto-chan. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. Jiraiya was on his knees praying for forgiveness from the Uchiha matriarch. Naruto had quickly gotten himself dressed and dragged the man outside by the collar. He didn't know who he was, but apparently he was important enough that Makoto had to address him that way. That only served to confuse him further. Why would a pervert deserve such a title? What are you doing back in Konoha? You say, I came back for some research on my book and thought I would stop by the hot springs. Then I saw a beautiful young woman and thought I should take some notes. I had no idea it was you. Makoto crossed her arms. Flattery will get you nowhere. I know what kind of books and research you do, Kushina told me. Naruto's eyes widened. His mother knew him too. Who was this guy? Please Makoto-chan, remember the good times we had in the past as friends. The woman did not budge, frowning. I don't remember them as being good. Ka-san. Who was this person? Their attention turned toward the boy and she realized he hadn't been formally introduced. It was a bit sad considering how significant he was not only to the village but to Naruto's parents. This is Jiraiya of the Sannin, one of the 3 great ninja taught by the 3rd Hokage. Your mother introduced him to me in the past, but as you can see, his hobbies aren't something I like. As if a stone had been dropped on his head, Jiraiya fell even lower to the ground. Naruto had a difficult time painting the picture of this Jiraiya person being a great shinobi. If Makoto said it was true, though he supposed it was. Please Makoto, can't we just forget about this and start over? I think that will be difficult. Makoto eyed the pitiful sight that was Jiraiya and began to come up with a perfect plan to make Naruto's month of training even better. All she needed was to keep the guilt train rolling. If you don't want to be reported to the Hokage and kicked out again. I'll make you a deal. Jiraiya perked up at this while Naruto watched from afar, interested in what plan Makoto had come up with. Whatever it was, her sly grin was something to be afraid of. Naruto will be participating in the 3rd exam of the Chunin exams, and this is his training month. If you promise to train him on the weekends, then I will forget seeing you here. You also can't spy on me under any circumstances. That was apparently a tough bargain as the older ninja hesitated in responding. Not satisfied, Makoto looked at Naruto and waved him over. Naruto, go get the Hokage and tell him his student is causing trouble again. Understood. Just before the blonde Uchiha could take off, Jiraiya brought up a hand in surrender. Wait, I agree to the deal. Makoto smiled in victory. That would make things a lot easier. She was sure that even from the lazy and perverted Jiraiya, Naruto could learn something useful. Good, expect him to come and find you somewhere around here tomorrow. Naruto, let's go. As they separated, Naruto couldn't help but back and wonder if that guy would be useful to him at all. Even if he was one of the legendary Sannin, it was clear his priorities were more selfish than they were to actually help. Still, as long as they blackmailed him, Jiraiya had to teach him something, right? So she really did mean I would have to train you. This sucks. I'm not happy about it either, but she is expecting a lot from you. So far, I'm not impressed. Naruto found Jiraiya skulking around the hot springs again, just like Makoto warned. When the Sannin was discovered, he made enough noise that the women found out and quickly left, ruining his research. While that made room for his training time with Naruto, it didn't make him feel any better about the situation. How about you water walk? That's a good chakra building exercise. Jiraiya was trying to keep him occupied while he figured out what to do with him. I already know how to do that. Naruto quickly demonstrated by walking on the nearby river that flowed through the market district. This frustrated Jiraiya as he didn't want to do anything really complicated. If he wasn't careful though, the deal could get called off and he would be forced to stop peeking on the girls. That was something he couldn't allow. If you aren't going to teach me anything useful, I might as well head back home. Wait, I have something that only 2 people have ever been able to use. You will want to learn about it. Skeptical, Naruto returned to Jiraiya, who quickly demonstrated by holding out his hand and gathering chakra. Soon enough he created a working Rasengan in front of the younger boy. Now that he had the kid, he just needed to keep him occupied. Since he already had chakra control, Jiraiya decided to start him out with something a bit more advanced. For the rest of the day, Naruto practiced popping water and rubber balloons. His level of chakra control meant he had little trouble by the end of the day, and he had destroyed a number of the training tools. That's enough for today. You aren't as bad as I thought, kid. Maybe you actually know something useful after all. They both admitted something they weren't proud of, damaging the other's reputation. For now at least they had a mutual understanding of what to expect for the rest of the month. If training Naruto how to create a Rasengan would keep Mikoto off his back, then that was something he was willing to do. A week later, Konohagakure Uchiha compound. Naruto opened the gate and re-entered the quiet comfort of the Uchiha compound. He was just coming back from his training with Jiraiya, where he continued to try and replicate the Rasengan on his own. While the practice techniques themselves were relatively easy to handle, combining them was still a heavy task. Still, he was confident, and he could complete it before the month's end. No, he would complete it. Other than that, Jiraiya had also introduced him to another technique, one that he had heard of before. Summoning Jutsu Waren. Something that Genin commonly learned, but at that point calling Naruto normal was pretty difficult. For now, the Toad Sage had him trying to summon the chakra to bring out the boss Toad, which so far had eluded him. Jiraiya seemed to have some sort of plan for this that he said he would try out next week if they still couldn't get it to work. He seemed a little too amused after coming up with whatever it was which worried the blonde. Still, he couldn't say the pervert hadn't been somewhat useful the past 2 weeks. Naruto entered the inner compound that housed the clan head's house, his home. He wondered what the rest of the day held for him. That all depended on if Makoto felt like continuing his training. Since he got off early from Jiraiya, she may not be forgiving and force him into another spar. If he had time, he wanted to try reading through some of the scrolls Itachi left behind. There might be something he could use. Before he could make it far into the house, Makoto revealed herself, emerging from the indoor dojo. Seeing him home brought a smile to her face, and it seemed as though she had something especially planned for this occurrence. "Welcome home. Thanks. Is something going on?" Her smile widened as she beckoned him to come with her. "You catch on quick. After you said you were learning the toad summoning, I felt there was something I could add." She explained. Had the Uchiha had their own summon loyal only to the clan. It was only a select few who were allowed to sign the summoning contract, and even fewer who were accepted by the summons as partners. Makoto hoped that with a dual contract Naruto could not only continue the Uchiha mantle but get the best of both worlds. "So what is this summon?" Naruto asked, his curiosity piqued. They entered the dojo, where his mother had already set up the necessary seals and the summoning contract itself. "I'll introduce you to 2 who might be seen as representatives." Makoto positioned herself in front of the seal and bit her thumb, spreading the blood onto the floor. "Kuchios." Quote. A puff of smoke appeared shortly after she slammed her hand onto the ground, hiding the 2 small figures from view. Waiting with bated breath, the blonde watched as the smoke cleared and 2 small felines remained standing. Both of them wore an article of clothing over their bodies and had facial designs to make them unique to a common house cat. Otherwise you might never suspect they were shinobi cats. Well, been a while since we've been summoned, Hina." Denka stretched his legs as if he had just been sleeping half the day. "We didn't think we would be hearing from you again, Miko Nian." Hina looked up at the clan master, who just smiled. She had known these 2 since she was a child. "Denka, Hina, this is my son Naruto. I'd like it if we could set up a contract for him." The 2 cats set their eyes on Naruto and wandered over, taking in his scent. They spent a lot of time combing over every aspect of him, and he wondered what kind of information they were gathering. For Naruto's part, he just sat still and waited for the awkward test to end. Even as a ninja, he was most used to normal animals or household pets. Knowing these cats could easily kill him if he weren't careful gave him an unsettled stomach. "I don't mean to pry, Miko-chan, but..." Denka sniffed again, making sure he was getting his information right. "Are you sure this is your son? I remember Itachi and Sasuke, but this one is new." They must have been unable to detect something in his scent that would make him Makoto's, like pheromones. The matriarch took the comment in stride, placing a hand on Naruto's head and lovingly petted him. "We are family in everything but blood, Denka. I knew his mother very well before she passed." He 2 cats looked at one another before accepting the explanation. They had a similar respect for the dead and wouldn't pry further lest they bother Naruto. "Well, if you approve, Miko-chan, Naruto can meet with the boss." Makoto fished out a small bottle of what looked like catnip and threw it at the cats. Hina deftly caught it and they didn't seem surprised about it. He guessed there must have been some unspoken agreement between the Uchiha and cats that required a tribute. "Denka, let's do it, Hina." The two used the seal Makoto had already created and funneled their own chakra through to summon Nekomata. The boss cat. Naruto wasn't sure what to expect. I'll warn you now. He is a little overbearing. Makoto whispered into Naruto's ear. As much as she didn't like it, it was something he had to handle himself. A large puff of smoke appeared that barely covered the beast. This was a Bakeneko, a creature of nightmares. Naruto wasn't sure what to think as the cat launched forward to strike. It was white with black stripes along its back, its yellow piercing eyes used to stun its victims with fear. Naruto's reaction might have been too slow originally, but thanks to Makoto's training, he was able to activate his Sharingan and dodge the claw that swung for his head. With quick reflexes he was able to avoid the next few strikes and even retaliated by striking Nekomata's arms at the joint. Even if it didn't have any noticeable effect, Makoto could only sit and watch with bated breath as her son literally fought for his life. Denka and Hina watched with her from the sidelines. No. Ding their heads whenever something impressive happened. He is holding Nekomata off rather well, I think. The boss hasn't grunted this much since Itachi Nien. Come on Naruto, let him draw blood. It will all be over after that. The battle continued to drag on for over a minute with neither side giving in. Finally Naruto grabbed a kunai and struck out against the large cat, drawing blood on its arm. In exchange, the cat took a chunk from Naruto's. Naruto. Makoto ran to him, allowing him to fall into her arms. Not bad kid. Itachi was the last one to do that. Hina, heal him. The female cat for the response. He had the smallest inkling of a smile on his face. With a nod the summon moved over to Naruto and put her paws on the bloodied arm, slowly enveloping him in healing chakra. His scarred eye watched over the young boy who had earned his trust. So what do you think, boss? Denka asked, already knowing the answer. Let him sign. Let's hope things turn out well for the Uchiha. With our help, maybe it will. Nekomata disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the rest up to his underlings. Naruto pulled through and signed just as Makoto wanted. He was one step closer to becoming the shinobi his family needed him to be. There were just a few challenges left. Gamabunta-san, stop it. I can't hear you. Naruto had succeeded in summoning the boss toad all right, he just couldn't get him to agree to anything. Now he was holding on for dear life while the toad tried to figure out if he was worth it or not. Just like the time with Nekomata, Naruto could not allow himself give up halfway. His fiery determination was pissing Gamabunta off. Something about the kid threw him off, he looked too much like the Yondaime. Maybe that was where his spirit came from if they really were related. Why don't you give up? I have people to protect. And I need your help. After a particularly high jump the boss toad came to a stop. What the hell was this kid on about? What did you say, kid? Me help you? Naruto knew he had to sell it now. Jiraiya warned him about Gamabunta and how stubborn he was. I know you have no reason to help me, but I need your strength. The people who took me in and gave me a life. I want to protect them with everything I have. To do that I need help. And I would like to ask you for that. HMPH. That's an interesting dream you have there. It's more than a dream. It is my ninja way. Can you help me or not, Boss Toad? Gamabunta laughed. His laugh echoed throughout the silent valley in which they were residing. It had been a long time since someone addressed him like that. You know, you sound a lot like someone I used to know. For you, it is just Gamabunta. Sorry Gamabunta. It's just, Naruto was having difficulty putting his plea into words. He felt like a broken record. All right kid, I get it. Stop with the begging. Uchiha should be better than that. Naruto's eyes widened. He knew that much. I'm not sure if your ninja way will work out or not, but I wouldn't be much of a leader if I refused. Uchiha don't ask unless they mean what they say. Naruto couldn't believe what he was hearing. If he had the toads and cats on high side, then he may have been making progress after all. Let's go tell Jiraiya our deal. Knowing him, he's off peeping on some girls. The two shared a laugh as they headed off, sure to interrupt wait. Veer precious research the Sannin was making. With his work on the Rasengan almost complete and his sparring finished up, Naruto was just about ready to participate in the third exam. Now that he had gained the loyalty of two powerful summons, he felt like there was nothing that could stand in his way. Go ahead Sasuke. Kakashi watched from a rocky outcropping as Sasuke gathered chakra in her right hand. Just as he had taught her for the past month, she gathered the lightning chakra and allowed it to flow freely. Sasuke charged forward, cracking the ground beneath her from the power of her jutsu. She reached the large boulder and plunged her arm into it, unleashing the power of Chidori onto the earth. It punched a clean hole straight through and sent fissures throughout the entire rock. A few moments after the strike, the boulder collapsed into debris, showing off the girl's successful strike. The Uchiha took a moment to marvel at her own handiwork before smiling. All the hard Kakashi put her through was finally paying off now that she could see the results firsthand. To signify her new strength, Sasuke now wore a black Uchiha jumpsuit, the legs cut into shorts. As suggested by Kakashi, she had an elbow pad on her right arm to help her better control the Chidori and protect herself during training. Nicely done. Do it again on something bigger. Not one to ask for something simple. Kakashi spurred her on to strike again. He wouldn't stop until she was unable to gather chakra. To some it may seem harsh, but as the future matriarch of the Uchiha and target of Orochimaru, Sasuke couldn't afford to give up halfway. I was just about to say the same thing. Kakashi, gathering chakra in her arm again, her thoughts wandered back home to Mikoto and Naruto. I won't lose no matter what. Nothing is going to stop me from winning the exams. I won't make it easy for you, Naruto. You better not have slacked off while I was gone. Her challenge set, Sasuke charged forward with one goal in mind. She wouldn't stop until the title of Chunin was hers. Well done, Shino. This concludes the month of training. Thank you for your support. Shino and his father stood among the treetops. Deep in Konoha's forests, all around them buzzed Kikaichu, freshly released for the advanced jutsu they had been using a few moments ago. From an outsider's standpoint, they all looked the same, but to the Aburame, each insect was an extension of themselves. That was something Shibi tried to teach Shino during their month of training, how he could better rely on the insects to help I am in battle rather than just as a tool of combat. Hopefully it would be enough to see him through to the end of the Chunin exams, or at least help his teammates stay alive in the future. I should go see your mother before my next mission. Don't stay out too long, Shino. Yes, sir. Shibi disappeared with his Kikaichu, leaving his son to his own thoughts. Not one for long speeches, the boy settled for wishing his teammates tidings for the coming exam. It's time for the final. Naruto, Sasuke, let's meet again soon and finish this together. Sorry about some of the rushed stuff, I didn't want to. Rewatch episodes and write word for word what happened. Naruto gets 2 summoning contracts, trains with Jiraiya and Makoto, and learns some good stuff. Switching up my writing schedule must have been a good idea if I could write this much in one day. Not sure which chapter I'll write next nor when I'll be able to. Finals are coming up and projects are getting crammed in. I'm just glad I could finish this. See ya next time. A True Uchiha. The Blonde Uchiha Chapter 17. A True Uchiha. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto. Speaking. Thinking. Jutsu. Tailed Beast Speak. Naruto's Sasuke's Makoto. Time. Once again for an update with the Blonde Uchiha. I am sure you are all ready to get into it, so I will make these announcements short. When you are done reading, go check out my profile and use the poll if the content interests you. I want to hear reader opinions. If you vote other, please send me a private message, as 7 people have voted for it and have yet to actually tell me their suggestion. I cannot read minds. Sasuke's Chidori is in her right hand rather than her left. Other than it being her dominant hand, no other reason for making it different than Sasuke. No big mystery, hopefully it doesn't bother you much. Let's read. Konohagakure Stadium. Naruto walked with his mother Makoto as they entered the stadium for the 3rd exam. The month of training was finally over and the Genin could finally prove they had what it took to become Chunin. Everyone else was funneling into the arena for the beginning match, so Naruto wouldn't be able to walk Makoto to her seat. They paused in the shade, right inside the entrance. It was their last chance to exchange words before Naruto would enter the reach the point of no return. Makoto had confidence in him, but she was still nervous. Not only for Naruto but Sasuke as well. It must have been her motherly instincts. Right now though, she had to be strong for the little boy in front of her. He needed to know that she was right behind him. Naruto-kun. This is it. Makoto smiled. Don't forget your training that Jiraiya-sama and I worked so hard on. Naruto shared her expression, confident that he would beat of many were resting on him to succeed. So he couldn't just let them down by losing his first match. If he wanted to be a Chunin, Naruto had to act like one. Don't worry Miko-chan, I'll make sure everyone remembers who the Uchiha are after my match. There was no doubt that today would be an unforgettable day. His confidence seemed to be infectious as the nervousness Makoto felt went away. Maybe things would turn out better than she expected. They were Uchiha after all. It would take more than a Hyuga and Suna to shake the most powerful clan in Konoha. Well, I guess I'll see you after the exam. Wish me luck, Ka-san. Naruto began to make his way out to the cheering crowd. He stopped when he heard his mother call out to him. When he turned around, he got an unexpected surprise. Makoto grabbed his chin and moved his Hittite out of the way. She then laid a soft kiss on her son's forehead that made his body freeze up. When she smiled, it took Naruto's breath away. Your back has become much more manly, Naruto-kun. Good luck. That marked Makoto's departure, leaving the rest to Naruto. Makoto. Naruto adjusted his headband, blushing. With a smile he turned and made his way to the rest of the genin. But that time with a bit more skip in his step. God, can we just get this moving along? Such a drag. Shikamaru stood on the mock battlefield, hands in pocket, waiting impatiently for the Chunin instructor to get things moving. The loud and annoying crowd was getting on his nerves, not to mention he couldn't sit down while he waited. No, he had to stand up like a proud Konoha shinobi, his dad said. Bored, his eyes wandered around the field to take in the sights. People were everywhere, as anyone could have guessed. It didn't look like one seat was free in the entire place. Nobles, shinobi, and even common citizens all made up the audience, and all of them kept shouting and jeering for things to start. His fellow genin weren't near as interesting as they all stood there, waiting quietly. The Suna shinobi stayed near each other in the line, their faces devoid of any real emotion. Shikamaru made it a point to avoid any kind of eye contact with Gaara lest the psycho actually take notice. Neji was doing the same thing as Shikamaru, scoping out those who remained. He for one was not afraid to watch Gaara and had no qualms with returning the glare the redhead sent at him. That wasn't his main concern though as he looked around for his opponent, the so-called blonde Uchiha. A joke is what he is. Neji thought without a tinge of humor. Uchiha or not, I will show him what superior eyes are. Then we will see which is the strongest clan. The two Konoha genin noticed Naruto enter the arena at around the same time. He was sporting a different outfit than his usual black jumps. Since the month of training was over. Now Naruto wore a black short sleeve, which still retained the high collar, as well as a charcoal sash tied around his waist. Black pants went down to his sandals where they were tightly tucked in. Everyone behind him could see the Uchiha symbol on his back, and automatically the crowd started to cheer with the sight of such a prestigious clan on the field. It was a symbol of Naruto's transformation. He wanted to show everyone he wasn't the same old Naruto that started the exams. Now he was ready to prove himself better than all the rest. Naruto walked over to Shikamaru and stood next to him. He nodded to his friend in greeting before he turned his eyes forward, still smiling. After Makoto's display, he couldn't shake the confidence that had enveloped him. It was like all of the Uchiha were right there with him, feeding him strength. Looks like something good happened if you have such a silly grin on your face. The Nara said with a smile of his own. You could say that. I'm just excited to get started. They looked at the Chunin instructor and it was obvious he was waiting for Sasuke to show up. Well, you may not have to wait long. If your sister doesn't show up, they may have you go instead. The Uchiha, both Naruto and Sasuke, were popular attractions for the nobles and shinobi present. If one didn't go, the crowd might get ugly. In some cases, the only reason some of the feudal lords were even in Konoha was to see the strength of the Uchiha after the massacre. They wanted to see if the survivors were any good, which could very well influence their support of Konoha. Naruto wasn't too concerned about it though. There was no way Sasuke would miss her match. If they were staying late, then it meant that the training wasn't finished yet. His sister wasn't someone that let things stay half done. Alright guys, listen up. Genma, the new proctor for the third exam, spoke up. Here is how things are going to go. The matches you are participating in are the same as the preliminaries you fought in last month, except for the fact that it is a bracket-style tournament. Unless you lose, expect to have to fight someone else. Depa, NDING on how hard it was to defeat their first opponent, they might not have much energy to continue to the next round. It would force them to save their stamina rather than go all out. To win they would have to play intelligently. First match was supposed to be Sasuke vs Gaara, but since the girl isn't showing up, the Hokage has decided to move forward with Naruto's match against Neji. You two, step up. Naruto and Neji both took a step forward. The rest of you head up to that contestant box and wait for your names to be called. The rest turned to leave as Naruto and Neji turned to face one another. Shikamaru wished Naruto luck he would need it against the Hyuga. When everyone realized who was participating in the first match, the cheers intensified. Uchiha vs Hyuga, now that was something to get. The gambling started. Whispers between seats spread as everyone started taking bets on who would win and how they would do it. Makoto was in the stands with a front row seat to the match. She leaned against the railing as she prepared to watch Naruto fight against Neji. All her confidence was resting with him now. There was no way Naruto would let her down. Shino watched his teammate from the waiting area. He could tell from Naruto's demeanor that something had definitely changed that month of training. Whatever it was, he doubted Neji was prepared to handle it. Genma waved for the two to step forward. Now just a few feet from each other. Although they barely knew each other, there was a sense of familiar animosity that poured from the both of them. They both had a lot riding on that match to prove themselves. The pride Naruto felt about the Uchiha came from Mikoto and Sasuke and the feelings they gave him. That was why he felt compelled to do his best and spread the name. He didn't do it out of selfish or arrogant reasons like Neji did. That was what pissed him off so much, that the genin in front of him took such advantage of his family name and disgraced his fellow Hyuga. It's time for destiny to reveal who is truly deserving. Prepare yourself, Uchiha. It was time to give their passing taunts before the match, so Neji started early. No, it's time to show you a little humility. Don't try and disgrace my clan with cheap talk. The blonde's rhetoric made Neji's face twist in anger. How dare he? Okay, begin. Genma launched back to allow their match to start. Naruto started by retreating back a few paces. While he reached into his waist pouch for something, Neji got into a familiar stance of Juken, the gentle fist technique unique to his clan. After seeing his battle against Hinata, Naruto knew that he would have to avoid close combat if he could help it. Considering the conditions of the battle, a summoning wouldn't be very useful either. No, he would have to defeat him with ninjutsu. Let's start by testing his defense. Naruto thought as he revealed a few shuriken and sent them flying toward his opponent. With ease, the Hyuga caught each weapon with a finger. He spun them around a bit before releasing the kunai back at Naruto, but the weapons were just to occupy Neji. In the mean Timhuro hand seals for his next attack. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu. The blonde made a small O around his mouth as dozens of small fireballs were shot from his lips. With no small amount of grace and agility, Neji weaved in and out of the projectiles. He had demonstrated something similar in close combat with Hinata, so given the amount of time and distance between him and the attack it must have been even easier to dodge. That meant it would take a lot more if Naruto was going to beat him. Unfortunately, Neji wasn't one to sit around when faced with a strong opponent and he ran forward. At first Naruto was able to weave in and out of his attacks, but they were fast and accurate. When the first hit landed, Naruto was sent flying back and struggled back to his feet. Damn. This kind of attack on my chakra points is more than just physical pain. Kyuubi, can you do anything? Naruto and the Nine Tails were on speaking terms and he wasn't about to let that resource go to waste. I'll see what I can do, but stop messing around. If you want to go toe-to-toe with the Byakugan, activate your Sharingan. You can read his moves and dodge with greater speed. Kyuubi didn't like the Sharingan, but that did not mean it didn't recognize the abilities it had. With it, Naruto was a Jinchuriki the chakra beast wasn't so totally embarrassed to share a body with. Alright, Naruto got back up and rolled the shoulder that got hit, popping the bone. Guess this really will be a fight between eyes. Neji was no longer looking into innocent blue eyes but sharp, threatening red Sharingan. It was finally time to get serious, he thought with a smirk. He settled back into a defensive posture as he sensed an attack coming soon. Cage Bunshin. A few clones of Naruto came running forward, all with kunai ready. Staying in one spot, Neji deflected the first one's outstretched arm so that the clone ran past him. The next two worked in concert and forced him to use both hands to hold their arms. He activated his Byakugan and saw that the one behind him had thrown its kunai. Heading straight for his back. With great strength, Neji threw one of the clones behind him and into the attack. With his free hand he sent a sharp hit into the other clone's head, destroying it. Two more were headed for him, one from the front and the other from behind. Using his Byakugan, it wasn't easy to differentiate which one was the clone, but he was able to plan a defense around their collaboration. The one that came from behind watched Neji's movement carefully and crouched low in an attempt to sweep his legs out from under him. It failed as Neji jumped into the air and kicked Naruto in the face. Popping the clone, Naruto released a few shuriken while Neji was in midair, forcing him to try and catch each one. Neji was able to do so and immediately threw them back, impaling Naruto in the chest. Something about the attack was too easy. Though, and when the clone devolved into a puff of smoke, everyone realized that the real Naruto was still at large. A powerful hit from the back of Naruto's fist sent Neji flying to the side. It took everyone by surprise as 1 minute Neji stood in the middle of the field alone. Suddenly from his shadow, Naruto appeared with the powerful hit. There was no defense against that, not when the Hyuga was overconfident with his defense. The elders of Neji's clan grimaced in response. For someone of their clan, even a branch member, to allow someone to get so close was shameful indeed. To the rest, it was reason enough to cheer even louder. Not even Makoto could help it, her usually calm demeanor broken when she began to clap after the hit landed. How did you? Neji stumbled back onto his feet. He clearly was not used to getting hit with such raw strength. I hid in your shadow during the scuffle with my clones, waiting for the right moment to appear. So much for an impenetrable defense. With no small amount of teasing, Naruto brushed some dirt from his shoulder with a nonchalant tone. You bastard. Don't look down on me. Neji charged forward and he was on Naruto in an instant, sending strike after strike for his vital points. With the Sharingan, Naruto was able to read his movements before he sent the attacks. It was tough keeping up with Neji though, and his stamina was slowly wearing down. The speed in which they were both moving was hard to follow to the observers as Naruto weaved in and out of the palm strikes. Come on. Come on. Why can't I land a hit? The first time wasn't luck on the Hyuga's part, so why couldn't he hit Naruto again? The Uchiha grabbed his arm after the latest miss, stopping Neji in his tracks. With a powerful uppercut, Naruto sent Neji flying up into the air. Unable to respond in time, the overwhelmed genin could only watch as his opponent copied a very deadly technique from his own teammate. Impossible. Guy watched from the stands as Naruto began the Omet Renge, front lotus. Rock Lee watched from the stairs next to his teacher, leaning on his crutch. Neji was in the air receiving a good amount of kicks to his neck, forcing him even higher. Not much longer and Naruto would give him the finishing blow, Lee thought with a grimace. He felt bad for his teammate as he knew the kind of pain he must have been in, not only physically but mentally as well. The amount of pride Neji had to let himself fall prey to such a familiar technique, it must have been too much. Before Naruto could deliver another strike, a puff of smoke appeared and revealed that his opponent had been replaced by a log. The blonde fell back down to the arena floor, clutching his stomach as his muscles ripped from the power required for the attack. Neji was lucky he had escaped the final bit, but the rest of attack should have seriously wounded him. Wherever he was hiding, he must have been in as bad of shape as Naruto was. Genma's eyes searched the arena floor trying to figure out where the other one went. The battle so far had been intense, but lopsided. Naruto clearly put more effort into his training. But not only that, his heart was in the match. Neji couldn't achieve that, not when he was willing to let fate handle the cards of his life. Naruto panted, forming a familiar hand sign. Cage Bunshin. The three blondes stood up in a triangle formation, giving Naruto a commanding view of the battlefield. It wasn't long before shuriken came flying from the top of a nearby tree, forcing him to go through hand signs. He wasn't going to let his guard down just because of a few toys. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. Naruto guided the fireball stream all along his front vision, knocking the projectiles away. You shouldn't let your guard down. Through the fire, just a few feet from Naruto, came Neji with his 2 fingers ready to strike at the blonde's forehead. Everyone's eyes widened. How did he get so close? The answer was clear when they took a second look at the Byakugan user, his skin burning in some places. He had done a similar trick to Naruto's and hid in the shadow of the kunai, flying straight through the blaze in order to get close. If I can just seal his chakra points around the eyes, his only advantage will be gone. Moments before Neji's strike landed, the battlefield filled with smoke as his target, a clone, popped. As shock registered on his face, he was in for a bigger surprise as Naruto came flying out from in front of him. In his palm was some kind of loud, moving sphere of chakra that was headed straight for Neji's gut. Same to you, Naruto retorted moments before his first Rasengan landed a direct hit on Neji's stomach, making him scream in pain. Eyes locked on Naruto's technique. First Genma recognized it, then the Sandaime, then Makoto, and all the rest of the Chunin and shinobi that had been alive during the fourth's life. The technique had been learned by Naruto, but how? The technique launched Neji back across the arena, tumbling through the dirt until he came to a very slow stop. Just barely conscious, he watched as Naruto crossed his arms in disappointment. Though his ears were too far away and his senses WGAN told him what Naruto's last words were to him. How's that for destiny? Silence enveloped the arena as they waited to see if the Hyuga would get back up. When he didn't and the proctor announced Naruto the winner, the crowd erupted in applause. Much money was won or lost on that match alone. So much so a few had to take out loans or prepare to leave early. Makoto cheered with everyone else, her grin unbeatable in the pride it radiated. There was no doubt that Naruto had once again proven himself worthy of the Uchiha name. His display during the match showed great technique and intuition, as well as a small bit of improvising. Naruto, nice work, especially with that Rasengan, wasn't expecting that. Genma sent him up to the contestant box before calling Shikamaru and Temari down for their match. Naruto nodded in thanks. At first he wasn't sure whether it would be a good idea to use the technique so early. But after using the lotus on Neji, it didn't seem like anything else would get through to him. All that was on Naruto's mind was Sasuke's upcoming match. He couldn't wait to see his sister after so long. The power she must have gotten from training with Kakashi. It would have been substantial if they were taking so long. There was no doubt that she would win her match. And he would be there to root for her. After all, that was what Naruto was happy to do. In a string of mediocre matches, the crowd's cheers had fallen to boos again. They could delay no longer for Sasuke's arrival. Luckily, they wouldn't have to bother for much longer. A puff of smoke in the middle of the arena signaled a new arrival. Kakashi and Sasuke appeared, just as Genma was about to announce the cancellation of the match. Sorry about being late, we made it, right? The Chunin asked the proctor, a bit of sarcasm laced in his voice. Genma smiled, rolling the senbon in his mouth. That was a good one. He would have to remember that for later. You were a lucky man, Kakashi. If you made the Uchiha miss her match, the Hokage might have had to fire you. Lucky indeed then. Kakashi looked down at his charge. Sasuke stood tall and proud as the crowds cheered her clan's name. She was ready. Proctor, did we miss Naruto's first match? She asked, curious about how her brother fared. That was her one regret in having to stay late to train. There was a good chance that they would miss Naruto's match. It would be alright though, as long as he won, she would be happy. Yeah, ya did. Don't worry about it too much though. 'Cause the blonde beat Neji. Genma smirked, remembering the match. Barely broke a sweat. The two older shinobi watched the young girl breathe a sigh of relief. It had clearly been bothering her. That kind of concern for her brother showed dedication. Alright, we've delayed your match enough. Good luck, Sasuke. Kakashi disappeared in a blur, leaving them to wait for Gaara to arrive. In the meantime, her eyes wandered the arena. She was able to make out Makoto watching her from the stands, her calm eyes belying her happiness upon seeing Sasuke. It too A bit longer, but she was able to see Shino in the contestant box, stoic as always. That was when she saw him standing next to her teammate. Naruto may have had a new outfit, but he hadn't changed his looks any. That didn't stop her from taking in his new appearance when she noticed that something was different. His stance showed he was carrying himself in a different way. Something big must have happened while they were apart. Sasuke couldn't wait to talk to him, hold his hand, even kiss. Their time apart only served to remind her how much she missed Naruto. How much she relied on him to be there for her. Whenever she was hurt, or lonely, or feeling sad, he was always there with a smile. That was something she didn't want to be separated from. Oi, Sasuke. She was woken from her stupor when she realized Gaara and Genma were waiting. You can talk to your boyfriend later, let's start the match. Sasuke turned to face Gaara, her previous elation totally erased. This boy was standing her way of success, and there was no way she was willing to lose. The proctor looked between them for a moment to decide if they were ready. Noticing neither of them so much as flinched during their stay in the arena. It was clear their minds were only on one thing: the fight. No point in delaying any longer, the people were hungry and these genin were clearly ready to start. Begin. As soon as the match started, sand poured from Gaara's gourd and began to float around him. Sensing danger, Sasuke retreated back to a safe distance. Gaara was mumbling something incoherent, only reinforcing her belief he was a freak of nature. It wasn't like her to give the opponent the initiative, so she grabbed a few shuriken and threw them at Gaara. His sand reacted automatically, blocking the projectiles with ease. Then she decided to charge ahead, but a sand clone got in her way. Sasuke landed a shot at his stomach, but the sand began to cover her fist. She followed it up with a powerful strike to its head, dispersing the clone. Before the sand could reform, she appeared in front of Gaara with great speed. The sand reacted at the last moment, blocking her strike. Sasuke smirked. Now it was time for her to show what she had learned. In a blur, she disappeared and then came back behind Gaara. Not even his sand could react in time as she sent him flying with a powerful kick. Though the coarse particles covered his fall, it was not enough to stop his cracking sand armor from faltering. Guy and Lee watched on, now joined by Kakashi. The other genin were nearby too, all amazed at Sasuke's speed. She was like Lee. Now, just like during his match against Gaara. With her flexibility and grace, she danced around Gaara's sand and continued to lay shot after shot on his armor. Sasuke-chan. You truly are a genius. It took me years to attain that level of speed. And yet it only took you a month. The bowl-cut genin complimented her, though he noticed her lack of breath during the match. But you have a trade-off. Your stamina can't let you keep that speed for long. Quite impressive, Kakashi. Guy said to his rival. I suspect that you did more than just up her speed though. Kakashi continued to watch the match. Every move his pupil made, he predicted before she completed it. They had drilled in preparation for fighting Gaara. Almost any contingency had a response, a counter. You'll see, he responded absently. Amazing. Look at Sasuke's moves. I wish I could move like that. Ino and Sakura sat next to one another, clearly jealous of their fellow kunoichi. Since the academy they had admired Sasuke from afar, but were secretly jealous of her abilities. Now that she had only gotten stronger, it served as something those two could unite against. Now the others were starting to understand why Sasuke didn't like hanging out with other girls. After being on the receiving end of enough hits, Gaara was tired of being a punching bag. His sand armor was cracked in a dozen places, his sand angrily buzzing around him. It was time for him to begin to release the beast and show the Uchiha true power. Then, he could prove his existence by killing someone that powerful. Sasuke watch. As Gaara made a hand sign and began to gather his sand into some sort of protecting dome. She realized that his defense would be impenetrable if she let him get that far. That meant she had to hit him now before he could finish the technique. Her feet carried her forward with great speed as the dome covered Gaara's body and began to solidify. The punch she threw at the most recently covered spot failed, the sand barely cracking. She activated her Sharingan just as spikes of sand formed and launched at her. They forced her to retreat and weave in and out of the deadly obstacles. Sasuke tried To catch her breath and realized she was bleeding in a few places, the adrenaline prevented her from feeling much pain. If that's the way you are going to play. She turned around and started running toward the arena wall. I need time to build up chakra for my technique and what Sasuke was planning in her retreat. From what they saw so far, it was hard to penetrate Gaara's sand when it hardened into a static defense. His sand armor was a perfect example of that because even though Sasuke landed solid hits in the same spots, the armor didn't give way. That meant she would have to try a particularly powerful technique if she wanted to break through. That was without Gaara's interference. Who knew what he was doing inside the barrier? Sasuke went through a few hand signs before building up chakra in her right hand. It was time to unleash her most powerful technique. Not even Gaara's sand stood a chance. She wondered if her technique would be enough to make Naruto jealous, or perhaps he had something similar already. For now, it was her chance to prove how strong she had become. Everyone watched as lightning chakra became visible in Sasuke's hand. It was loud enough to grab most everyone's attention. Makoto recognized the technique with her Sharingan. She had seen it when Kakashi had demonstrated it many years ago. To think he taught it to Sasuke, she wondered what his reasons were. Kakashi, teaching a technique like that to a genin. Guy was going to go farther, but he was reminded of Lee. He knew what it meant to care about a student's future. Sometimes it was enough to make you want to give them anything if it meant they would be strong enough to overcome an obstacle. Those techniques weren't always safe, though there was always a risk in giving it to the younger generation before they were ready. Only time would tell if Sasuke would use it correctly. Sasuke has the strength and speed to harness its power. Not only that, but if she wants to keep up with Naruto, this might be her only way. Kakashi responded, watching the Uchiha with great scrutiny. If Jiraiya really did give him the Rasengan and trained him during the month, then Naruto was far ahead of his sister. He knew their relationship was close, but jealousy and frustration could affect anyone. It's so loud, Sakura said as the technique continued to gather strength. Sounds like birds, Ino muttered, and Guy smiled a bit. Not just a few either. It's 1,000. Chidori. Sasuke charged forward with the intense lightning chakra cracking the wall beneath her arm. The speed in which she made her attack with would affect her penetration and damage, so she had to go as fast as she could. Not only that, she had to ensure she avoided his defensive attacks. Regardless of where she attacked, from those spikes would emerge from the dome, so she just had to make her attack count. With the Sharingan, she had a limited ability to avoid the defense, but it wasn't foolproof. Sasuke ran along the arena floor at blinding speed. Her left hand had to hold her right arm steady. Just a few feet from Gaara's dome, the defenses launched out and again tried to impale her. She weaved her body in and out of their strikes, bringing her Chidori up for its thrust. It tore through the sand layers until it reached the inside. She latched onto Gaara's clothing and let the Chidori pierce skin. Ga-hhh. Blood. My blood. Gaara's screams echoed the arena, sending a chill through the spectators. Naruto was getting unsettled now. He saw his sister struggling to escape from the sand's embrace. If it was a different situation, he would have rushed to her aid. The proctor didn't seem concerned though, so the match went on. Damn it. Let go. Sasuke built up lightning chakra again and finally was able to pull her arm back from inside. She retreated outside of the range of his defenses, trying to see inside the hole she made. Something was moving on the inside, and it didn't look like Gaara. Then for a moment, a demonic eye stared back at her before disappearing. Sasuke was frozen in place. What was that? The sand shield finally dropped as Gaara stood there, holding a bloodied shoulder. He GLARED murder at Sasuke before breaking into a run out of the arena. No one said anything as the redhead ran up the wall and escaped into the village, effectively ending the match. That was the least of the village's concerns as a genjutsu was cast over the spectators. In droves, the majority of those watching the match fell asleep, leaving only the most attentive awake. Sakura, Kakashi, Guy, and a few others were able to keep themselves awake. Hooded figures appeared from the audience, taking the form of Odo shinobi. They launched an attack on the awake leaf shinobi to keep them occupied. Anbu leapt into action to support the Hokage, as a smoke screen obscured their view of the cage observation deck. Sasuke looked all around as the sounds of battle took over the arena again. It was no longer just a match. It was something much more. Naruto leapt down onto the arena with Shino close behind, reforming Team 7. Sasuke, are you alright? Naruto asked, checking her wounds. I'm fine. More importantly, what's going on? Genma ran over to them as the fighting did not subside. Baki landed on the arena floor and linked up with Konkuro and Temari. There was no choice but to continue with the operation. Those two would have to go and retrieve Gaara and ensure things went according to plan with his transformation. You two, get moving and make sure the plan succeeds. The Suna Genin took off running in the direction Gaara went while Konoha was forced to watch. Sasuke, Naruto, Shino. They snapped to as Genma spoke in a serious tone, his eyes focused on Baki. This isn't just some match anymore. It's a mission to make sure whatever the hell they have planned doesn't happen. So, we stop Gaara? Sasuke asked. That's right. Be careful though, no one is going to pull punches anymore. That was all right with them. They had no qualms with beating Gaara into the dust. If he was a threat to Konoha then he had to be stopped, right? Baki stared them down, trying to figure out what their plan was. He had to try and keep them occupied long enough to give the rest of his team a head start. Go, Genma shouted, which made them run as fast as they could for the wall. I don't think so. Baki threw a few kunai to intercept their group, but they were knocked off course with the Proctor's own knives. You've got to worry about me instead. Makoto watched her children leave together and hoped they would be alright. There was little time to dwell on it as a number of Odo shinobi approached her. Being an Uchiha meant she was intimidating enough, they weren't taking any chances by going at her one-on-one. It would take a lot more than that many to beat her though. Capturing an Uchiha like you would bring us great favor with Orochimaru. Come with us and you won't be harmed. There were 6 of them. Their leader seemed confident in victory. Makoto said nothing as she activated her fully matured Sharingan. Seeing that, the ninja surrounding her knew they were in for a fight. Some were properly intimidated by the red eyes, unsure of what to do. Their leader remained steadfast, but Makoto could see him trembling with fear. Don't mock the Uchiha. She disappeared in a blur, too fast for them to keep up. Her body reappeared in front of the Odo Junin that had demanded her surrender. The kunai she had in her hand went across his jugular, spraying blood on all those nearby. Makoto's hands and face dripped with blood as she went to the next one, making a few slices on his torso and face that sent him to the afterlife. The speed was so much that they could barely react as she went between them all, slicing through their defenses like they were nothing. Her Sharingan allowed Makoto to weave in and out of any pitiful resistance they put up. With nothing but her kunai, he rampaged through the entire group before there was only one left. The last one was able to bring up a kunai in defense, blocking her attack. How the hell did you? With her free hand, Makoto formed half of a tiger seal and built of chakra. It must have been a bluff. There was no way anyone could build up enough chakra for a technique with one hand. The Odo shinobi leapt back in an attempt to escape, but now found himself vulnerable. IB lasted from the Uchiha matriarch's mouth, quickly reaching her fleeing opponent. His screams lasted only a few moments before his burnt corpse fell to the ground, lifeless. Makoto put her kunai away when she realized that was the last of the enemy around her bleachers. Underestimating your opponents was the single worst thing you could do. Those shinobi learned it the hard way. Makoto's concern went out to her children, but she had faith they would be alright together. For now, as a Junin of the village, it was her duty to repel the attackers. She leapt from her balcony to the next where the fighting was thickest. As was the way of the Uchiha, they always went to where the fighting was the most intense. Konohagakure Forest. Sasuke led the team against Gaara. They had tracked him all the way to the forest-covered part of the village, far from the din of battle. Against all odds they were actually catching up. It must have been because of the wound she was able to inflict on the red head. Not too much longer now, they're close, Shino said. His Kikaichu were spread out in a formation in front of them, following the trail of chakra. Good, it's time we finish this. Naruto responded, concerned about Makoto back at the stadium. Even if she was strong, he would still worry. Sasuke's only thoughts were of finishing her match. There was no escaping her wrath now. For any of the Suna shinobi. Two just stopped moving, they must be trying to buy time for Gaara to escape. The Aburame warned as they approached. That won't last long. Come on, we'll break right through. Sasuke ordered, speeding up even more. Temari and Kankuro were just a bit ahead, waiting on a lower branch. They had their weapons ready and seemed dead set on fighting. Naruto's Sharingan let him pick up on details that Sasuke wasn't paying attention to, her focus on catching up to Gaara. Sasuke, stop. The three of them stopped moving on separate branches and trunks, observing the area. All around, Temari had wire traps set up to try and slow them down. A normal eye might not have caught it in time with the speed they were moving at, but Naruto's eyes were anything but. This won't stop me. The hot-headed raven swept through the traps and continued forward, past the stunned Temari and Kankuro. Sasuke. Naruto tried to pursue, but a gust of wind forced him to change course. He landed on a nearby tree trunk and watched as Temari readied her fan again. The next move wouldn't miss if she had anything to say about it. If Naruto wanted to help his sister, he would have to go through those two first. Naruto, I'll handle the puppet user, Shino proclaimed as his insects began to permeate the battlefield, emerging from his sleeves and collar. Kankuro grimaced. It looked like they would be having a match after all. He didn't know a lot about the Aburame other than what he displayed during the preliminaries, but his best chance was to strike fast before the insects could sneak up on him. Crow began to move as chakra threads attached to its puppet body. That means it's just you and me, kid. Temari smirked, confident in her abilities. Getting in my way wasn't a good idea. Naruto readied a kunai and leapt at Temari, closing their distance in just a few seconds. He thrust his kunai forward and attempted to land a few slices on her. Uchi danced around her fan with enough speed to avoid them. The Sharingan tracked her movements and Naruto sent a powerful kick to her abdomen which she was forced to block. It sent her flying to another tree before she righted herself and stood on the trunk, readying a wind attack. Kamedachi no Jutsu. A powerful gale of wind launched from her fan. It prepared to envelop Naruto, but Temari wasn't the only one readying a technique. Time for a crash course in nature transformation. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. A stream of fire was released from Naruto's mouth and it quickly enveloped the wind technique, turning the attack back on the owner. Temari's eyes widened as she tried to dodge the attack, only for her arm and leg to get caught in the blast. They were badly burned and it threw off her jump, forcing her to crash into the ground. Without a cushion, she immediately fell unconscious from the harsh drop. Temari. Kankuro shouted in anguish. No one had ever bested his sister in the power of ninjutsu. Her wind was always more powerful than the fire techniques they had gone up against before. Was that the power of an Uchiha? Your opponent is me. Shino appeared right next to the puppet user. Insects enveloping both the marionette and its controller. With an unspoken form of communication, Shino would handle things there while Naruto went after Sasuke. The forest was abnormally quiet when they should have heard from the Uchiha heir by now. If anyone was in a position to help her, it was Naruto. The blonde leapt from his branch and made his way in the direction Sasuke went. He needed to hurry if he wanted to catch up in time. Brat, that Gaara kid is like you. He has a chakra beast inside of him. You will want my chakra if you want to save your precious Sasuke. Not this time, Kyuubi. This is something I have to do on my own. Humans and their pride, as if they were worthy of having any. For now though, Kyuubi could do nothing but wait. Chidori. Uki's second attack sliced through Gaara's sand arm, eliciting a scream of pain from the Jinchuriki. Since they began fighting, he had been slowly transforming into some sort of monstrosity. That was her last try at stopping him before he completed whatever he wanted to do. Her chakra was spent. Sasuke's body was still not able to handle the immense requirements needed to use it more than twice a day. With little grace she landed on top of a large branch and leaned her back against the trunk. Maybe if she could just catch her breath, then she could try again. Too much energy was used, so she had to give up her Sharingan too. Damn it, I've reached my limit. Gaara was also recovering on a nearby wooden limb, but at a much faster rate. The unique blue veined sand now covered both arms and His entire face was transformed into the monster she had seen inside the arena. A long tail swished freely behind his body, but it looked as heavy as the sand it was made of. He turned to face her, a bloody smirk making his intent clear. Nice try. But if that's all you have, then this battle is over. From the safety of distance, Gaara sent a flurry of sand shuriken at her weakened body. Before Sasuke could do anything, a dark shadow appeared in front of her. Metal shuriken clashed with sand as the projectiles negated one another, leaving the battlefield to return to an eerie quiet. The Uchiha crest on the person's back showed their allegiance, but just before she could see the blonde hair of Naruto, she was suddenly reminded of Itachi. In that moment, with that form and those clothes, Naruto reminded Sasuke of a time when she still had an older brother to count on. Just like Itachi would have done, Naruto had saved her. Sasuke, are you alright? Naruto's voice snapped her out of that stupor. No time to think about things like that. They were in the middle of a fight. She pulled herself from the odd comfort of the tree and got into a strained crouch, her arm holding her side. Yeah, I'm fine. It was clear from the amount of effort she put into the response that not everything was alright. The battle with Gaara took a lot out of her, it seemed. Naruto looked behind him and gave his sister a reassuring smile. Just stay here. Let me handle the rest. But Naruto's face grew stern, full of determination. He turned back to look at Gaara. The boy was almost fully transformed now. Only his lower legs remained free of sand. I know what he is. The blonde said as he bit his thumb and went through a few hand signs. And that is why I have to be the one to beat him. Kuchios. Naruto slammed his hand onto the tree bark, creating a small puff of smoke as Denka and Hina revealed themselves. Where are we now? Denka growled. Clearly he had been sleeping a Furuto Neon, Sasuke Neon. You two don't look so good. Hina meowed, her playful expressions not making the situation any better. Though they appeared more than relaxed from the summoning, the two quickly took into account their surroundings to gather information. They were quite shrewd for their small size, and Naruto knew they would be helpful in taking care of Sasuke. Naruto, Sasuke, you two are in a real bind, Denka frowned as he watched Gaara, his nose twitching from the clearly repulsive scent. Damn Tanuki. Hina, Denka, stay with Sasuke and tend to her wounds. I've got this guy. The two cats nodded and approached the weakened Uchiha, their paws glowing green with healing chakra. Naruto, Sasuke was still taken aback by his summoning skill. Where did he learn how to do that? So this is what you were doing during the break. HMPH. She smirked, and despite the pain, continued in a haughty tone. Guess you did learn something useful. Naruto grinned. You haven't seen anything yet. Gaara had waited long enough and decided it was time to start the attack again. He built up chakra in his lungs and sucked in a giant breath of air. It was time to how lethal wind could really be. Naruto knew that using a fire technique wouldn't have the same effect it had with Temari. Her attack was nothing in comparison to that of a tailed beast's. That meant he was going to have to try something new. I can't move Sasuke right now, and I don't have time to attack. Naruto formed a unique hand sign in which he created a sphere by interlocking his fingers and having his thumb tips touch. It was specific to his clan's Suiden ninjutsu. All that practice wasn't for nothing, it wouldn't fail him now. First, he needed water. Suiden. Ketsuro. Chair particles quickly formed from the water vapor hanging in the air, just as Gaara released his attack. Futon. Mugen Sajin. Daitapa. A gust of wind, littered with sand particles, launched at the Uchiha and their summons. Suiden. Sujinheki. The water that formed around Naruto quickly took shape in a wall that repelled the wind and sand with ease. Denka and Hina were impressed. They had never seen water vapor manipulated that way. It took a lot of chakra and chakra control to pull off something like that. Sasuke was speechless. She had expected Naruto to improve what he already knew, but this was. When did he even learn Suiden? Naruto went through another set of hand signs when Gaara's attack ceased. The water was still there and it would be a shame not to use it. Thanks for this technique, Itachi ni Suiden. Suigaden. The water transformed from a wall into a sharp drill that lunged toward Gaara, intent on impaling him. What? What is this? Gaara held up a sand arm to block the attack but cursed as it began to wet his Shukaku skin, making his entire body even denser. He might be slower, but now fire attacks will be ineffective. Kyuubi warned, silently complementing Naruto's combination of attack and defense. It's alright, we'll beat him with old-fashioned taijutsu. Naruto created a recognizable hand sign and created dozens of clones. Taju Kage Bunshin. Quote, those watching had never seen so many clones created by one person. Gaara's eyes moved all around the battlefield, trying to find the real one or count his enemies, both impossible tasks. LD barely moved now with the water soaking his entire body. The only option was to block. It wasn't clear which one lunged first, but all the clones soon charged forward. They began to punch and kick all of Gaara's body, even his vulnerable legs. Cracks began to appear as the armor was taking too much damage, and when the Ikibi host was sent flying into the air, everyone knew something was about to happen. Take this, Rasengan. Naruto came flying down from a higher branch, his attack aimed straight for Gaara's head. Sand was obliterated as the Shukaku skin dispersed and the attack seriously wounded Gaara. That was only half the attack, as the force behind the hit sent the red head flying straight into the ground. When he didn't get out for a long while, Naruto dropped his guard and revealed that he was pretty tired after that series of techniques. Naruto. Sasuke struggled to help him when the blonde fell to one knee, out of breath. Denka and Hina leapt to join the two Uchiha as they embraced, if for a moment. They were both tired and still hurt from overextenuating their bodies, but they were together for the first time in a long while. Sasuke. Are you all right? Naruto asked with concern. She had her arms draped around him, afraid to let go. Baka, I should be asking you that. I've never seen you do any of those techniques before. Naruto chuckled. He had worked hard to get where he was. It wasn't just the previous training month that he worked on those techniques, so many hours and days had been poured into them whenever he wasn't on a mission. Some of it may have been Kyuubi pressing him to keep training, but mostly he did it because he wanted to get stronger. There was nothing complicated about it. He trained so that he could protect those close to him. So far, he wasn't doing such a bad job. I guess I'm full of sir. Naruto Uchiha. Gaara roared from below, finally completing his full transformation into Shukaku. The Uchiha were taken by surprise. How could he still be moving after that hit? Not that it mattered much, because something else even worse was happening. Gaara was getting bigger and bigger. The sand was taking on a new shape, something that towered over the treetops. Shukaku himself was coming out, and he took up a lot of space. Little bastard. Looks like he is getting ready to summon my brother's conscience. We'll need something much bigger to fight that. Okay, first we need to get away from the others. Naruto stood up to his full height and looked at his friends. Now that Gaara has reached this point, there is only one option left. I'm going to have to summon the boss toad to help. Denka and Hina looked between each other. He had another summoning contract. Boss toad? Sasuke asked, not understanding. My other summoning contract that Jiraiya of the Sannin taught me. It's our only shot against him. First, you guys need to get as far away as possible. Naruto leapt to another branch before he gave them one last order. I'll lead him away. You guys try and fall back. Before Sasuke could argue, he was gone. Damn it, she punched the tree in frustration. Why couldn't she do anything to help? It isn't your fault, Sasuke-chan. Denka said, with Hina nodding. You have exhausted all your chakra. Right now, the best thing we can do to help Naruto is retreat. That didn't make her feel any better. Fightin'. G was in the Uchiha's blood. They lived for confrontation. Being powerless was the bane of their existence. Sasuke was just that, powerless. Now, she had to leave Naruto to do the fighting for her. The chi was something she found harder and harder to accept, the more she saw him surpass her own abilities. What did that make her? Come on, Sasuke Nian. Naruto is about to summon his ally. We need to leave. Hina and Denka beckoned her to follow from a nearby branch. They were ready to go. Regardless of the situation, Sasuke had a lot to think about if she wanted to equal Naruto. Only when she surpassed those around her would she finally be ready to take on Itachi. Despite herself, Sasuke let Naruto take the lead. Lend me your chakra, Kyuubi, we are going to need it. Please come out, Gamabunta. Kuchiyos. Naruto put the remaining chakra he had into the technique, along with what Kyuubi lent him. A gigantic puff of smoke sent Naruto flying into the treetops and into the air. Now he was on top of Gamabunta's head as it moved left and right. The boss toad was surveying the place he had been brought to. Oi! What did you summon me for? He blew smoke from his large pipe, creating his own cloud in the sky. I need your help beating someone. Gamabunta saw Ikibi forming some ways away from them, his eyes narrowing. Shukaku. Haven't seen that beast in some time. You were asked was, fighting a tailed beast, even the one tail. Was no laughing matter. There was no guarantee they would come out on top. Then we make the fight quick. I'm almost out of chakra. Naruto was still on one knee, trying to gather energy. You need to do some damage so Gaara will come out again. Then I can stop him. HMPH. Don't act like you have a plan or anything. This is about as improvised as it can get. Naruto smirked, despite his position. That's why I summoned the best. Only you can pull it off. Gamabunta began to smile. He was starting to like this kid. All right then. The large toad drew his blade. An ornately carved tanto strapped to his waist. But you owe me big. Hang on. They leapt into the air straight for Gaara, who was still in control. His ability was still sluggish though, and he could only prepare his arms to block the attack. The tanto carved straight through the Ikibi's right arm, eliciting an annoyed growl. Sand fell to the earth, flattening the surrounding trees. It was released from Gaara's authority. That ought to be enough to get the real one to come out. Naruto hoped. You better be right, kid. Gamabunta readied his blade as they stood a little distance away, waiting. The eyes of Shukaku changed from a dull beige to a bright yellow, indicating some sort of shift. It suddenly bellowed a maniacal laugh, practically creating a sound attack with the volume. The real Gaara revealed his upper body on the top of Shukaku's head, fast asleep. Alright, I am out now, baby. Time to have some fun. It started to build up chakra, its belly swelling to enormous size. Gamabunta, we need to. I know. Gamabunta formed an odd hand sign with his claws and gathered up chakra in his mouth. Futon. Rinkuden. Quote. Sweden. Teppadama. Quote. The two attacks hit simultaneously. Wind and water slammed into each other and made a powerful, momentary rainstorm that afflicted the genin and summons below. Denka and Hina made distressed cries as they got wet. It was At's worst nightmare, and they suddenly regretted following the summoning order. Damn, I'm gonna get that damn toad for this. Denka growled. Come on, you two. Sasuke picked them up under her arms and kept running. They were still too close if they were being affected by the jutsu. For now they had to find Shino and regroup, then they could try and figure out how to help Naruto. An idea formed in Naruto's head when Gamabunta revealed his ability in water techniques. Perhaps, if he could gather enough chakra, they could reach Gaara without needing to get too close. You have any ideas here, kid? Gamabunta shouted as he tried to use Kenjutsu on Shukaku, but the beast was able to absorb the strikes. Unlike Gaara, it had better control over its body's sand makeup. Oh, you were a feisty one. Shukaku was having a lot of fun playing with this toad, more fun than it would have thought. Kyuubi, I hate to ask. Please lend me a bit more chakra. I'm going to try and use an Uzumaki technique. Careful, kid. You don't know if it will work properly or not. Not much of a choice. Naruto thought as he placed his hands into the special hand sign and started to focus his chakra. Boss Toad. Naruto got Gamabunta's attention, making the summon grunt. If you can, fire as many of those water bullets as you can. I'm going to try and fuse with one of them so I can reach Gaara. Fuse? What the hell is this kid saying? I don't know what you mean, but if it's a way to beat this thing, then let's do it. The toad slammed his sword into the ground and formed the proper hand sign, gathering more chakra. Sweden. Teppadama Kyuzu. Gamabunta released a series of water balls extremely fast, too much for Shukaku to completely dodge. Just before the first one impacted, Naruto focused his chakra and began the technique. Haiden Sweden. Uzumaki Shuka. Naruto's body began to take on the form of water particles, making him ephemeral. With great speed he transferred his gaseous body into the liquid now coating Shukaku's forehead. Using chakra, he reformed his body from the liquid back into a solid form. That was a great ability to the Uzumaki, to be able to turn into water vapor and reappear anywhere there was a water source, possibly many miles away. It was superior to the body flicker, as the user was effectively immune to anything but particle-affecting attacks. The speed it was done at was almost instantaneous, preventing much of any response. Shukaku didn't even notice Naruto reform on his head, or else he would have been concerned. Instead, he was much more interested in trying to catch Gamabunta, whom was so far able to elude his attacks. That left Naruto and Gaara to fight against one another, albeit it was quite one-sided. Time to wake up. Naruto walked over and grabbed the redhead's collar, rearing a fist back. You son of a bitch. The punch sent Gaara's head flying back, blood and spittle shot from his mouth. If a Jinchuriki wasn't so durable, the punch would surely have broken his jaw. When it wasn't enough and Shukaku had finally caught on to Naruto's little game, the blonde knew he had to try something else. I said. Naruto used both hands to grip Gaara's clothes. His teeth barred. Wake up. Using his Hitai-8 as a focal point, Naruto headbutted Gaara. It was hard enough that both began to bleed from their foreheads, and the impact could be heard all around the forest. Shukaku screamed in annoyance as he felt the boy's consciousness return and was forced to relinquish control. Next time, he thought, there would be toad blood. Damn. You, Uchiha. Gaara growled as the sand beneath them began to fall to the earth. Both of them had spent the last of their chakra. Looks like that's it for me. Good luck, kid. Gamabunta released the summon, returning home. As the two genin fell to the ground, two groups were making their way toward them. It was impossible to tell whether they were friendly or not, but Kyuubi could sense them approaching. Considering the shape Naruto was in, they wouldn't have much of a fight on their hands if that was what they wanted. Naruto and Gaara both landed in a heap, unable to move. Neither could move much, but they were able to turn their heads to look at one another. How? How could you have beaten me? Me. The Jinchuriki of Shukaku. The power Gaara thought he contained was not enough to win. But it wasn't because Naruto was an Uchiha. No, it had to be something else. Because. You idiot. I'm a Jinchuriki too, Naruto growled, willing his body to get up. He was unable to do much but twitch a finger. The difference between me and you is that I have someone I'm willing to fight for. Why? You should only have to fight for yourself. No. That's where you're wrong. True strength comes from the feelings you share with other people. Not wanting to let them down. Caring about them. That is how you get stronger. Naruto could only think of Sasuke during his fight. He did everything to protect her. And that was why he won. What? What is? Gaara whispered, trying to understand. As that? Love. How can one obtain this power? By just protecting something. They didn't wait long until more ninja arrived. To their surprise, the two groups weren't actually fighting each other. Temari and Kankuro rushed to aid Gaara while Sasuke and the cat summons tended to Naruto. Naruto, are you alright? Gaara, hang in there. Denka and Hina began to heal Naruto's most obvious wounds, but more than anything, he was just exhausted. It was up to Sasuke to find a safe plaque. For them to wait out the rest of the battle in Konoha. Sasuke. She held Naruto in her arms, his head rested on her lap. Is Shino? Shino's father came to take care of him, don't worry. The honest truth was, Kankuro and Temari both were barely standing themselves. Naruto's attack had left her unconscious until the end of the battle between the Aburame and puppet user. Though Kankuro's poison forced Shino to rest, the Kikaichu had effectively brought Kankuro down to almost no chakra and made Crow useless. Even if they wanted to finish here was no way the siblings could. Naruto. You are such an idiot sometimes. Sasuke looked him over, chairs building. How could he let himself get so hurt? Was that the extent he was willing to prove himself capable of protecting her? There was no way she could voice those concerns now. Naruto was just barely conscious and the last thing he needed was a hit over the head for his rash thinking. No, she just continued to pet his hair in comfort. or while the Ninako continued to heal him. When the war was over, they had a lot of catching up to do. A few days later, Konohagakure, Council Chambers. Sorry, but it just isn't something I'm capable of. Jiraiya rejected the council's offer, more similar to an order, to become the Godime Hokage. That was just not something the old sage was interested in, not with his priorities. A simple ref. USAL was never enough for Koharu and Homura though, and they sought to press the issue. It isn't that easy, Jiraiya. We need someone to get behind, or else the village will remain misguided and unorganized. There was a pause before Jiraiya spoke, this time trying to change the subject. How were the talks with Suna? They saw through it, but Koharu answered regardless. After discovering the betrayal of Orochimaru against the Yondaime Kazekage, they were quick to make amends. We had little choice but to accept their surrender, with the village's strength halved. Finding a leader is our priority right now, and you are the best candidate we can reach. That was where they were wrong. I may not be your man, but if a Sannin is what you're after, I can get you one. For a retort against the wizened council, it was surprisingly effective. Tsunade, Homura questioned. Jiraiya grinned. It was about time she came back to the village. Considering the casualties suffered, a medical specialist like her would be beneficial. But the question is, can you get her to come? With a wave of his hand, he dismissed their skeptical gaze. Of course I can. I am Jiraiya of the Sannin after all. They stayed quiet for a moment, eyes closed with indecision. Finally, Koharu spoke up with Homura following her lead. Very well. Return with Tsunade as soon as possible. We will dedicate a small group of Anbu to assist you in this matter. Quote. Now that was something that definitely did not sound fun. The last thing he wanted was a group of babysitters. Hey, I'm not going to run away. No need to send a bunch of stiffs like that. A mischievous glint came to his eyes as he made the next offer. Though there is someone I wouldn't mind bringing along. Kakashi stood right outside of a dango shop, waiting for Sasuke. He had promised her some training after she made a big case about it. Apparently Naruto's strength was enough to make her feel like she was falling behind, even though they had made a lot of progress during the exam training. There was a chance her body couldn't handle it, but there was also little chance of talking her out of it. Unfortunately, the two suspicious persons inside of the shop would require him to cut his meeting short. Asuma and Kurenai approached the shop together, going over to Kakashi. Hey Kakashi, what are you doing here? Asuma asked in a simple tone, hands in pocket. Oh, I could ask you two the same thing, since you came together I guess that must mean. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. Kurenai blushed, looking away. Enko just asked me to get her a meal. Well, the silver-haired Junin made a certain movement with his eye toward the shop, bringing their attention to the occupants. I'm waiting for Sasuke to arrive. We have training. Inside. One of them flinched momentarily upon hearing the Uchiha's name. All three Junin noticed it and their faces hardened. Oh, so soon after the attack? Asuma said in a light tone, playing along. Yeah, he looked over and saw Sasuke approaching. I said the same thing. Kakashi. Sasuke approached her sensei and, after seeing the shop, scowled. I don't like sweets. The other one in C.D. flinched upon hearing the girl's voice. In a blur, they disappeared leaving their drinks and food half finished. Oh really? Sorry. Kakashi made a barely noticeable sign to Asuma and Kurenai, who nodded and disappeared in pursuit. Sasuke raised an eyebrow, not understanding. That was when she realized something chilling. Ellipsis. Oi. Since when did you start arriving on time? The Junin chuckled, his mind elsewhere. Well, it happens from time to time. Uchiha compound. It didn't take much convincing for Naruto and Mikoto to get on board with the idea. Jiraiya was actually quite surprised at their response. But after talking a little bit, he was starting to understand where they were coming from. Naruto wanted to get stronger and Jiraiya, having such a famous reputation, was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to achieve that. With his Nindo being to protect those close to him, that kind of response wasn't all that surprising. Makoto was the one that surprised Jiraiya the most. Though she expressed a bit of apprehension to start with, she was actually happy that Naruto was leaving. It seemed like she wanted to get some training done with Sasuke, and considering Naruto's performance during the war. Not having him around would make it easier. Without that looming competition, the Uchiha women would have an easier time bonding. Not only that, but Makoto was respecting Naruto's wish to obtain more strength. For now, she had done all she could to help him along. It was up to Jiraiya to take care of him for now. Do you know how long you will be gone? Makoto asked as they prepared to leave the Uchiha's home. Not sure. It shouldn't be more than a couple of weeks. The sage replied, having already located the general area where Tsunade was staying in. Naruto had a backpack filled with some clothes and other essentials, still in his same outfit. He looked happy enough, so Makoto decided that she was making the right decision. All right then. Good luck, Naruto. Stay safe. They embraced tightly. I'll be back before you know it. Take care of Sasuke, Ka-san. Jiraiya smiled. They looked good that way. It was almost as if Kushina herself was there, seeing him off. It was thankfully a lot more peaceful than if the redhead was around. The gate opened and Sasuke came in, looking quite disappointed. Her training had been cancelled when Kakashi received an urgent message and had to excuse himself. She saw Naruto with some person she had never seen before, and he looked like he was going somewhere. Naruto, what's going on? Naruto was glad he got to see Sasuke before he left, though he was unsure of how to tell her he was leaving. Hey Sasuke. It looks like I'm going on a mission. He motioned to Jiraiya. Jiraiya of the Sannin needs my help with something out of the village. We shouldn't be gone for long. Sorry, Sasuke-chan. Looks like I'll be stealing Naruto for a bit. Consider this your chance to impress him with training when he gets back. The Toad Sage winked at the girl. HMPH. Fine, do what you wish. She was going to walk by, but Naruto caught her arm. Obviously, she was putting on a show because she didn't want him to leave. Sorry, Sasuke. You. We'll just have to endure it for a bit longer. The blonde whispered in her ear as her face scrunched up in tearful anger. You. Idiot, I just get you back and now you're leaving again. It hurt them to see her like that. No one was trying to hurt the poor girl, whom had lost so much already. Least of all Naruto, who saw each tear as a betrayal to his promise. If leaving for a little bit will let me get stronger, so I can protect you, then maybe I can apologize for those tears. A hit over the head quieted his protests, but it wasn't a hard hit. She barely tapped him, just enough so he would flinch. It made her sudden kiss feel a little less awkward. They remained locked together for a moment, surprising the two older shinobi with their display. Jiraiya soon smiled. To be young and in love. Makoto shared his smile, glad to see the two were still getting along well. It would take more thans to sour. Sasuke broke the kiss a few moments later, their noses still touching. Just come back soon, and don't get too strong, or else you'll be too annoying to deal with, she said after a light sob, ridding herself of tears. Naruto smiled. Sure thing. As those two said their goodbyes, Makoto's attention was drawn to the whistling wind. Something seemed off about its call, like a bad omen of some sort. A familiar presence was near. Some time later, Land of Fire. Araya chose to step out for a drink while he left Naruto back at the hotel. Of course he was the one who got to have all the fun, Naruto thought. Better that way though, most of those things were outside of his age range's interests anyway. They had yet to make much progress from Konoha. Since Jiraiya had some sort of contact he needed to speak with in the town they stopped by, he said they should stay there for the day. It wasn't what Naruto had in mind, but there wasn't much he could do. A knock on the door made him put his sandals back on and call out to whoever was there. When they didn't answer, Naruto narrowed his eyes and opened the door. He fully expected it to be someone asking for Jiraiya, perhaps a young woman he called, or some old man looking for money. That was why his entire mind froze when he saw such a familiar face. It had been so long since he had last seen him. Itachi. Naruto croaked out after a pause. Suddenly he couldn't swallow. The Sharingan user looked down at Naruto, his expression hidden behind the black cloak's collar. Long time no see, Naruto-kun. Sasuke rushed through the small town in search of Naruto or Jiraiya. She had never run so fast before, not since she overheard the conversation between Makoto and Guy. When she heard Itachi had been sighted in the village and might have been after Naruto, Sasuke saw her chance. It was finally time for her to obtain the revenge she had been working so hard for. She could avenge her father, her clan, and restore honor to the Uchiha. Then maybe her mother could rest easy and Sasuke could finally ease the burden that had been weighing her down. There was a good chance Makoto was on her way as well, along with half of Konoha. That meant there wouldn't be much time for her to find and kill Itachi. One hit, she thought, balling her right fist. That's all I need. Naruto felt compelled to walk out of the room and joined the two newcomers in the hallway. He knew what Itachi had done and he knew that the crossed-out Hittite meant he was an official nuke. Nin. Both things meant bad news, but something made Naruto want to believe in Itachi. That was why he didn't flinch as the two parties stared each other down. You know Itachi-san. The blue-skinned man next to him spoke up, hand on his sword grip. It would be risky if he could move around much, perhaps we should take off a leg or two. A hand kept Kisame from approaching Naruto. The raven-haired adolescent kept his partner tightly reined in as he thought up a plan. That won't be necessary. Naruto-kun and I know each other, so we should be able to convince him to come with us. What do you mean, Itachi? This was no game, they wanted something from him. A sinking feeling in his gut was starting to tell him what. We need you to come with us, Naruto-kun. Our organization's leader would like to speak with you. What organization? What are you doing here? Everyone knows what you've done. How could you? Itachi's EY's closed as his attention went elsewhere, which stopped Naruto's protest. Kisame turned to his partner, curious. It has been a while. Sasuke. Everyone looked behind Itachi to see the enraged heiress. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke activated her Sharingan, sending a glare at her brother. All she could think of was all the friends that Itachi took from her, all the memories of the clan she had cherished as a child. Her father, whom had just started to take interest in her, died in the blink of an eye. Worst of all, her mother was left behind to live a life of melancholy, forever unable to rest. For the dishonor you caused our clan to suffer from. For the pain you forced on mother. I'm going to kill you. Naruto's eyes widened, things were escalating too quickly. How could Sasuke have gotten away from Makoto and the village? It wasn't safe for her here. At her level, no. Not even Naruto was strong enough to beat Itachi, not by a long shot. They had to run, they had to. Chidori. Sasuke broke into a run. Lightning chakra all around her right arm. It was finally time for the showdown she had been waiting for. The time for revenge was now. Not even Naruto could stop her if he wanted to. Itachi didn't flinch or try and move out of the way, waiting for the last moment. The ground cracked under the chakra as Sasuke brought it up, aimed straight for Itachi's heart. That was when Itachi revealed his right hand from inside his sleeve, slapping the back of Sasuke's hand with enough force to send the Chidori into the wall behind him. Impossible. Sasuke was stunned. She couldn't even read his movements with her Sharingan. This isn't good. Naruto activated his Sharingan, but everything happened too fast. Itachi grabbed Sasuke's outstretched wrist and pulled her closer, and in a single motion, sent her flying down the hall with a kick to the stomach. Hopefully that would be enough to keep her out of the way. Before she could hit the wall, she was caught by someone. Air presence wasn't expected and Itachi's eyes widened on realization of who it was. Itachi. A dangerous voice called out, enough to make even Kisame swallow nervously. The three were unable to respond as Makoto Uchiha held her daughter up by the arms. As soon as Sasuke went missing, Makoto knew exactly where she was headed. All the speed in the world wouldn't have let her outrun Makoto, not for long. The encounter they were stuck in was inevitable, it would seem. The Uchiha matriarch had just prayed it would be later rather than sooner. Mother, Itachi whispered, betraying his emotions. That was something he hadn't said in quite a while. A blur ran past Kisame and Itachi, too fast for them to respond. Naruto turned in midair and stood side by side with Makoto, who set Sasuke down to rest. Not even with the both of them did they stand a chance against either of those two, but at least the odds were slightly better. Naruto. Stay close to me. Makoto whispered. Right. It was impossible to leave her children out of the fight, but at least Naruto could think clearly. Sasuke was unpredictable when it came to anything that had to do with Itachi. Whatever her eldest son had done to her, it had bothered her enough to make a permanent mental scar. That meant they needed to keep the two away from each other, at least until Sasuke was strong enough to fight against him. Seems like things are getting interesting. It feels a little awkward for me to be here. Kisame grinned, noticing all the Sharingan eyes. It was like a family reunion. No, that was it exactly. I'm afraid Naruto-kun is coming with us. I have no intention of killing either you or Sasuke, but I will if you stand in my way. Itachi proclaimed, with little emotion. You won't take my only son away from me, not this time. Makoto's words cut deeper than she realized, enough to give the rogue Uchiha pause. It didn't last long though, as Sasuke ran forward and passed Makoto and Naruto. She would have her revenge, no matter what. Stay out of my way. He's mine. Naruto cursed and ran after her, despite Makoto's warning. There was no way he was going to let her go in alone, not after the strength Itachi displayed. Taju Kage Bunshin. Clones of Naruto covered the hallway and distracted Kisame to prevent him from interfering. Itachi easily weaved in and out of his sister's attacks, his superior ability with the Sharingan and Taijutsu clear. He sent an uppercut to her chin, 2 fast strikes to her stomach that made her cough blood, and then sent her flying into the wall with another kick. You should have listened to Makoto. Sasuke. Itachi mocked her, but was forced to retreat when at him. Naruto picked Sasuke up and retreated back down the hall, behind Makoto. The matriarch went through hand signs and built up chakra in her stomach, her hands in the tiger seal. Kaden. Amatsu Akari. One of Makoto's strongest techniques, the white-hot flames seared the hallway and offered the Akatsuki duo little room to maneuver. Shit, Kisame thought as he went through hand signs, but it was too fast. That won't be powerful enough anyway. Itachi muttered, his eyes morphing into something powerful, something dark. Ka-san was lauded as one of the strongest of the clan. And not even father could imitate her Kaden techniques. Naruto set Sasuke down against the wall, whom had finally been knocked unconscious. He couldn't tear his eyes away from Makoto's attack though it burned the brightest white he had ever seen. That was why he was surprised when he saw the flames dying against Itachi's. His flames, Naruto saw, were a chilling black. Before the fire could spread to harm the Uchiha, Itachi extinguished them. Kisame smirked and readied Samahata, prepared to charge. Finally it was his turn to have some fun. The floor and walls were scorched and melting, thanks to Makoto's technique. She was lightly panting, but was prepared to unleash another attack when a new presence appeared in front of her. Looks like I made it just in time. Jiraiya blocked Akatsuki from the Uchiha family, an overconfident smile adorning his face. He saw through the genjutsu put on the woman they sent after him. But he feared it might have been too late. Luckily, Makoto had lived up to her rank as Chunin and held them back long enough for him to arrive. Oh, Jiraiya of the Sannin things keep getting more interesting. Kisame. We're retreating. Itachi held his right eye in pain, somewhat out of breath. His partner looked disappointed, but the new arrival would make things difficult. They always had the next time. Kisame thought. Using the hole in the wall created by Sasuke's Chidori, they escaped the hotel. It left the 3 conscious individuals remaining to compose themselves and figure out what to do. Makoto. Jiraiya looked back at the woman, suddenly serious. You need to get Sasuke to a medical squad. I know, she responded, her gaze just as intense. But you need to get Naruto away from here and to safety. I can't entrust him to you if something like this is going to happen often. The Sannin sighed, having to deal with a protective mother was a tough job. Understood. I won't let it get this dangerous again. Seriously though, Konoha needs to know about this encounter. We already had a similar run-in in Konoha. Kakashi has been hospitalized from an attack Itachi used with his Sharingan. And guys should be here shortly. That was unsettling. If Akatsuki was willing to enter the village, it meant things had gotten worse. Jiraiya. We need to get as far away from Konoha as possible. They looked at Naruto in surprise, his face full of determination. Why the rush? The Toad Sage asked. They must be after Kyuubi, right? The mention of the fox made both of them flinch. Confirming Naruto's guess. To make sure they stay away from Konoha and the Uchiha, we need to lure them away. We can do that, right? When he should have been worried about himself. Naruto could only think of his family and village. That took some serious conviction. Yeah, Jiraiya smiled. Naruto was definitely a golden egg. We can do that, Makoto. The Uchiha nodded as she held Sasuke in her arms. Before she left, Makoto planted a long kiss on Naruto's cheek. You have become a true Uchiha, Naruto. Return home soon. In a blur she was gone, but her words remained. Naruto stood there for a long while. Blush on his cheeks, as he cradled that side of his face. Jiraiya chuckled before clapping him on the shoulder. All right Romeo, let's go. We need to put some distance between us and Konoha, right? Determination restored, Naruto was ready to go. He had a goal now. He had to grow strong enough to challenge Itachi and the Akatsuki. It might take a long time, maybe longer than he would like, but that goal wasn't something he was willing to give up. If it was for his family, Naruto would do anything. That was his duty as an Uchiha. A few days later, Land of Fire. We're close I think, come on. Let's stop in here. You said that last time, I'm starting to think you must be lying. Jiraiya made to look as if he was hurt, but Naruto saw through it. With the Saint pitiful voice the blonde had ever heard, the Sannin asked him a serious question. Have I ever lied to you before? Probably. Jiraiya flopped as Naruto deadpanned in response. Oh, what do you know? Close or not, it's dark. Let's take a break. Naruto didn't want to take a break. After what happened to Sasuke, he just wanted to train. Jiraiya promised he would teach him something new whenever they met Tsunade. But the days still passed and they had yet to make much progress. That bar didn't look much different than any of the other inns they had stopped in. What were the chances it would have the person they were looking for? As it turned out, Naruto and Jiraiya had just landed on the jackpot in their search. But would the meeting work out as they hoped it would? I've found a great Japanese dictionary and have been having some fun coming with actual unique techniques. In case you are curious, Makoto's techniques will be based around mythical or nobility terms because that is what her name roughly translates to. For example, the fire technique she used at the end meant roughly, heavenly wrath, or at least those were the words I was going for. Remember to check my profile that poll and send me a private message if you have questions or suggestions. That goes for my future story section. If any of that excites you, let me know. Next chapter, I'm thinking whenever it is finally released sometime in the future, will wrap up the remainder of the search for Tsunade arc as well as the Sasuke retrieval all in one so we can finally reach part 2. I am really excited about that. All that's left to say is the usual, review. They keep the story alive. The Ultimate Betrayal. The Blonde Uchiha Chapter 18. The Ultimate Betrayal. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto. Speaking. Thinking. Jutsu. Tailed Beast Speak. Naruto's Sasuke's Makoto. Ominous title. Yeah, time to set the record straight and answer the ultimate question that has been on all of your minds since the first chapter. It will set the stage for part 2 and have a great effect on those involved. Something like it only happens once in a story, the epic climax. Will Sasuke stay? Or will she go? Let's read to find out. Land of Fire Tanzaku Quarters. Let's go, Naruto. What's the point of me going to a bar? I can't drink anyway. Eat the damn appetizers then. Despite the two newcomers' heated argument, the barkeep shouted welcome to them as they entered. It was a busy night after all, and the more to come in, the more money to be had. In particular, he was keeping an eye on a specific blonde who just would not stop ordering more sake. It seemed she had something in particular she had to get off her mind. Shizune watched Tsunade from the corner of her eye with concern. Her master seemed to show no signs of stopping her excessive drinking. Ever since they met Orochimaru earlier that day, Tsunade had been listless and conflicted. It scared Shizune to think that there was a chance the legendary medic Al-Shinobi would actually help such a terrible man, especially after what he admitted doing to Konoha. No matter how long it had been since they last visited, the village was still their home. The way GHT on their minds was enough to keep the two women preoccupied and not see Jiraiya walk in. Naruto followed, albeit annoyed that they weren't making any progress. Just as Jiraiya was about to tell him to quit moping around, His eyes caught onto something and he turned for a double take. "Tsunade," he said out loud to himself, eyes locked to the busty blonde across the diner. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and shouted louder, pointing at his target. Finally all theft. Well, all of his work Naruto had yet to do much but grumble about not getting any training. "Tsunade, it is you." Tsunade looked up and saw her old teammate. She stood up in surprise and slammed her hands down on the table, startling Taunton as it shook their glasses. Why the hell was he here? "Jiraiya, what the hell are you doing here?" The Toad Sage smirked and made his way over to their booth, Naruto following from behind. "Ah, about time we found you. I was getting tired." From what Naruto could see, Tsunade looked nothing like Jiraiya in terms of age. She had a fit body that she showed off rather well in her simple kimono blouse. Was she really one of the Sannin? In the end, he supposed what mattered the most was that Jiraiya would finally train him now that they had found her. They all sat down together and quickly returned to what they were doing before. There was still a tense atmosphere as eyes passed between one another, trying to gauge intent. Jiraiya called for a new round of drinks and a fish appetizer for Naruto to keep him occupied, all the while watching his teammate drink her night away. The way Hazun fidgeted in her seat and constantly looked at Tsunade told him that there was something wrong. If he had to guess, they had already met Orochimaru and been asked to heal his arms. If she was seriously contemplating it, they would have some problems. Shizune wished Tsunade would stop drinking and speak up. Deep in her heart she feared that Tsunade had finally fallen to the point where she might actually do something so terrible as to help Orochimaru. All of the work her brother did to ensure the village's safety, thrown away because of her master's emotional fragility. No matter how much she wanted to tell Jiraiya the truth, she respected Tsunade too much to say anything out of turn. Seeing both Sannin in one day, this is overwhelming, she thought to herself, waiting for the dam to break. The waiter came back around and offered Naruto a simple dish of cooked fish for him to enjoy. With no rush he broke his chopsticks and quietly ate. The entire situation they were in was starting to bug him and he kept his eyes open, trying to read the woman Sannin. What was she hiding? Tsunade drank another round of sake, slamming the cup back down to the table. Her eyes were open and a blush had settled across her cheeks. She was already well buzzed. Something about her motions seemed forced however, as if she were trying to appear relaxed for the sake of those around her. Seeing so many old faces in on day can tire you out. The woman muttered, eyes set on the table. Jiraiya leaned over and poured her another cup before taking a swig of his own. That told him all he needed to know as his eyes somewhat hardened, staring at his teammate. So things had already gone that far. Orochimaru, Jiraiya asked. Rhetorically, Tsunade failed to notice Hai's harsh gaze as she continued to occupy herself with the idle drink. What happened? Shizune's eyes widened as she turned to her master. Would she answer truthfully? Naruto looked at both of them and knew something was wrong. If Orochimaru was involved, there was trouble. Perhaps there was more danger to this mission than he had previously expected. Tsunade immediately sent a quieting glare to our compatriot before taking another drink. Her face relaxed as she gave too simple of an answer. Nothing much. We just said hello. Jiraiya grimaced, uncomfortable with the fact she was willing to lie so easily. Naruto gritted his teeth at the bold-faced lie. Who the hell did she think she was? No matter who you were, meeting an S-rank criminal was not something to joke about, especially after what Orochimaru did to the leaf. Taunton made a few nervous grunts as the tense atmosphere only increased. The blonde woman picked up on that and took a set of playing cards out from inside her jacket and began to shuffle them. As a way to ease tension and draw their minds away. What do you want from me? She asked, placing the cards on the table to be cut. Jiraiya decided to play along and separated the deck into two neat piles. He expertly placed them back together with a bit of finesse. A fine clicking sound permeated the table as the cards slammed against one another. The cards were placed onto the table with care as Jiraiya delivered the powerful message. I'll get straight to the point. Tsunade, the village has requested that you become the Godime Hokage. The whole other side of the table froze with that announcement, their eyes widening in shock. Was the village in such dire straits they required Tsunade's abilities? Did that mean the Sandaime had really? So, Orochimaru wasn't lying. Tsunade thought with a pang of regret, her body still tense. I take it you heard news of the third. Whether it be from rumors or from Orochimaru himself. Jiraiya said with a hint of accusation. They both drew 5 cards from the deck with Jiraiya choosing to hold his close to his face. Tsunade kept them low to the table and checked them while she formulated a response. Yeah. He said something about that. Carried out the task personally, didn't he? The laid-back, uncaring tone she took made Jiraiya and Naruto shift uncomfortably. For his part, Naruto was getting more and more angry with this woman. What kind of attitude did she have to disrespect her old village so easily? The Sandaime deserved better than that. If he could, he wanted to teach her some humility. Jiraiya, on the other hand, remained calm. He knew what Tsunade was trying to do and saw past it. She was just trying to derail the conversation and draw them into a confrontation, in order to get their minds off of her meeting with Orochimaru. The traveling she had been doing had made her so cynical it actually surprised him. Tsunade, how much have you changed since we last met? Tsunade picked up on Naruto's glare and returned it with a half-drunken one. Something seemed familiar about him. Who's this kid? Jiraiya was looking at his hand and was quite pleased. He had 2 aces and 2 kings, he needed to get rid of the 8 for something hopefully better. The smile he wore only intensified when she asked him about his student because it would give him a chance to show off a bit. Naruto Uzumaki Uchiha. Tsunade and Shizune were again taken by surprise. While Shizune knew little about his status as Jinchuriki, she knew enough about the Uchiha and their recent developments to find it quite amazing for one to be alive, sitting right there. Not only that, but his blonde hair made him look nothing like what she was expecting. So, this is the Nine-Tails kid. Why the hell does he wear the Uchiha name? Tsunade's eyes hardened a bit before looking back at her hand. No luck at all, she couldn't win with it. First Jiraiya traded a card and drew, then she folded her entire hand for a new one. The pervert smiled with his luck, he now had 3 kings and 2 aces. His face became serious again when he remembered she had yet to answer his question. I'll say it again, Tsunade. Jiraiya called out to her as she checked each card, one by one. The village requests that you become the Godime Hokage. Things were starting to look good for her hand. 3 hearts that were the opening for a royal flush. Jiraiya's reiteration only served to bring her mood low again. She remained quiet as she began to check the 2 final cards. Everyone's eyes were on Tsunade as they waited to hear her answer. Will you accept? I will bring your loved ones back to you for this simple task. Then I will destroy Konoha, once and for all. Those were the words Orochimaru had spoken to her, with such conviction she had no doubt they were true. Was it worth it though? Another heart, perhaps her luck had finally turned around. One thing was for sure though, and it was that she did not want the task of caring for a village that had only brought her pain. The last card seemed to mirror her negative reaction, a useless club. They watched as Tsunade threw her cards to the table and frowned. The ANSWER seemed so obvious she might anything. Not possible. I refuse. Jiraiya smirked. That sounded quite familiar to a time when he asked her to go out with him. His student was not as understanding. And Naruto's frown only served to deepen. This bitch. Did the title of Hokage really mean that little to her if she could refuse so easily? Can she really be considering Orochimaru's proposal? Shizune feared that that could be the only reason she would refuse outside of being stubborn. HMPH. You know that you are the only one capable of it. Your medical and combat skills are unrivaled, and you are the granddaughter of the first Hokage. These are things no one else can match. Jiraiya explained, which gave Naruto a bit better of an understanding of who Tsunade was. I may be a terrible gambler, Tsunade said, hands laced in front of her. But the one thing I don't bet with is life. That's something only fools do. Jiraiya's mood sunk with her subtle jab at the Hokage, but it was only going to get worse. Anyone who takes a dangerous job like that is asking to die. Everyone noticed that Naruto had broken the chopsticks he was holding. My grandfather and great-uncle both wanted to end the war but died before they could. Not even the third could escape that fate, and with his age he was asking to die. You've changed, Tsunade. And not in a good way, the sage scowled. Time does that to people, Jiraiya. I may not look it, but I am 50 you know. Naruto barred his teeth, fists clenched. She had gone too far this time, Sannin or no. Tsunade smirked before dealing the final blow. The title of Hokage really is a piece of crap. There was but a moment of silence, just enough time between Tsunade uttering the insulting phrase and Naruto getting up from his seat and slamming his hands down onto the table. You bitch. Shizune and Taunton recoiled at his use of language, but Tsunade met his glare with one of her own. You couldn't just refuse and walk away, but you had to disrespect the Hokage too. Anyone who insults them deserves to get beaten up, even you. He pointed an accusing finger at the smirking Sannin. Hey. In a flash she had her foot on the table, sing above his height to look down upon Naruto. You've got some guts, kid, to say that to me. Let's step outside and settle this. Tsunade-sama, Shizune shouted in scolding. Escalating the situation was the last thing they needed. It didn't matter much because Naruto was already halfway to the door, his face full of angry determination. There was no way he was going to miss a chance like that. Not only could he defend the Hokage, but he could finally test to see if his training had done any good. The other blonde smirked and pushed past her student, following Naruto out. It had been a while since she had gotten so fired up. It must have been thanks to the drinks she had before. Jiraiya and Shizune shared a glance before the other Sannin cracked a smile. Well, this should be interesting. I would say Naruto doesn't stand a chance, but he does have a few advantages. Neither of the women knew he had a Sharingan, nor did they know about his success with the fourth's unique jutsu. With that on his side, and more than a bit of holding back on Tsunade's part, the kid might actually lay a finger on her. It's been a while since I've fought, but I am still one of the Sannin. Using full L strength against a genin would be pointless. Before the fight started, she threw a cheap shot. She and Naruto stood some ways apart in the dark street with Jiraiya and Shizune on either side. It would be a short fight either way, regardless of how Tsunade tried to spin it. That's a shame, but I guess I can finally see this medical ninjutsu of yours in action. Tsunade had a hand on her hip, ending Naruto an odd stare for his comment. He smirked as he bent his knees, getting prepared. For when I knock you on your ass. Jiraiya smiled. The kid had more than guts if he was willing to say that to Tsunade. The trip was definitely not a waste after all. Shizune almost pitied Naruto for his ignorance to her master's techniques. Despite the fact she would use less than her full strength, it would be more than enough to possibly harm Naruto. HMPH. If you weren't such a brat I might have liked you, Gaki. Tsunade held up one finger, her sneer was still prevalent. This is all I need to beat you. You might just regret that. Tsunade. Let's make things interesting, Naruto announced, surprising those present. Tsunade had been expecting him to be at least a little concerned, or angry. If anything, he seemed excited for the match. If I win, you have to give me something. At first he used his thumb to point at himself, but then he flicked it back to her. If you win, I'll do anything you want. Oh, the older woman gleamed, her face contorting into something very suspicious. This is too easy, she thought, already imagining the things she could make him do for her. Fine. In fact, Tsunade was so confident her luck had turned, she made another common mistake in gambling. She threw more chips than she could afford into the pot. I'll go one further. If you can touch me, then I'll give you my necklace. Which is worth more than you could count, as well as a personal lesson from me. Naruto and Jiraiya were intrigued. A personal lesson. What made her want to do that? All right then. Naruto stood there waiting for Tsunade to begin, but it looked like she had something else on her mind. What? I want to know something before we start. She narrowed her eyes. Why do you care about the title of Hokage so much? Naruto thought about it for a moment before smiling a little. It was true that for a long time he really didn't think much of it, but recently he had begun putting his efforts into training just for the title. It's pretty simple really. Jiraiya looked at his apprentice and listened, also interested in hearing. I have people I care about in Konoha. If I'm powerful enough to become Hokage, then I'll be able to protect them with everything I have. That's why I won't stop until I am Hokage, so I can protect those close to me." Tsunade's eyes widened a bit, but inside she was almost frozen. His response reminded her so much of Dan and Naoki. They too had referred to the village and the people inside it as being precious to them. Suddenly, Naruto had found a way past her mental defenses and reached her heart, and he hadn't even realized it. "Oi, we starting or what?" Naruto asked the stunned woman, impatient. Tsunade shook her head clear. There wasn't anything different about him. In the end it would all happen again, so for his own good she would beat the love for Hokage right out of him. "Let's do this, Gaki." Tsunade ran forward to start the fight, her finger almost touching the ground. Her pose reminded Naruto of Sasuke and the Chidori, and he realized she was building up strength. The speed she was running at was almost too fast for him to follow. But he had to time things just right if he wanted to get the drop on her. Too slow. Tsunade brought her arm up, just a foot away. Their eyes met and Tsunade's fate was sealed. Shizune couldn't even gasp as her mouth was wide open. Words escaped her as her mind tried to process what was going on. Jiraiya smirked, so the kid really did have a Sharingan implanted in him. Not just one actually, but two. The slug Sannin found herself frozen in midstep as Naruto revealed his Sharingan. Tsunade's eyes dilated and quickly she realized that she was no longer in the middle of the street, but rather inside some sort of dungeon with chains holding her arms. Unable to move any part of her body, she was baffled by the fact that not only did he have a Sharingan but he knew how to use it. Immediately after activating those damn eyes he cast an illusion on me. Damn, she bit her lip in order to feel pain and break the genjutsu. When she awoke, Tsunade found herself on the ground. She looked around and saw Jiraiya and Shizune looking at her, both frozen in surprise. Then she looked above her and saw Naruto kneeling directly behind her head. With one finger he touched the diahead, smiling. "Looks like I win." They just looked at one another for a moment before she growled in anger. When Tsunade's body tensed, Naruto knew it was bad. Her arms reached up and grabbed him by the collar, throwing him down in front of her. His rear slammed into the dirty ground as Tsunade placed him in a deadly hold between her muscular thighs. Jiraiya's nose began to bleed and he scrambled to grab his journal, thinking up a new idea for his story. To think Tsunade had blessed Naruto with the infamous submission style, leg smothering. "You tricky little." When she applied enough pressure, Naruto puffed into smoke. "A shadow clone. How the hell does a genin know how to?" Tsunade was interrupted from her thought process when the real Naruto walked out from the shadows. "Oi, isn't that a bit harsh for someone who just beat you?" His Sharingan glowed bright red in the dark, making him look quite intimidating. "If that's the way you want to play it," Tsunade got back up and created a fist that glowed with chakra. "I'll show you what it means to face a Sannin." Naruto's eyes widened before he ran forward, hoping to reach her before she could prepare the technique. The chakra he was seeing wasn't for a technique though, and Tsunade wanted him to get close. "Tsunade-sama, don't," Shizune begged. Naruto wouldn't survive a hit from her with full strength. Before he could even reach halfway, Tsunade slammed her fist down into the ground and created a large gap that threatened to swallow the blonde genin. It wasn't like she was actually going to kill him, but spending some time underground might teach him a lesson to respect his betters. Playing a dirty trick like that, how could she acknowledge him? That was when Naruto chose to do something no one thought he had time for. He created a clone beneath him and used its back as a launching point to jump over the Sannin-made ravine. Not only that, but he was gathering up chakra in his right hand too. A glowing sphere appeared in his hand as the chakra began to form and rotate. Tsunade couldn't believe her eyes as Naruto suddenly took the shape of the Yondaime Hokage. His attack was completely identical, all the way up to its name that Naruto was currently shouting. Jiraiya smirked, so the kid had learned something after all. Tsunade grabbed his protruding arm with both her hands in order to stop the attack, just inches from her bosom. The pressure of the chakra was enough to make her hair fly behind her as she tried to contain his technique. Naruto's strength was respectable as he tried as hard as he could to reach her chest. Not done yet. Impossible. She felt the chakra grow even stronger and the sphere began to get even bigger. If he couldn't reach her with his arm, then his chakra definitely would. Before he could get a taste of victory, her hands glowed green and Naruto's arm suddenly felt weak. For good measure Tsunade leapt back to gain distance as Naruto fell to one knee, holding his limp arm. Damn, she weakened my muscles. Alright, that's enough you two. The battle was over as Jiraiya stepped between the two of them. If they kept at it there was no doubt the entire town could become a battleground. Naruto had already proven himself plenty worthy to win the challenge as far as those participating were concerned. Shizune breathed a sigh of relief, though she was quite impressed with Naruto's ability. He was the first man in a while to even lay a finger on Tsunade, quite an impressive feat. Not only that, but to learn Jiraiya's Rasengan technique was not something easily done either. HMPH. Tsunade grunted before returning to a more relaxed stance. A bet was a bet, even if it was with an impudent kid like that. She reached up and took hold of her necklace, looking at it with almost a sense of reverence. Then as suddenly as she grabbed it Tsunade ripped it from her neck and threw it toward Naruto where it landed, unceremoniously, on the ground. Enjoy it while it lasts, brat. Shizune. Her apprentice ran back inside to grab their things while Tsunade began to walk away back to their hotel. She suddenly had lost all the excitement before. Now, the Sannin just wanted to rest her eyes and forget about all the things Naruto made her remember. Damn it, she had already gotten sober. Where the hell's my lesson, lady? Naruto shouted as he leaned over to pick up the necklace and made sure to be more careful with the gem. Tsunade said nothing as she continued to walk away, her back to him. Couldn't he see her pride was hurt enough that there was no way she was going to help him out? He would have to ask her some other time when she didn't want to beat him up. Let it go, Naruto. Jiraiya said with a hand on the blonde kid's shoulder. We aren't leaving here until she comes with us, so there will be plenty of time for her to own up to your bet. But she said she wasn't going to take the job. Jiraiya smirked, throwing a thumb at his chest. Hey, don't call me a ladies' man for nothing. I'll convince Tsunade soon enough, so for now let's get our stuff and rest. Naruto didn't like it but he didn't have much of a choice. At least now they had found Tsunade things were finally starting to move forward. With Jiraiya's training maybe the trip wouldn't be such a waste after all. The next day, Naruto and Jiraiya stood in a Saint clearing just a little bit outside of Tanzaku. They were out in the beautiful afternoon sun in order to train Naruto for the Toad Sage had promised that upon finding Tsunade, Naruto would be taught something new. In fact, Jiraiya had changed his plans and chosen two very important techniques that would help the kid out. After observing his participation in the invasion as well as hearing from Gamabunta what the kid could do, Jiraiya thought of something that would help Naruto in the future. With an affinity for the toads just like Minato, the kid would be following in his footsteps perfectly. Okay Naruto, ready to get training? Jiraiya couldn't help but smile upon seeing the excited blonde ready himself. Naruto grinned and slammed a fist into his hand, eager to begin. The Shodai Hokage's necklace hung proudly from his neck, hidden beneath his collar. Yeah, I've been waiting for this the entire time. Alrighty then, let's not delay any longer. There are too many women for me to go meet back in town. So I'm going to make this fast. Jiraiya's lecherous grin said all that Naruto needed to know. At the very least he wouldn't beat around the bush for very long. The first thing you need to know is that the two techniques I am teaching you aren't all that amazing apart, but when put together are devastating. They perform a perfect combination move that will have your enemies overwhelmed before they can do anything. Quote, Jiraiya held up one finger to indicate the first technique before he closed his eyes in concentration. Suddenly he jerked his head to the left and launched some dark, gritty substance from his mouth that coated the ground. That is Gamayuden, and it is a simple technique that changes chakra in your mouth into oil. It might not seem impressive now, but watch. This time Jiraiya went through hand signs which were immediately copied by Naruto's Sharingan. Naruto could see the chakra build up in Jiraiya's stomach and could sense the familiarity behind the fire technique. Kaden. Enden. The Toad Sage released a fire bullet right at the oil and Naruto saw the attack instantly intensify. Wow, Naruto was impressed. You see, combine these two attacks and there isn't much of anything your opponent can do to stop the attack. It's almost as powerful as combining wind and fire in terms of going up against a water defense. With enough oil and hot enough flame, no amount of water will stop it. The uses were not lost on Naruto as he went silent for a long while, thinking up certain techniques he could combine them with. Jiraiya was glad the kid was thinking about it, but first he had to know how to do it. For the next hour or so the older man was able to teach Naruto the basics of converting chakra into a new substance, lot more difficult than a normal technique because it required more than shape or nature transformation. An innate understanding of the substance itself, as well as its composition, was necessary. Naruto was an Uchiha though, and not only that, he had first experience with toads. Soon enough he was beginning to catch on. Jiraiya didn't even worry about the fire technique because the kid was a natural with the affinity. Not only that, he had the Sharingan to reteach him the seals and basically allow him to do it automatically. With enough practice, the blonde could eventually create a flame bullet without a single hand seal. Best not to tell him that, or else his ego would only grow. Eventually Jiraiya excused himself to go on the mentioned research trip. It was obvious at that point he was no longer needed as Naruto continued to practice the oil and fire techniques without any outside input. The chakra Naruto had at his disposal would allow him to train for the rest of the day before submitting to fatigue, if not longer. Besides, he had someone else watching over him already. See anything interesting, Tsunade? Jiraiya asked from a tree branch a few feet above the woman. She had been watching them since the beginning, but only Jiraiya had picked up on it. Perhaps she was actually interested in his progress as a ninja, or maybe she wanted to see if her loss was just a fluke. Either way, it must have been fully obvious Naruto was not the fool she originally took him for. His dedication is impressive, Tsunade admitted, arms crossed. But teaching a kid like him that technique, isn't that a bit risky? Jiraiya just watched Naruto for a little while. The kid was just as much of a genius as his sister or even his father, but he had a certain kind of stupid determination that Jiraiya had only seen in one other person, himself. Just by looking into Naruto's eyes, anyone could see that he would use all his strength to protect those close to him. He's a lot like me, I guess you could say. Not just that, he reminds me of Minato. The nindo he lives by is what will keep him and those around him safe. There is no way he would harm anyone he cared about. Tsunade wondered if a Jinchuriki could make that claim. The fact remained that he was capable of pulling off a cage-level technique. At the age of 13, as well as possessing one of the most powerful dojutsu of the world, she still couldn't believe they would allow such a dangerous operation on the village's container, but it appears to have been a bet she wouldn't have won. There were too many of those, she thought with a grimace. Are you going to live up to your side of the deal, Tsunade? PSH. Not until the kid comes to me on his hands and kne. Her old teammate dropped down from his perch, his eyes straight and narrow. It was clear she had the wrong idea. You know what deal I mean, Tsunade. Orochimaru. Was that all he could think of when they were together, the third wheel in their group? You aren't very subtle, are you? When it comes to things like this, I can be pretty direct. It was clear to her that Jiraiya would continue to interfere until she gave some sort of answer. The truth was, she wasn't prepared to comment on that yet. She was putting it off, just like she did with everything that had to do with Konoha and her past life. I'll tell you right now, Tsunade, that if you are going to agree to the deal, I will kill you. The blonde didn't even flinch, considering the situation they were in. Still, somewhere inside her heart its foundations shook when her teammate said that to her. They stared each other for a short pause before Tsunade shrugged. Let's go out drinking tonight. We can discuss it in detail. Surprised by her offer, Jiraiya accepted. Maybe there was a chance he could still get through to her. He may have said he would kill her with a straight face, but he wasn't so sure it would be that easy for him to do. After all, no matter how abusive and cold she could be, she was still his princess. The next day. This is bad. Where the hell are you, Jiraiya? Naruto had run all the way around town in search of his teacher but found nothing. Instead, he decided to go to the address of the slug Sannin in hopes they knew where he was. Luckily, in an attempt at apologizing, Shizune had given Jiraiya a note with their address and room number in order for him to keep tabs on Tsunade. With even more luck, The sage had left it on the dresser near Naruto's bed. "Oi, have you guys?" Naruto opened the door in a rush as he called out his question, but stopped when he saw Tsunade's apprentice on the ground. Shizune-san. He ran over to check whether she was still alive or not. Had Orochimaru struck early, Tsunade was nowhere in the room to be seen, and Taunton sat on the bed, nervously watching. With a bit of force he shook the medic awake and was relieved to see her crack her eyes open. "Shizune-san. Naruto-kun," she croaked, trying to get her bearings. That was when she remembered Tsunade had knocked her unconscious and adrenaline flowed through her. "Where is Tsunade?" Did she? Looking around the room, it was obvious what the answer was. "Yeah, where is the blonde anyway? I figured this is where you both lived." Shizune stood up and realized what time of day it was. The meeting between Sannin would happen very soon and she would have to hurry to make it. "Naruto-kun, stay here." She ran over to the window and opened it, ready to jump. A kunai embedded itself in the wall inches from her face. She looked over to see Jiraiya leaning against the building, barely standing on his own 2 feet. Naruto ran over and looked out the window too, astonished to see his teacher in such a condition. That was the man he was looking for, all right, but Jiraiya looked terrible. "Wait a minute, Shizune," Jiraiya managed to say before his legs gave out, forcing him to kneel. As it turned out, Tsunade had drugged him with a numbing poison the night before. Right as they were both indulging themselves in alcohol, she somehow got it into his drink. Not only did it keep him from moving, but it made molding chakra difficult. Shizune quickly created a soluble antidote and mixed it with water for the toad sage to drink. They quickly came to a mutual understanding of Tsunade's general plan and knew she had to be stopped. After a quick rest, the Ri plus Taunton were headed in the direction of the town's famous castle walls. Hopefully they wouldn't be too late. For the reader's convenience, a smoke bomb slammed into Tsunade's chest, covering the battlefield. Kabuto had been in the middle of approaching her and quickly retreated to a safe distance. Had the reinforcements arrived earlier than he had predicted, Tsunade saw Jiraiya, Naruto, and Shizune appear in front of her. So it seemed she couldn't keep them out of the fight after all. Perhaps there was still a chance for her to end it all right there. Jiraiya spared a glance to Tsunade to check on her condition, but quickly gravitated toward Orochimaru. So, the snake had come out to play. "Orochimaru, I see you look just as horrifying as the last time we met." The white-skinned man smirked. "It doesn't seem like time has removed that tongue of yours, Jiraiya. Perhaps I should do it instead." A grudge match like no other was brewing, not just between the two Sannin, but between the 2 younger boys as well. "Kabuto, I knew you were trouble." Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. If only they had fought during the exam so that he could really teach the traitor a lesson. "Naruto-kun, don't start thinking you stand a chance against me. You may own the Sharingan, but your ability pales in comparison to Sasuke. That is why Orochimaru desires her body, not yours." Kabuto prepared a kunai as he mocked Naruto, readying himself. "The Kyuubi was the only thing we were afraid of, but there is no doubt that you were of little threat in comparison to the Sannin." If he wanted to get Naruto angry, he was doing a good job. Jiraiya also knew that they were underestimating Naruto's abilities, but better for them to learn. The just had to keep his cool to capitalize on his own strengths. Out of the way, Tsunade ran past them, knocking Jiraiya over in a heap. She immediately leapt into the air to bring a kick around to Kabuto's head, but he ducked. When Tsunade landed, she sent a punch straight for his head, forcing the spy to block. Another kick sent his kunai straight into a boulder, leaving him to fight bare-handed. "I'll finish both of you off right here," the Sannin proclaimed, laying punch after punch against Kabuto's defense. He found himself backed against the same boulder with his kunai and quickly grabbed it. Too slow. He wouldn't be able to bring it up in time to defend. Unfortunately, Kabuto didn't have to. With a single slice to his own palm, enough blood spilled on Tsunade to completely freeze her. Taking on 2 Sannin would be difficult enough, but at least that's one down. With a single punch he sent Tsunade flying back, but she was caught by Shizune. Kabuto retreated to Orochimaru's side as Jiraiya got back up and prepared himself. It looked like the battle lines had been drawn. With Tsunade out of the picture, it would be up to Naruto and Shizune to handle Kabuto while the last 2 Sannin fought one another. Okay. Naruto and Shizune, you two handle Kabuto. I've got Orochimaru. What are you waiting for? Do it. Orochimaru ordered and Kabuto applied blood on the summoning seal tattooed onto the Sannin's left arm. Then he began going through hand signs. I don't think so. Jiraiya did the same and slammed his hand down to summon Gamabunta, though his chakra might have been a bit off. Two large snakes quickly appeared beneath Orochimaru and Kabuto, lifting them up high into the air. The powerful position instilled a sense of superiority in the Oto shinobi while it demoralized the others. Jiraiya had no such luck in molding Kra and was only able to summon Gamakichi, the son of Gamabunta. No bigger than Taunton, he would be doing little fighting against a summon that large. Yo, what's up? The toad said with a wave, not understanding the danger. Damn, Jiraiya muttered, the drug was still too strong. Hee hee, I knew you had no talent Jiraiya, but that's pitiful. Orochimaru cackled, without a summon this fight is pretty much over. Kabuto said with a smirk, adjusting his glasses. Naruto. Shizune saw him shaking with anger, but was surprised when he too bit his thumb and went through hand signs. Kuchiyos. Quote, everyone's eyes widened upon realizing the blonde had access to the same technique. When had he gotten so powerful? The last time Orochimaru saw him he was an overconfident boy who knew nothing of how to fight. All he relied on was brute strength. Since when did he learn any kind of ninjutsu? Perhaps I should have killed him during the exams after all. The snake Sannin muttered, his face contorted into a deep frown. As this, the power of the nine tails? Kabuto asked himself, not believing it. Naruto-kun, this is, Shizune started to say but was cut off by a smiling Jiraiya. Amazing, right, he is my student after all. Naruto stood atop Gamabunta's head with his arms crossed in defiance. He felt bad about summoning the toad so soon after their battle in Konoha, but it seemed like tough battles followed Naruto everywhere. Jiraiya was going to need the summon's help after all, so it was better to go all out from the start. Naruto, are you making this a habit or something? Gamabunta shouted, smoking his pipe. In the meanwhile he was taking in his surroundings and saw the two snakes with Orochimaru on them. Now it was starting to make sense why he was summoned. Sorry boss Toad, but if I didn't summon you Jiraiya would have if he could. We need your help against these guys. Jiraiya's here. The toad sage leapt up onto the summon's head to make his presence known. Yeah, and I'm not in good shape. I'm having difficulty controlling my chakra, so I need your help in fighting these summons. Jiraiya turned to Naruto and gave him a reassuring nod. I'll handle things with Gamabunta, Naruto. Take care of Tsunade and beat the crap out of that Kabuto guy. Understood. The blonde leapt off of the toad's head and returned to Shizune's side who was trying to care for the comatose Tsunade. Without warning the two snakes dove forward in an attempt to seize the initiative, but Gamabunta was ready. He revealed his blade and sliced through one of their heads and blocked the other one by sitting on top of it. Kabuto was on the head that was cut off and waited for it to hit the ground. The weight behind it sent dust and rock flying into the air, in which he used the On fusion to launch himself at Shizune and Tsunade. Naruto saw what he was doing and tried to reach him, jumping to and from the rocks in midair. He knew that Kabuto was too strong for Shizune to handle easily. Only his Sharingan would be able to match him. Doden. Yomi Numa. In a perfect position to immobilize the enemy with Gamabunta holding it down, Jiraiya declared his next technique. They began to sink into a large body of murky water that would keep Orochimaru from escaping. Jiraiya leapt down onto the snake while Gamabunta jumped away and held steady. There was a chance he would be needed at another time, so the toad sage asked him to remain where he was. Come then, Jiraiya. Orochimaru launched himself at his old teammate. Arms or no, he was still a threatening opponent. Jeer. Aida went through more hand signs and his hair began to grow longer and harden. His teammate had elongated his neck in an attempt to bite him, so hopefully the shield would be enough to hold him back. Hari Jizo. In a protective layer around him, the hair was Jiraiya's best defense. Unfortunately the drug prevented it from completely encompassing his body and, by allowing his foot to get impaled. Orochimaru peeled enough of it away to bite Jiraiya on the neck. Give it up, the snake said, slightly muffled. Even with our weaknesses it's clear who is still on top. Shizune was launched back by a strike to her chest by Kabuto. It would keep her out of the fight by weakening her ability to breathe, as he had done to Tsunade. Unfortunately for her, she did not have the ability to repair it fast enough to keep up. Before Kabuto could even approach Tsunade, Naruto landed in front of him. The distraction the snake's death caused wasn't enough to keep Naruto out of the fight for long, How the Odo shinobi would have preferred if it did. I thought I said to keep out of my way, Naruto-kun. Right now, Naruto ready to kunai as he activated his Sharingan, ready to fight. All I want to do is teach you a lesson. Kabuto smirked and ran forward, meeting the blonde halfway. They engaged in close combat, but it was clear that Naruto was not only able to dodge his moves but get around Kabuto's defense. After getting a few good slices in, the Uchiha forced him to retreat. So, the Sharingan isn't just for show. He really does know how to use it. That would make things a bit difficult, but no matter. Kabuto hadn't noticed the ground before, but during his fight with Shizune, Naruto had released a small amount of oil around the place where he was standing. The only reason he fought the Odo shinobi in close combat was to get him into the right position, and now all he needed was to light it. Enden. The speed with which he released the flame bullet was faster than a normal fireball technique. Kabuto was still able to dodge the attack but was confused when it wasn't aimed for him. He looked down upon feeling something odd against the soles of his sanda. And then realized he had been tricked. It was too late though, and the oil caught fire with Kabuto still in the area. Naruto watched Kabuto's chakra signature with his eyes and knew that he had successfully hit him. The problem was that the medical ninja's chakra was focusing around his skin and he seemed to be healing himself as the attack itself happened. When the fire died down, he saw Kabuto's skin quickly recovering to its original color and state, sizzling smoke rising from the wounds. Nicely done. Said with a bit of difficulty, he had to catch his breath. I wasn't expecting you to know those techniques. Sometimes you can assume too much. Naruto ran forward and created a great number of clones to capitalize on Kabuto's weakness. Meanwhile, the Sannin watched from a distance. That boy, while he does have some potential, it is merely riding off the back of the Sharingan. He is nothing to a true Uchiha, a born prodigy like Sasuke. Why you waste your time with him is beyond me, Orochimaru said during a break between his battle with Jiraiya. The Toad Sage panted in exasperation, but grinned nonetheless. Sure, he's got the eyes, but he's more than just an Uchiha. Knockoff. The man had a sudden flashback to a very familiar woman with red hair before uttering his next line. That kid is an Uzumaki. Orochimaru didn't see any reason why that was particularly significant, but smiled nonetheless. Perhaps there was more to the kid than what he was seeing with the summon he brought out. Not that it mattered after Akatsuki was through with him. That gave Orochimaru an idea though. If Kabuto failed in defeating Naruto, perhaps he could finish the job and ensure the organization failed in its mission to capture the Kyuubi. He might be killing two birds with one stone. If it meant Sasuke would be more willing to join him. Kabuto was having little difficulty keeping up with the clones, but had problems striking any meaningful blows against them. With the Sharingan the jutsu made a deadly combination. But they were extremely tiring for Naruto to keep up. Just a bit longer and Bunshin Debakua, one of the clones had leapt for Kabuto and subsequently exploded. The blast sent Orochimaru's servant flying and rolling on the ground. He suddenly found it difficult to get up and discovered that his legs had been severely weakened from the blast. Naruto approached him, breathing heavily in exhaustion. A few clones remained but they popped in order to allow Naruto to conserve his energy. This is bad. I'm almost out of chakra just from keeping up with the Sharingan. This battle. It's over. Naruto threw a few shuriken at Kabuto, but he managed to roll out of the way. The older boy was able to get up to his feet, albeit unsteadily, and rush Naruto. Ra gathered around Kabuto's hands as he tried very hard to strike at the vital organs, but it wasn't fast enough to beat the Sharingan. Through exhaustion, Naruto's stamina kept him going until his enemy was on the ground and beaten. He weaved in and out of each strike and ready to kunai to attack Kabuto. The Oto Nin's offense was sloppy and it left his defense weak, which Naruto capitalized on. ND gave him a few good slices across the arms and chest. With great strength he threw the kunai point blank as he ducked underneath another strike. It impaled Kabuto in the leg, which threw him off balance. In the meantime, Naruto had tucked his arms close to his stomach and was gathering chakra for the Rasengan. Goo! Kabuto felt the pain of the kunai and was unable to kick Naruto with the leg while his arms were already extended. Is this really the true strength of the Sharingan? He had been beaten by someone who was supposed to be no one. How could this happen? Rasengan. The sphere high chi just as it was supposed to in Kabuto's gut, eliciting a grunt of pain. Kabuto was sent flying into a boulder on the other side of the battlefield. Though he could slowly heal the wounds, his chakra had run out. That meant that his usefulness had run dry as well. Sorry, Orochimaru-sama. It seems I can go no further. Naruto lowered himself to one knee and immediately deactivated his Sharingan. That was enough for him to be done. His chakra was almost completely out. At least he was able to beat Kabuto, which meant Tsunade would be safe to recover in peace as long as Jiraiya. Time to die, brat. Orochimaru was flying toward Naruto with Jiraiya nowhere to be seen. Gamabunta couldn't react in time and Shizune was still unconscious. The snake Sannin revealed the sword of Kusanagi from his mouth and prepared to impale Naruto. Finally his ambitions would come to fruition. Not yet. A blur appeared in front of Naruto and then blood was spilled once again. Orochimaru realized that Tsunade had blocked the attack and quickly returned the sword to inside of him. He frowned in disappointment that the slug Sannin had used her body as a shield. Of all the people there, she was the last one he wanted to hurt. Tsunade, listen, I must kill that boy in order for an organization of shinobi to fail in their quest. Stay out of my way or... He was cut off when Tsunade growled. If I do anything, she grunted out, clearly in pain. It will be to protect this boy. Who has such a powerful dream. Dreams of a child mean nothing in the world of shinobi. You know this better than anyone, Tsunade. Thoughts of Naoki awakened in her. But she refused to accept them. I have entrusted this boy with my grandfather's necklace because he has proven that he is a capable shinobi. And you, Orochimaru, have no right to take that from him. Orochimaru's frown deepened, but he realized that with her wound she would be slower than last time. He tried to flicker past her, but was intercepted again, as Tsunade used her body to shield the immobile Naruto. Damn it, Tsunade has to protect me. I can't even move. A fight between Sannin, even if he had the energy he would just get in the way. For one last time, I'm betting it all on this boy, she whispered, holding the Kusanagi tight as it pierced her stomach. For him to be the next Hokage. After me. I will take up that mantle. Even if it's just to keep his seat warm. Tsunade, you, and you, Orochimaru, I'll make my first act as Hokage to kill you. Naruto and Shizune watched from the sidelines as the battle once again morphed into a three-way grudge match between Sannin. Gray smoke covered the area as two new summons were brought out and the Godime Hokage finally revealed herself. For the reader's convenience, a week later, Konohagakure. To be honest, a situation like this has never happened before. Some have said that no one should qualify because the final exam was incomplete. Tsunade sat at her desk in the Hokage's office, flanked by many other shinobi. Shizune was present as well as all the important Chunin exam proctors. They all had some sort of relevant input for Tsunade, the new Hokage, to take into consideration when making this decision. However, it's come to my attention that the Sandaime was particularly impressed by your fights. You two held yourselves to a standard of shinobi no one else was able to equal. Both in your technique and character. She smiled, looking over the two of them. They were confused, even shocked by what she was telling them. That was all right though, she knew both of them would fit the role very nicely. It would take some getting used to, but at least one of them was fully ready to take on the responsibility. Of that, she knew firsthand. All of the feudal lords in attendance as well as the proctors you see here have supported that recommendation. That means that there is really little else for me to do but make it official. Keep up the good work and do not bring dishonor to the Hittite you wear. She laced her hands in front of her. Today, you are officially made Chunin. All of the elder shinobi smiled as Tsunade prepared their certificates of promotion and flak vests. It was always a proud moment to see genin advance themselves. For some of them like Anko or Shizune, it was always their faces that pleased them the most. That was why it was so hard for them to keep a straight face. Looking at the two new Chunin, Naruto and Shikamaru looked at one another, still floored by the fact they were being promoted. Not but 5 minutes ago they were CA/LLED to Tsunade's office with little idea of what lay in store, then she dropped that huge bomb after a powerful buildup. What were they supposed to say? Oi, Shikamaru, Naruto muttered, their eyes meeting. Why yeah, the Nara responded, similarly finding it difficult to speak. His come from. Shikamaru didn't have an answer to that, but he did know one thing. It was something he was quite willing to say out loud, even in front of the instructors and Hokage that had been so proud a moment ago. I don't know. But this is going to be a drag for both of us. I can already tell. Konohagakure Uchiha compound. Yo, I'm back. Ah, Naruto-kun. Welcome home. Oh my. Naruto had walked into the family room where Makoto was having some tea. He immediately regretted his loud entrance after seeing how at peace the older woman was. It wasn't long before he perked up and puffed his chest out in pride when Makoto noticed his flak vest and put the pieces together. Naruto. You made Chunin? She asked lightly, as if the entire situation was a fragile illusion that would be broken with the wrong word. Yep, Naruto beamed, hands on his hips. Now I can finally protect you and Sasuke-chan with all my strength. The matriarch got up from her seat and went over to hug Naruto. She got down to one knee and brought him in close, her arms wrapping around his body. Chunin or not, he was still just a boy. But he was her boy. And she couldn't be any more proud. I knew you could do it. A small tear of happiness flew down her cheek, but she hid it well with Naruto's face hidden in her bosom. Ka-san. Smells nice. A light blush covered Naruto's cheeks as he wished to stay like that even longer. I'll have to prepare a special meal tonight, what do you say? Naruto smiled and was about to swear when he heard footsteps from behind. They looked together to see Sasuke come back in from training outside, back in her blue-collar shirt and white shorts. At first it seemed as if she didn't notice Naruto's vest, her eyes only recognizing he was home. When her vision eventually gravitated to his chest, that was when she realized what had happened. So that was why he was called away to the Hokage's office so soon after his mission. It had been bothering her since he had left, and out of all the possibilities she had come up with, this was the one she despised the most. Despite herself and knowing how petty it was, Sasuke couldn't help but get jealous of her brother. Makoto and Naruto became concerned when Sasuke didn't say anything for a long while. Her eyes went from curious and happy to conflicted and annoyed as soon as she saw the jacket. Sasuke, Naruto said, unable to think of anything to ease her frustrations. The Uchiha girl seemed to awaken by him calling her name. She wa. Lked passed the two without a word, and it looked like she was going to leave the compound. After the training they had done together, Makoto hoped it would calm Sasuke's anger. It seemed that Naruto's return, no matter how much of a happy time it was for them, was enough to tip the balances again. Her daughter was so conflicted. On the one hand she loved Naruto, but on the other her desire to defeat Itachi made her own weaknesses visible. Even painful for her to see. Naruto's strength as someone close to her with similar abilities created something for her to compare herself to. Now that he was growing stronger and other people were acknowledging it, Sasuke longed for the same feeling. She wanted, or maybe even needed, to know she was strong. Considering how the situation had slowly been spiraling out of control since Itachi returned, there were fewer and fewer ways for Sasuke to prove her strength. Makoto feared that soon her daughter might turn on Naruto in order to test herself. If Sasuke discovered the secret behind the Mangekyo, then Naruto's life could be in danger. Ka-san. Naruto's voice woke Makoto from her thoughts. He looked concerned, his vision immediately going from her to the door. She had to comfort him, or else she would have two Uchiha on the loose. Naruto-kun, for now just give Sasuke some space. Give her some time alone to think. Naruto didn't seem satisfied with that, so Makoto pouted. You said you would help me as a Chunin, are you going back on your word? Come on, you can help with dinner. Naruto smiled and agreed. If he couldn't do anything for Sasuke, as much as it pained him to admit to it, then he would help Makoto. After all, those two were what kept him going every day. It was thanks to them he even had that vest. Excuse me, Naruto turned to see Shino at the doorway, taking off his shoes. Seeing his teammate after so long cheered him up. So much so he ran to the door and almost tackled Shino. "Hey, Shino, good to see you," he shouted, in his friend's ear who bristled uncomfortably by their close contact. Naruto. Well, considering the situation, Shino could let it slide. Realizing that he was making Shino uncomfortable, Naruto backed off. He scratched his head in embarrassment but continued to smile at his friend. "I see you were promoted, congratulations. Your match was exceptional," the Aburame complimented, nodding in his direction. Hearing a compliment from Shino was rare, especially one so direct like that, so Naruto wasn't sure how to react. "Ah. Thanks Shino. I'm not sure if I deserve it yet, but I won't let you or anyone else down. It's because you all supported me that I got this far." Shino wondered if that were true. Could Naruto have gotten just as far if he had no one? He supposed the answer already came from Naruto's battle from Gaara. Friendship. Teammates, they really were powerful things. It made Shino happy to be a part of Team 7. "Oh, Shino-kun." Makoto peeked her head out the kitchen door to see what was keeping Naruto. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke's teammate brought a smile on her face. All the more to enjoy the meal she was making. It would be especially good with more company. "Excuse me for my intrusion." Shino did a slight bow to the matriarch who playfully waved her hand. "You are too formal, Shino-kun. Come on in and make yourself comfortable." Naruto waved his friend in and followed him inside. "Naruto, go find Jiraiya-sama and invite him too. Tell him it's my way of thanking him for your training." The thought of Jiraiya being around Makoto made Naruto a bit uncomfortable. Maybe if it was just for dinner things would work out alright. Naruto is already a Chunin. He's learned so many techniques. Even Itachi recognized him. "What the hell have I been doing?" Sasuke sat alone, in a tree somewhere off the beaten path in Konoha. She was just trying to get her thoughts straight and there was no way she could pull that off if she was hanging around Naruto. Even if he didn't know it, every second she spent with him just seemed to bother her more. It wasn't Naruto, it was his progress. It was the raw ability he had shown to have over Sasuke, a natural-born Uchiha. How was he beating her? Was it really impossible for her to reach Itachi's level? If she couldn't even make Chunin, then that said a lot about her abilities. Even if she did love him, he was really making life hard on her. As Sasuke wallowed in self-destruction, 4 figures watched her from a distance. With orders from their master they were there to present the girl with a choice. It was an option that Orochimaru seemed to have no doubt she would choose the right answer to. Though their opinions may have differed, the Sound Four's job wasn't to question, just to do. And what they came there to do was nothing good. "Shall we go?" Sannin said with a smirk. They disappeared in a blur and reappeared high above, using the sunlight as a mask. Sasuke detected their presence and got up, readying herself. Each one landed on a different branch, surrounding her. Her eyes passed between each one, trying to see if she could recognize them or even figure out their strength. The one with 6 arms had a sound forehead protector, and that told her all she needed to know. "You are Sound Shinobi?" she asked, rhetorically. Sasuke's eyes narrowed as she prepared to fight. The smirks they were all wearing only served to piss her off more. Where the hell did they get off acting confident around an Uchiha? "I'm Kidomaru," said the one with 6 arms. "I'm Sannin." The one with gray hair and a lump on his back spoke next. "I am Jirobo, the large one." Chiyuya. The passed by each one. The names weren't important to her, so why the hell were they wasting her time? Perhaps they picked up on her impatience since they dispersed. Too fast for her to follow. Her eyes darted around trying to find one. Suddenly, Kidomaru appeared in front of her ready with a punch from one of his arms. She blocked it and used a ND on his back to push herself into the air. Sannin came around from behind, but her legs were already moving as she sent a kick to his chest, forcing him into the trunk. Chiyuya came to check on him as Jirobo appeared on the branch and sent a punch toward Sasuke. The Uchiha set her feet back down on the ground and hooked her right arm with Kidomaru's, blocked Jirobo's strike, then grabbed his outstretched wrist. With great strength she sent both of them flying back toward Sannin and Chiyuya and found no small pleasure in the resulting crash. Surprise and further annoyance came next when the smoke cleared to reveal 4 logs. Substitution. She turned to see all 4 of them unharmed standing on a nearby balcony. All of them were still wearing those damn smirks. I'm not in a good mood, so let's get this over with. She beckoned with a roar, and they obliged. Some time later, Sasuke was crouched down, breathing heavily on a rooftop. Across from her were the Sound 4, looking no worse for wear. She had put in an effort to beat them without using any ability, just taijutsu and tactics, but it wasn't enough. As far as she could tell, they were going easy on her too. You see, after all that energy you got nothing back. Sannin shouted. This village is just a waste of time, you aren't gaining anything here. Did you really think those pitiful missions they sent you on did any good? You saw for yourself how far you were from Itachi Uchiha, didn't you? Chiyuya said in a mocking tone. What has staying here done for you? Can't you feel the power in your veins? Orochimaru can make you even stronger. You just need to follow us. We have no freedom, we must do as he commands. To gain strength, you have to sacrifice. Kidomaru claimed. What the hell are you telling me all this for? What the hell do you get out of this? Sasuke shouted, frustrated at her weakness and annoyed that they didn't know when to shut up. Just like that bastard Orochimaru, they didn't know when to quit. What the hell kind of life was that? She didn't even know what Orochimaru had to offer, and going to live with him did not sound like a good deal at all. Did they really think something like that would get through to her? Orochimaru knows your desire to kill Itachi Uchiha. We are only here to tell you the truth, that the only place you will get that strength is with him. The choice is yours. Sannin shrugged. He really didn't see much in the girl. If she what Orochimaru wanted though, he would get her. Come find us if you are interested. Sasuke watched them leave and found herself alone once again. What the hell kind of a day was she having? First Naruto becomes Chunin and then a bunch of rejects from Sound come to the village just to beat her up. Now what the hell was she supposed to do? Later that night, Sasuke-sama, we've been waiting, Sannin announced in an oddly soft tone. The Sound 4 had indeed been waiting just outside the village, as ordered. After their little display of power, the plan was the Uchiha would come to them willingly to Oto. They didn't have long though, as Orochimaru had a schedule to keep. In need of a new body, Sasuke was to be that new vessel. But she didn't need to know that. What's with the respectful tone? She asked, finding it funny they were suddenly bowing before her. Upon leaving the village it was said that you would be our leader. Please forgive us for our rude behavior. Upon taking a second look at Sasuke, he found something off about her appearance. She didn't seem to have any backpack for belongings or provisions for a trip. Indeed, she looked like she was heading out for a mission rather than going with them. What was she thinking? How ironic. Sasuke smiled. That ego boost made what she was about to say even easier. Because the last thing I came out here to do was join you. They all looked up in surprise, but Sasuke was gone in a blur. Before any of them could move, she reappeared in front of Sannin with her fist reared back. I'm going to kill every one of you. The leader was sent flying back as the other 3 scrambled to react. Before Chiyuya could even get her feet off the ground, Sasuke twisted her body and sent a devastating kick to the redhead's chest. The hit sent the girl flying into a nearby tree, shattering the trunk. Jirobo enveloped Sasuke in a bear hug and attempted to siphon her chakra. Only for her to disappear into a log. He looked around to try and find her but could see nothing. A great pain shot through his skull as a shadow descended from above. Sasuke's leg hit the side of Jirobo's head and sent him flying too. All that was left was the 6-armed freak, Kidomaru. He readied himself in a defensive stance but realized too late the girl was done with taijutsu. To fight someone with 6 arms in close combat was pointless, even with her eyes. That was why she would burn him to a crisp from afar. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. The fireball emerged from her mouth and enveloped Kidomaru. But she knew it was too easy. She cancelled the technique and activated her Sharingan to see the Sound 4 had formed up on the other side of the clearing. The atmosphere was different. From how it was in Konoha, they actually looked hurt and pissed. Sasuke smirked as she readied herself for another attack. When she went home after fighting the Sound 4, she decided that to grow she would need to fight. She realized that she didn't want to hurt those close to her, no matter how much it might help her. That was why she decided to fight the Sound Four. Who would care if they died? Most of all, they proved to be especially challenging earlier. Everyone was holding back during that fight, even her. Now she would lay everything on the line to prove her strength. Sannin cracked his neck and glared at Sasuke. Then he started to smile when he remembered what Kabuto had told him before leaving the hideout. Orochimaru-sama may have said not to do much damage, but if she refuses, do whatever you must to activate her seal and bring her back. There can be no delay. You just made a big mistake, little girl, he said, grabbing a bottle of pills from his clothes. They all knew what was coming and activated their curse marks. In case Sasuke acted like that they had a plan to deal with her. She may have had the choice to come or go, but by leaving she had chosen to come whether willingly or by force. It looked like they got to do the fun one after all. Chiyuya, Kitamaru, Jirobo. They looked between one another then Sasuke. Sannin held up the small little pill with no amount of sadistic joy. Hold her down so I can force this down her throat. Just try it. I'm going to destroy every one of you. Sasuke began building up chakra in her right hand, readying a Chidori. She would prove she was strong enough to kill Itachi. There would be no doubt in anyone's mind when she was done that Sasuke Uchiha was powerful. Konohagakure Hokage's office. Naruto and Shikamaru were not having a good day. First, both of them woke up with resounding headaches thanks in no small part to the second reason why they were having a terrible day. The Godime had sent messengers to wake them up early in the morning. Now they couldn't even complain because the atmosphere in her office was deathly serious, which was never good. Tsunade looked between the two of them. So young, this wasn't a burden she wanted to place on them easily. Especially Naruto, considering his relationship with Sasuke. There was no time for consideration or pleasantries though, not in a situation like that. Last night, Sasuke Uchiha was seen leaving the village. Naruto and Shikamaru's eyes widened, shocked. We believe that she may be headed toward Orochimaru in Oto. How do we know this? Shikamaru brought himself to her would help Naruto. He knew this would be a lot harder on the blonde than him. Unfortunately, Tsunade didn't seem like she had much of an answer. We don't know, and honestly it's not important. She noted that Naruto's teeth were barred. He was getting angry at her. There is also the chance she was kidnapped, but considering she did leave the village alone, it is difficult to make that assumption. Naruto clenched his fists and glared at the Hokage. What the hell are you saying? Sasuke is a shinobi of the leaf, and my sister. She wouldn't. Naruto, hold your tongue. Tsunade's harsh voice made him stop. Clearly her being either of those things hasn't improved her judgment any. Right now what you should be focused on is the mission I'm giving the both of you. EY waited for her to calm down and listened as she continued. This will be your first mission as Chunin, and it is very important. Your orders are to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha, whatever it takes. Shikamaru was already thinking of Sasuke and how it might be easiest to stop her. If it was just her, it wouldn't be difficult, right? Don't get overconfident though, you should expect trouble. It's obvious, as she has no way to find her way to Orochimaru, so expect some of his ninja to be with her. Shit, that made things more complicated. They also knew just about nothing about any shinobi from the sound. So any strategy they made would have to be on the battlefield. The worst time to make one, as far as Shikamaru was concerned. Naruto remained quiet, his thoughts elsewhere. Tsunade felt for him, but there was no way she could afford to exclude him from the mission. Even more so, she was quite sure he would never forgive her if she did. If anyone had a chance of confronting Sasuke and bringing her back, it was him. Okay, but to accomplish this mission it will need to be more than just Naruto and I. What about Kakashi or Asuma? The Hokage cursed Sasuke and Orochimaru's timing for their plan. She had sent most of her Chunin away on missions. Just last night she had an urgent reconnaissance mission she had to request Makoto and Kakashi handle. Now all they had left was a handful of Chunin. And Genin with only a skeleton crew of Chunin she required for defense. You know that I can't do that. Most of them are away on missions, the rest are needed here. You two will have to rely on Genin for now. That didn't make Shikamaru feel any better. Since you all know each other, at least your teamwork will be top-notch. Tsunade looked between the two of them. They were hurting inside, but shared the same goal. Bringing Sasuke back whatever it took. That was what they needed right now, a goal to set themselves to. If they had that, then maybe they would do alright. Now go, and hurry. The two left her office on the order. But Naruto lagged behind. His only thoughts were of Sasuke and trying to figure out why this was happening. What led her to want to leave? It had to be more than his promotion. Whatever it was, Orochimaru was behind it. He said he would kill that snake back in the exams and he was ready to fulfill it. First, he needed to reach Sasuke before she made a terrible mistake. Okay, listen up, Shikamaru shouted as they leapt through the trees. They wanted to waste no time in catching up considering the enemy had a whole night to move. As soon as the two leaders had haphazardly gathered together the few genin left in the village, they had immediately set out. Here's the plan. Kiba and I are in front with Naruto behind me. That gives us our tracker intact. Ishin in a position to react to any enemy formation, as well as have our main fighter able to switch from supporting the rear or the front. He looked behind to see Neji and Choji bringing up the rear. It was very key those two remained in the back to watch their flanks as well as form their counterattack should the front get hit. Choji is next as our heavy hitter with Neji bringing up the rear. With his Byakugan, there is no chance the enemy will get around us. Consider this a rescue mission where we are the pursuers, watch out for traps. No matter what happens, we have to get Sasuke back. Like we'd let those bastards have Sasuke. Right, Akamaru. The dog yipped in agreement with Kiba as he exuberantly led from the front. Just because Naruto was a Chunin now didn't mean he would give up his rival or his plan to get Sasuke. Rescuing her was just another way he could pull that off. Naruto, you alright? Shikamaru asked out of concern. The boy had been pretty quiet since they left. Shikamaru, Naruto said in a low tone, making the Nara turn to see Naruto glaring at the forest ahead. Just shut up and get me to them. I'll take care of the rest. His tone was a bit frightening and it gave Shikamaru pause. The relationship between him and Sasuke must have been more serious than he thought. One thing was for sure, he definitely did not want to be the enemy right now. It was quiet for some time as they moved through the forest, but then suddenly Kiba stopped. Shikamaru ordered the platoon to halt and for Neji to come forward and join them on the front branch. Neji, use your Byakugan to check up ahead. Kiba thinks he smells them. The Hyuga nodded and activated his greater vision to check ahead of them. Sure enough, past the next quarter-mile sat the enemy squad, 4 in all. They seemed to be resting around a rather large crater barrel. I see them, 4 enemy shinobi with a single large barrel. Sasuke? Naruto asked, almost desperate for news. Neji shook his head. I can't see her directly, but if I had to say, she must be in the barrel. Can't you see inside? Shikamaru asked. Some sort of seal or barrier is protecting it. There is no one else around, it's the only logical answer. They had to accept it with Neji's eyes being the best ones out of all of them. Shikamaru then huddled the group up and discussed a battle plan. An explosion rocked forest as the sound 4 scattered and reformed around the barrel. The kunai had landed in their midst with intent to distract, not kill. Someone was overconfident and thought to show off, which served to make them even more angry. After just getting out of a fight in level 2 of their curse marks, they were already exhausted. When the enemy revealed themselves to be nothing more than a bunch of genin brats, they heaved a silent sigh of relief. Oi, what the hell are a bunch of Konoha brats doing out here? Sannin asked in a mocking tone. We're here to get back someone you took from the village. Hand over the barrel, Shikamaru said in an even tone, standing in the center of their line formation. What's a chicken shit like you going to do if we say no? Tayuya growled, not in the mood for games. The shinobi stared each other down for a long pause before Shikamaru shouted an order. Naruto, now! All around them from the trees came dozens of Naruto clones, enough to blot out the sun. With the enemy distracted, Shikamaru knelt down and went through hand signs and attached his shadow to all 4 of the enemies while his comrades retreated to a safe distance. The clones dissipated, leaving only Shikamaru's shadow connected to the rest. Against their will, The sound shinobi were forced to mimic the Nara's standing pose, a dirty grin on his face. Shadow possession, success. Naruto ran forward from behind and leapt over the 4 enemies. He inspected the barrel for a moment before picking it up and leaping into the air. No matter what, he had to get it back to Konoha. Shit. Shikamaru watched them activate their cursed marks and felt his possession's strength leave him. Naruto sensed their presence from behind and threw the barrel as far as he could. He revealed his Ingen and a kunai before clashing with Sannin, their arms entangled with one another. "I'm going to kill you bastards." Naruto grunted through his teeth, locked in a test of strength. "Hey. That's what she said too," Sannin muttered, trying to get a better handhold. An illusion from the Sharingan froze his thoughts and allowed Naruto to bring a powerful kick to his stomach. It sent Themkin right-ing himself in midair and the rest of the sound for catching up. Jirobo had grabbed the barrel during the momentary scuffle and handed it to Sannin. He and Kitamaru elected to stay behind to give the other 2 time to escape. Neji and Choji volunteered to face them in order to defeat the enemy and give the rest room to pursue. Just like Shikamaru said, their duty was to get Sasuke back whatever it took. The genin launched their attack just as Sannin and Tayuya took off, giving Shikamaru and the others time to go after them. It wasn't going to be an easy mission after all. Already the team was separated. These were exceptional genin though. They could pull through and win, right? They had to, because Shikamaru wasn't willing to let their deaths ride on his conscience. What did you say? Makoto stood there, breathless in the Hokage office. Sasuke Uchiha left the village last night, after you left. Naruto and his squad have been dispatched to handle the situation. Tsunade tried her best to be objective as possible. But the mother wasn't having it. Kakashi stood there quietly, absorbing the information. His student had left the village, even after all the work they had put into trying to keep her there. Was there more to it than Tsunade let on, or even knew about? Could Naruto and his team really succeed alone? I have to go after them. Makoto. They couldn't stop her as she left in a blur, clearly distraught. The Hokage had hoped to avoid it but at the same time knew that the woman leaving was inevitable. Having all 3 Uchiha outside the walls was just asking for trouble. She couldn't afford to lose all of them, no matter what the cost was. Kakashi, catch up to her and do what you can to help Naruto and his squad. Above all else though, protect Makoto. Understood. The Chunin was silently relieved she sent him out, even if it was to just watch over Makoto. He couldn't leave his students alone, not in a situation like this. If there was anything he could do to talk sense into Sasuke or help Naruto bring her back, then he would do it. Sasuke. What the hell are you thinking? Do you really hate us that much that you would leave the village just to fulfill your revenge? Makoto couldn't understand her daughter, and that hurt her the most. She had to salvage the situation before it went any further. There was no way she would allow Orochimaru to have Sasuke, even if she had to defeat her own daughter and bring her back against her will. Makoto would take whatever punishment she would receive from Tsunade or Sasuke herself, but she would not let Naruto come to harm's way just for her daughter to have revenge. The words Naruto spoke to her so often were now ringing in her ears, and this time they frightened her. It made her put even more speed into her movement. I'm going to protect both of you, even if it costs me my life. As long as you are both happy, I'm happy. Naruto, I'll handle her. Shikamaru muttered, sweat creasing his brow. Kiba had already joined battle with Sannin to keep him out of their way. All they had left was Tayuya, at least until the last one showed up. Apparently his name was Kimimaro, another servant of Orochimaru. It didn't matter much to Naruto though. All that mattered right now was that the bastard had his hands on the barrel holding Sasuke. They were so close, and then he came along and took the damn thing from them, again. Hold them here, Tayuya, and perhaps your failure won't be in vain. You bastard, Kimimaro. Go straight to hell. The redhead shouted back at his relaxed tone. How dare he insinuate she failed when it was those 2 idiots, Sannin and Kitamaru. If they had kept to the right schedule. Or maybe it was Sasuke's fault for delaying them. Had she come with them willingly, they might have made more progress. Little bitch, if I see her again I'm going to be sure to kick the shit out of her. Kimimaro took the barrel and started heading toward sound again, leaving Naruto and Shikamaru to watch. They didn't stay idle for long because the blonde leapt after him, intent on stopping any further progress. They had lost enough time and he was tired of being denied. He was not losing Sasuke, even if he had to die getting her away. I don't think so, brat. Chiyuya came flying down from a taller branch, leg out to kick him. Naruto looked up at her, angling his head so she could see his Sharingan. She flinched momentarily as a powerful illusion came over her, but he wasn't done. As she passed by him, immobilized, Naruto grabbed her extended leg and spun them both around to gather momentum. He let her loose into a tree trunk and temporarily incapacitated her. Naruto didn't even stop to check if she was alive or if Shikamaru had caught on to his plan. The only thing on his mind was catching this Kimimaro and killing him. Damn it, Naruto. You really love to overdo it. Shikamaru looked down at Chiyuya from his position and saw she was quite shaken up from the attack. Like he said, he did not want to be the enemies that kidnapped Sasuke. It was not going to be pretty when Naruto caught up to the last one. For now it was time for Shikamaru to stop being a leader and finally just focus on one thing, fighting. Geez, what a drag that was. Not one more step. Kimimaro stopped in a large clearing of grass when Naruto's clones finally encircled him. He realized he would not get the container back in time, which was unfortunate. At the very least he could rid his lord of one more annoyance that plagued him. Naruto's clones had begun to take on bestial appearances as Kyuubi's chakra began to affect him. The power behind his emotions was starting to affect the way he molded chakra and the seal containing the Kyuubi. It's about time you listen to me, brat. These guys aren't normal. You'll need my power to breeze through. I don't care. Let's just run him through. With the Sharingan, the battle would be tougher than the Oto shinobi first imagined it. It did not matter if Naruto had numbers though, and his bone attacks would be unpredictable enough with which his Sharingan would be useless. Confident in his abilities, Kimimaro began to push his bones out of his skin to form long blades, jutting from his forearms and back. I don't have time for trash like you. Get out of my way. The even tone he used made Naruto even more annoyed. Time for you to die. Naruto's clones charged forward, intent on destroying everything in their way. For the longest time, Kimimaro continued to hold off Naruto with his powers. Even when his body was so close to breaking, he resisted taijutsu and even ninjutsu. Whatever the blonde thought would work seemed to have little effect. Not even Kyuubi's chakra could break through. The most they had succeeded in doing was force the enemy to activate his curse mark, which only served to make things harder. They paused in battle when a chakra surge shot out. It was so powerful that even they as non-sensor shinobi could feel it. So cold. What the hell is this? Naruto asked himself, looking around for the source. It was the barrel. Sasuke was emerging. Smoke permeated the battlefield as the container exploded. Her eye mage was distorted, but Naruto was sure he could see Sasuke. Something was off though, as if her body had shifted in some way. Her hair was longer, nails sharper, skin darker. Was it a trick of the eyes or had something really happened? What did they do to her? Sasuke. Naruto tried calling out to her, but she leapt away. Kimimaro smiled. It seemed the seal had consumed her. Now Orochimaru was free to influence her as he pleased. Whatever sentiments the two Konoha shinobi had between one another were over now. Sasuke. Naruto shouted in frustration, but she was gone. His enemy disappeared in a flash and appeared behind him. Bone sword ready to slice through. Naruto tracked him with his Sharingan and prepared to counter, kunai ready. Konoha senpuu. Quote. Rock Lee came flying out of nowhere. His kick landing right on Kimimaro's arm. It sent the sound shinobi flying back, only for him to right himself a little ways away. The taijutsu user got into hind arm out, palm up. Naruto-kun, please leave things here to me. We cannot allow the enemy to take our beloved Sasuke from us. Naruto couldn't believe Lee had made it, but wasn't about to waste the opportunity. All right then, he's yours. The blonde made his way past Kimimaro, who did not bother to attack. Sasuke would be able to handle herself. Besides, he had no doubt this newcomer would have blocked it anyway. Now you must deal with the Leaf's green beast, Rock Lee. I cannot forgive someone willing to kidnap an innocent girl, so prepare. Yourself. Lee prepared his attack and Kimimaro waited patiently. If this was to be his final battle, then he would make it a bloody one. Some time later, Sasuke. Naruto was just about out of breath. He had been running after her for what felt like forever. Finally, she had stopped just short of the border. He knew where they were. The Valley of the End, where the Shodai fought against Madara Uchiha. Naruto now stood on top of Hashirama's statue with Sasuke on Madara's. Now he got to see what had become of his beloved sister, and he was shocked. The cursed seal had fully taken over her body and made all the changes he had observed through the smoke. Some sort of dark black crow. Acess covered the center of her face, and those eyes of hers, their darkness seemed to bleed into him. It was like she had nothing but malice to send back to him, but he knew the real Sasuke was in there. He just had to try and talk to her. Sasuke-chan, I know you want this power to never stop. All you have to do is kill him. Kill Naruto, and it's all yours. Orochimaru's influence spread over her thoughts, controlling her actions. Sasuke had tried to fight him while she was in the barrel, but she was under excruciating pain not only physically but in her mind. Now she was exhausted and just wanted it to end. Chakra began to encase her right hand and she knew what he wanted her to do. That was Naruto over there. He came to rescue her, but all he would find was death. Why was he so reckless? He had always been like that. Perhaps he needed punishment to show why it was such a bad thing. Idiots never lived long. Sasuke. Naruto felt her killing intent and saw the Chidori build up. He knew, at that moment there was only one thing left to do. If Sasuke was still in there then he had to try, otherwise everything was lost anyway. She watched as he deactivated his Sharingan, confusing her. Sasuke. It's thanks to you I'm still alive. He smiled, remembering the first day they met back in the academy. If it wasn't for you, I would have no one to call a family right now. I would be alone. Silence. He continued on. Every time I saw you and Makoto after that, I knew what I had was special. I learned what love meant and I realized how amazing it felt to be with those you cared about. That's why I promised to protect it. That's why I'm here right now. Naruto's eyes dropped, his frown deepening. That's why I have to tell you this. Sasuke, you are all I have left. If I lose you too, Orochimaru, then there isn't any point in living anymore. I would have broken my promise, my ninja way. Quote. His eyes met hers. The only way I will let you leave here is if I die, because I can't kill you. Naruto slumped to his knees, arms to his sides. If killing me is what will make you happy, then do it. Sasuke remembered what Naruto said, that he was willing to give his life as long as she was happy. Was this what he meant? Had he known all along that something like that would happen? The way he was trying to act cool, trying to play on her feelings to make her come back. It just made her more angry. How could one boy make her feel so frustrated and conflicted at the same time? If he was so willing to let her kill him, what made him think she wouldn't? Damn it, Naruto. The Chidori got louder as she fed chakra to it. You really are starting to piss me off. Yes, Sasuke-chan. Use your emotions to finish him. You will gain more power than you could ever imagine by shaking loose this final bond. Just one final bond to shake loose. That's all Naruto was, right? Naruto watched as she leapt across the waterfall, headed straight for him. If this was how he would die, the only regret he had was not saving Sasuke. At the very least, Makoto would have had someone to return home with. Knowing his inability to hurt the girl in front of him, he was powerless. He would ask for forgiveness before death. Naruto. Just one bond, right? One strike from the Book of Life and she was free of entanglement, right? Thoughts of Makoto being at home passed through her head. She was waiting for them to return. Sasuke would get more than a scolding at this rate. All of their friends who bled to bring her back, she'd have to go visit them in the hospital and apologize for the inconvenience. How annoying. Worst of all was Shino. That condescending gaze of his she could already envision in her mind, all the way down to the words he would first say when they met again. You caused a lot of trouble for everyone, Sasuke. Is this how Uchiha are supposed to act? I thought you were better than that. What a bastard, thinking himself in a higher moral ground than she. That would be unbearable. Then what about Naruto? After all this, Could she really go on acting like a kid with puppy love when she was around him? They would have to grow up and really own up to their feelings after what happened. She never liked the emotional stuff, it was too soft and annoying to think about. Knowing Naruto, he wouldn't let her get away from it that easily. Geez, he really was annoying. But she loved him because of that. The same reasons he drove her insane were the reasons she couldn't stand to be apart from him. Damn Orochimaru and his curse mark, her emotions were stronger than that. There were too many bonds to shake off after all, and Sasuke couldn't afford to lose any of them. Naruto, Sasuke shouted, the dark lightning in her hand dissipating. You really are an idiot. Her outstretched palm hit him right in the forehead, the force behind her momentum sent him flying back. Naruto slammed into a tree trunk, painfully stopping his movement. Ah, he groaned in pain, easing himself out of the wood. Sasuke was in front of him now, the dark chakra slowly receding again. Her body gave way to sudden weakness and he quickly moved to catch her. Without missing a step he swept her into his arms, bridal style. This scent, she breathed. She never wanted to be separated from it. It was what kept her on the precipice of sanity, what tethered her to the life she suddenly felt was worth living. As long as she had Naruto, then maybe. Power wasn't everything. Naruto, take me home. Naruto smiled, tears brimming in the corner of his eyes. The old Sasuke, she was already coming back. Now all that was needed was a good smack over the head for taking too long and they could be off. Ah, well, he would be willing to wait on that part. You got it. Sometime later, with permission from the Hokage, Makoto had been authorized to take Sasuke and Naruto on a training trip. It was clear that they needed to get out of Konoha for a while, not only to escape Orochimaru's influence but to find some peace. As long as the Uchiha were in Konoha, there would always be enemies for them to contend with. Not only that, but training Sasuke would be much easier if she only had Naruto to worry about. Jiraiya tried to put up a case that he should be the one to take Naruto, but Makoto had a better argument. Naruto had the Sharingan with which he needed to train and improve in order to saint. And any chance against Itachi and Akatsuki. That was something not even the Toad Sage could help with. They were lucky Makoto was around, both the village and her children, to be able to help them with it. That was partly why Tsunade sent them off. The Hokage also believed that, if submerged among only the Uchiha with only training to be done, Sasuke would do quite well for herself. When she returned, then the girl could get the recognition she deserved, but until then she would be in a situation where she wouldn't have age and ranks just her and the rest of her family. Naruto, Sasuke, you two ready to go? Makoto called from the first floor. On her back was a backpack fully stuffed with important provisions and training scrolls. The Uchiha had been planning this for quite some time since the Odo Shinobi incident. Finally, they could put their little family trip into action. Yep, Naruto and Sasuke came walking down together, backpacks on. They had already told their friends and were ready to say their final goodbyes at the gate. It all felt like it was going so fast, but it was because they were so excited. Makoto told them they were going to an old Uchiha monument for training for who knew how long. That alone was enough to make them want to go and see something new. Let's go, we should leave before noon. They walked out of the Uchiha compound together, not to return for some time. It was bittersweet, but perhaps it was for the best. When they returned, they would all be very different than how they entered it. Perhaps the peace and quiet would finally let the ghosts rest in peace. With 2.5 years or so, they had a lot of time to think about the future. For now it was just good to be one whole family again. If they could get past Orochimaru, then they could get past anything. Which was exactly what their training would do. When the Uchiha returned, no one would be able to stand in their way, not Akatsuki, not Orochimaru, not even Konoha. It was because the Uchiha had each other. And that was all they needed to be strong. Ah, as evil as it is to admit, I was kind of amused by some reviews that were only written to tell me not to send Sasuke to Orochimaru. Would it be mean to tell you I planned her to remain from the start? Where would be the build-up in that though? It could be an entertaining story if I sent her away too, just a lot more angst than what I was interested in. The reason I focused less on the battle with the Sound 4 was to show the emphasis of the Sasuke retrieval was not on the other genin or the fights, but on the emotions of Naruto and Sasuke and Makoto. Things went about the same as the manga, and I know it's not fun to reread things like that. We will now have a proper break until the next chapter, which will be posted in a triple release of my other stories when they are at intermission too. For now you can go check out my other stories or just go vote in the poll. Both are equally important and possibly fun tasks. Be sure to review and tell me what you thought. See you next time in part 2. The Fateful Return. The Blonde Uchiha. It was another beautiful day in Konoha, the village hidden in the leaves. People and shinobi milled around in the streets to shop and talk. Students attended the academy, both young and old, and began the journey for their own shinobi careers. Life had almost returned to normal since 2 years ago, when Suna and Oto launched their devastating attack during the Chunin exams. Since then, the village had found itself in another spot of peace, brought about by the heroes of the newest generation of shinobi. Many of the genin at the time had since been promoted and had further honed their abilities to better serve the village. Speaking of, the Hokage was expecting the arrival of a particular group of shinobi. It had been quite some time since they had left the village to train on their own, over 2 years in fact. Though the village had moved forward without them, individuals had been anxiously awaiting their return. 2 of them found themselves at the Hokage's office that day, causing a bit of a stir. "Are we sure it's today?" Shino asked, betraying his cool demeanor with a hint of excitement. Tsunade sighed and crossed her arms. She swiveled around to look out the window, and to hide her clear exasperation. The sun's rays beat down on her, making her fair skin shine in the daylight. "Yes, Shino-kun. I received Jiraiya's messenger frog this morning, they will be here." Tsunade responded with a hint of irritation. That same question had been brought up more times than the Hokage would like to count in the past few days. That was not to mention inquiries that had transpired over the past 2 years. Many more had asked about the Uchiha's return date, for varying reasons since their leave. Tsuki and Ayame were wondering when Naruto would bring another date by, and Iruka was on the same vein as Shino and Kakashi. "Please be here today. I don't think I can stand any more of these questions." The slug Sannin rubbed her temples to massage the stress away. Where was that sake bottle when she needed it? "Lady Hokage," Kakashi addressed her with a humble tone. "Perhaps we should talk more about the upcoming test for those 2. Shino has the right to know." The Chunin perked up at the mention from his sensei. It was true that he had not heard of any test scheduled. Tsunade turned her chair back around to face them and hummed in approval. Since the rest of their class had been regularly observed and tested by the proctors and junin of the village, their talents were well known and documented. The Uchiha siblings, however, had only been observed by their mother and Jiraiya, and it was difficult to give that kind of testimony weight. The saint way to tell how strong they had become was to have them demonstrate. Only then could she properly assign them missions, with the knowledge of what they are capable of. Though there was little doubt that their training bore the fruit of success. Considering the caliber of their instructors, Tsunade had no doubt they had truly become splendid shinobi. If only their personalities had matured in the time spent outside as well. When Sasuke and Naruto arrive, we will have them demonstrate the results of their training. She motioned to Kakashi with a wave of her hand. Kakashi has volunteered to serve as a guinea pig. A smirk splayed across her face as she said that. The Uchiha had apparently given him quite the run for his money during their first test to become genin. Kakashi simply shrugged off whatever concerns he had. "Ma'am, I wish you wouldn't put it that way," he said while scratching the back of his head, not looking forward to the battle. Those 2 were already a deadly tag team when they were genin. Now that they had 2 years to train, he wondered if his own training would allow him to keep up. He might not survive this time, if Jiraiya's updates were anything to go off of. A fitting challenge. I look forward to seeing it. They were not surprised the Aburame was satisfied. He knew his teammates the best. If he was not worried, then no one else had any reason to be either. "I agree. Hopefully Jiraiya stops slowing them down so that we can." A wisp of wind blew into the office, scattering papers all across the floor and interrupted Tsunade. Tsunade's eyes FTED to the side to find the already suspected culprit leaning against the now open window. Somehow, she had expected it to be Jiraiya as if he was on cue. The old lecher had a smile on his face, but, considering the amount of work he just gave her, he would not have it for long. "Hey, Tsunade," Jiraiya greeted warmly. He completely missed the growing vibes of malice emanating from his old teammate. "You." Her whispered accusation only made it more difficult for him to understand what was going on. "You had better have some damn good news, or else." Quote. Recoiling from his old teammate's harsh words, the toad Sannin struggled to remember what he wanted to say. If he did not think of something quick, she really would kill him. That's right. He snapped his finger in triumph, sweat beating down his neck. "The brats won't be long now, so Makoto let me go on ahead to let you know." Kakashi and Shino noticeably relaxed with the news. Their bodies shed the remaining anxiety. Now, EU energy found itself coursing through them with anticipation. The Hokage found herself feeling a little better after the news as well. Finally, her headache was beginning to leave her. "I hope the village has been doing well without me," Jiraiya said, exerting a certain aura of self-appearance off with you in the wilderness. His old teammate knew right where to strike him. Jiraiya felt himself crumple over from the gut-wrenching hit. "You know what I meant. How are the young beauties of the village doing?" Jiraiya knew just how to get under her skin. If Jiraiya's perverted spirits were high after just returning, it must have been a good trip. The Godime Hokage would humor the lecher, for now. As the two Sannin conversed, Shino was urged by Kakashi to leave with him. They would not want to be late meeting their old friends. When they were alone, Tsunade decided it the best moment to ask the burning question in her mind. It was something they all wanted to know, but were too humble to ask. "So, how strong are they? You have been with them long enough to tell, right?" She had read his letters, but this time she wanted a personal account. Jiraiya's expression went from chipper to stone in a moment. Even he knew when it was time to get serious about something. And after his experience, the Uchiha were no laughing matter. It's overwhelming how much progress they made in just 2 years. Makoto too, she's on a whole other level. Tsunade was relieved to hear his positive report. Not only for Naruto and Sasuke, but Makoto as well. She knew from personal experience that an early retirement could very easily make a shinobi rusty. Though she had only heard rumors, Makoto was apparently quite the fighter in her generation, prior to having children. "Well then, I suppose this makes my decision to let them leave right." Quote. That was something she could throw in the elders' faces. It also brought her some personal relief to know one of her bets actually paid off. Of course, the elders had disagreed with her. Considering past incidents, the family's situation was too dangerous to allow the Uchiha outside of the walls. They were as a clan expendable, but their Kekkei Genkei was invaluable to the village's military might. Danzo had been particularly harsh with her on the subject, as if he had a personal stake in their development. "Yeah, let's hope we didn't get more than we bargained for," Jiraiya said with an oddly dark tone, which made Tsunade crinkle her brow. What did he mean by that? "Ah, it's good be on the road again," a familiar blonde shouted as he shuffled along a familiar dirt road. He and his family found themselves traveling in dense forest as they made the final approach Konoha. Jiraiya had gone on ahead a while ago, so it was just the Uchiha left. Better that way, Naruto thought. So the old lecher was finally away from Makoto and Sasuke. "Yeah, the old crypts weren't exactly my preferred living space," Sasuke noted with more than a hint of sarcasm. Makoto had taken them to an area within the Land of Fire that was once owned by the Uchiha. There, they had built towering structures of stone that had acted as living spaces for the clan. They were very hardy and easy to defend in comparison to the humble Senju villages, but Sasuke was right that they were not built for comfort. Not to mention it rained often while they were there. The sun was a welcome change of pace as it peeked through the canopy to see them. "That's your heritage, Sasuke. Try and be more respectful to your ancestors." With a harsh tone, Makoto scolded her daughter. Still, Makoto was also relieved to be coming home. "It'll be great to get back and finally go on missions again," Naruto said. Naruto had missed the experience of actually getting to do something with all of the training. no matter how necessary, became tedious after a certain threshold. He wanted to see their work in action, preferably. We can try out our new weapons too, Sasuke said with a satisfied smirk. A hand of hers rested on the sword's hilt, as it was wrapped around her waist. Both Naruto and Sasuke had been given weapons from the old Uchiha storehouse. Thanks to Neko EY were able to spend the 2 years training with something new. With their kenjutsu experience, they hoped to get the leg up over opponents without such skill. Be sure to thank her when we return. Those are precious heirlooms, after all. Makoto chided. She hoped they would take the value of the items seriously. As much fun as it was to be given something new, they definitely were not toys. Makoto prayed the swords would last. Of course. Naruto responded with his usual enthusiasm, though he was paying more attention to the road ahead than her. Sasuke of course brushed off her mother's scolding. She was not one to let her mood be broken over something so insignificant. They remained quiet a little while longer before the wooden walls of the village could finally be seen. Naruto shouted in excitement and started to run for the gate. Makoto and Sasuke kept their steady pace up and simply watched the blonde go on ahead. They both found his antics amusing, as always. Makoto in particular watched Naruto's back as he ran ahead. Since the 2 years had passed, he had grown into a fine young man. He wore the village flak jacket with pride, with Kushina's family crest dutifully held on his back. If only her old friend could see her son now, she would surely be proud too. The 3 Uchiha had made their way to the Hokage office straightaway. Along the road, they had read quite a few familiar faces among their fellow classmates, who offered them warm welcome. Some citizens offered the Uchiha respect, while many still did their best to ignore their presence. Old wounds were hard to bury. But Naruto was not about to give up. He would force them to look at the Uchiha, and he would let them know just what kind of shinobi he and his family were. Makoto and Sasuke deserved better, and he would make it so. Upon arriving, they were picked up by Shizune and escorted to the office. The Hokage had been eagerly awaiting their arrival since Jiraiya had turned up. If the Hokage was excited to see them, Naruto could only guess there was trouble ahead. Of course, they would not get to rest after walking all day. Please, enter now. Shizune opened the door and ushered all 3 inside. Upon entering, Naruto was greeted by Tsunade and Jiraiya. The 2 must have been having a good time, as they were all smiles. It was a nice change of pace from their usual spats. Whatever the conversation was, however, it quickly ended when the Uchiha made their presence known. Ah, so they finally get here, Jiraiya said with sarcasm. He wore a cheesy smile as always. So they have. Tsunade turned to address them. As Naruto and the others stood before her. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you, Tsunade-sama, Makoto said. She bowed deeply, as an example to her children. Uki gave a simple bow with her head and otherwise remained uninterested. She was never one to enjoy ceremony. Unbeknownst to her, an annoyed tick appeared on Tsunade's features. Naruto had his hands behind his head with a big grin on his face. He was still overwhelmed with being home, so he did not even bother to offer her the courtesy of a bow. Good to be back, Tsunade. Naruto shouted with light-hearted exuberance. There was a pause as the Uchiha waited for her to respond. Makoto quickly realized that the Hokage was unsatisfied with her children's greetings. The culprits, however, were in our own worlds and completely oblivious to her displeasure. Oi, brats, Tsunade was struggling to contain herself with each syllable roughly let out. Naruto and Sasuke noticed the dangerous tone and faced forward. Then, they felt it. A heavy tension had fallen over the room. Even Jiraiya had visibly shrunk in fear of his teammates' response. Naruto swallowed as his gut began to turn. His excitement had already faded and been replaced with very clear worry. Not even Sasuke had been able to completely write off the feeling as she chose to uncross her arms for the safety of her pockets. The last of Tsunade's barriers were released as she began to shout. You may not remember, but I happen to be the Hokage now, so show some respect when I welcome you back. To accentuate her point, Tsunade slammed her fist onto the desk. While no cracks were matte if whacked wood filled the room and raided their ears. Naruto stood stock straight and offered a hasty salute. Why yes ma'am. Sasuke offered the fearless leader a single shrug. Fine. Quote. Tsunade's dejected sigh rounded the room as she realized there was little hope for these two. If she could not get Sasuke to listen, she could only pray for Naruto's success in that regard. What did Makoto teach that girl to be so disrespectful? Fine fine. Let's just get on with it then. Tsunade waved the conversation away. Her headache was rearing its ugly head again. The Uchiha were allowed to relax as Tsunade, begrudgingly, gave up her attempt at disciplining the young ninja. Still, she did not seem able, or interested, in continuing her previous line of thought. Shizune rounded the desk to stand near Tsunade, so she could address the family. She was clearly unrehearsed as she struggled to come up with something. Tsunade-sama wishes to test the both of you on your skills. To determine how best to add you back into the regular forces. Jiraiya snapped his fingers and stood next to Shizune. To appease Tsunade, he tried getting in on the act as well. And as it turns out, your fearless leader has chosen the perfect person to test you. Please welcome. Jiraiya threw out his arms toward the open window. Quote. The awkward moment settled. D-in as the Uchiha were not greeted by anyone. They turned back toward Jiraiya, who was struggling to keep not only himself calm, but the simmering Tsunade. Oh, an oddly familiar voice echoed into the room. Eyes switched back to the window as Kakashi leaned in over the sill. Was I supposed to come in at that part? As always, Kakashi lacked any enthusiasm and dropped his line completely deadpan. Whatever strength Jiraiya had evaporated as he was made a fool of. In the meantime, Kakashi took his time observing his students after their 2-year absence. Both had grown up rather well, as they both stood on par with Makoto and the rest of the adults. While Naruto had largely kept his uniform the same, wearing the same village flak jacket, Sasuke had drastically changed her wardrobe. She now wore a dark Uchiha mantle, with the cloak parting at her waist to reveal her covered legs and heels. Over time, her hair had grown long enough to fit into a ponytail that reached far down her back, giving her a feminine look. Their changed appearance signaled the evolution of their strength. Kakashi was a bit anxious to see just how much progress they had made. Tsunade was finally able to chuckle with Kakashi's arrival. Some of her original energy had been regained with her fellow Sannin's embarrassment. Shizune and Jiraiya were correct in that it's about time you both showed off just what kind of skills you have from training. Tsunade then motioned to Kakashi, who gave a little wave. Kakashi has volunteered to be your punching bag. Upon hearing that description of himself, Kakashi groaned. The Hokage seemed to think he was going to let himself get hurt. She was not going to let his pride recover anytime soon. Well, what the Hokage said was mostly correct. I will be testing you guys again, but I don't plan on losing. Kakashi said, offering the two a bit of a challenge. Sasuke was the first to show any kind of reaction to the news. She grew a smirk, a threatening one if the others were to describe it. Naruto, on the other hand, held back any excitement he may have had and exchanged it with anxiety. He looked around, as if they were missing someone. The others picked up on his distress and made it clear he should express his concerns. Oi, where's Shino? Sasuke and Makoto both hummed in agreement, as any kind of test would not be the same without all of Team 7 present. Kakashi offered them one of his usual smiles and hiked a thumb over his shoulder. Well, he's here of course. From outside, Shino quietly clambered into the office. Though he made no obvious expression of distaste, Naruto could tell simply by the look of him that he had been growing bored outside. Still, despite his supposed lack of interest, Naruto was glad to see his old teammate again. If he had to guess, the feeling was mutual. Welcome back, Naruto. Shino adjusted his new goggles from underneath his hood. I give you my thanks, because I didn't want to stand outside for much longer. Naruto ran over to his friend and patted him on the shoulder. After a moment of awkwardness, mostly spawned from Shino's general lack of human contact, the two had properly welcomed the other. Makoto looked at the both of them and had to stifle a laugh. She was so glad to see them getting along well. If only her daughter had the same enthusiasm to greet a close friend. Sasuke rolled her eyes. He was not so enthused to have Shino's overly descriptive mannerisms return. They really grated against her ears. Welcome to you as well, Makoto-san, Sasuke. Shino nodded to each one, and they acknowledged him in return. This is all well and good, but there is a schedule to keep, believe it or not, the Hokage said, after they had a moment to catch up. Tsunade crossed her arms and attempted to show a bit of authority. She then gave Kakashi a subtle nod to have him continue with the orientation. Well, the Hokage has prepared the training ground for us. I'm sure you will all find it familiar, since it's the one we used for the first test. Kakashi prepared a hand sign. I'll see you there. Wait, Kakashi. Before Tsunade could stop him, the Jonin had disappeared. Damn him. Tsunade grimaced. He should have led the kids with him. Now I have to. All right, let's go. Naruto's excitement knew no bounds as he leapt out the window and proceeded after his sensei. Naruto. Sasuke shouted after him, to no avail. Damn, wait up. She proceeded after him with much haste, her dark overcoat billowing in the wind. That element of their relationship had not changed much. Shino bowed to those still present and then disintegrated into a cloud of bugs. The parasitic insects then proceeded out of the window and after the rest of them. Shino did not need to be tested, as he was already a proven Chunin, but that did not stop his desire to observe Naruto and Sasuke. Team 7 was as strong as ever. Then, I will as well. Wait a minute, Makoto-san. As Makoto prepared to leave, the door to the Hokage's office was opened. The two elders, Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Utatane, revealed themselves. The one who asked her to remain, however, was the man known as Danzo Shimura, who brought up the rear of their group. What's the meaning of this? Tsunade shouted in outrage over the interruption. The Elder Council had kept her up many nights with their bickering back and forth. One of the most difficult subjects of recent times had been the Uchiha, and the village's plans for them. She had hoped to shield the family, but even Tsunade had her limits. Still, to bother them on their first day back was too far. We need to go over the Uchiha's responsibility in the restoration of their clan's strength. As matriarch, we require Makoto's presence. The other two obviously have pressing matters, so they can be informed of the results later. Kaharu explained the council's intentions with little outward concern, either to the Hokage or the Uchiha. How dare you come in here with such rudeness and make demands? I should. Before Tsunade could push the event further, Makoto raised her voice. No, Hokage-sama, I understand. I will attend the meeting, as requested. Makoto bowed and proceeded to join the council at the door. She hesitated, and then turned back with a hint of concern. Please, watch over my children while I'm away. Jiraiya and Tsunade both were stunned into silence as she left of her own accord. Such a solemn duty, and yet Makoto carried on as if it were nothing. Still, it did not sit well with any of them, the kind of pressure the council had placed on the family since the massacre had occurred. Tsunade-sama, we should also be leaving, Shizune reminded her, after they had remained in silence for a while. I don't like this. Danzo and the others are definitel. Why up-toyed her thumb as she considered just what that something was. Agreed, but what can we do? Jiraiya asked in genuine concern. He had grown a bit attached to the family of three during training. The last thing he wanted was to see them pulled apart thanks to some backroom politics. Tsunade narrowed her eyes and fully bit into her finger, enough to draw blood. With a few hand seals, she placed her hand upon the desk and summoned Katsuyu, her loyal slug. With that little bit of chakra, the mollusk was still the size of one of the many stacks of documents scattered about the table. Yes, Tsunade-sama, Katsuyu acknowledged her summoning in the usual polite, friendly tone. Shizune, Tsunade turned to her assistant, take part of Katsuyu with you, as I'd like you to sit in on the meeting. But, I thought we. Momentarily confused, Shizune was silenced by Tsunade's harsh glare. Hurry now, take one Katsuyu while I take another, and relay the information to me. We can't let them go too far, or else they might ask Makoto to do something unthinkable. Tsunade turned back to her summon, which had dutifully followed her orders and split itself into two. One climbed onto the Hokage's shoulder, while the other hid itself away inside of Shizune's robe. For now, we will hear what they have to say and then we can prepare a response later, Tsunade said, as she and Jiraiya prepared to leave for the grounds. Shizune was glad to see that her master was thinking as a Hokage should, and agreed to her orders. At first, she had been concerned that Makoto's meeting was a personal issue within the Uchiha. But if the council were involving themselves, then the Hokage should not have been left out. They might be able to do something to help, after all. Yes ma'am. With Shizune's affirmative, the two Sannin parted ways with her. Her only regret was that she could not watch the match that was sure to be stunning. Naruto and Sasuke stood some ways apart from Kakashi on their old training grounds. The sun had already started to set, bathing them and the rest of the land in a warm orange tone. Tsunade and the others were some ways back, observing in the relative safety of the tree line. Although they expected a great show, Naruto and Sasuke did not plan on having a long, drawn-out fight against Kakashi. Okay you two. Kakashi revealed two very familiar bells from his pocket and attached them to his waist. Just like last time, try your best to get the two bells in an hour. Kakashi, to their surprise, immediately lifted his Hitai-ape to reveal his own Sharingan. The John-in was clearly not taking any chances as he started the fight at his best. Come at me with the intent to kill, Kakashi said as he assumed a loose, defensive stance. Naruto and Sasuke decided that THEY2 would bring all of their strength to the table. Together, they activated their fully matured Sharingan, and readied themselves to attack. There was a moment of calm as both sides watched each other, not willing to move and give the opponent an advantage. Then, everything happened at once as Naruto began weaving hand seals and Kakashi's eyes swirled to track his movements. So, that's his plan. Kakashi too began weaving his own hand seals as his Sharingan recognized Naruto's technique. Kaden. Hisekasho. Quote, Naruto released a large amount of ash from his mouth and covered the battlefield with it. With just a few seconds, it enveloped the spot Kakashi had taken up. Before his sensei could leap back, Naruto clicked his teeth and ignited the ash into a powerful explosion of fire that turned the inside of the cloud into superheated air. Because the ash was made of chakra, Naruto and Sasuke both could not discern Kakashi's chakra from the rest of the cloud. They could not tell whether he had escaped or not, and so they had to wait and make sure. A gust of wind carried over the battlefield and revealed Kakashi had summoned a water wall around his body. Naruto was confused, as there was no source of water, until he saw the scroll at the Jonin's feet and realized it had been sealed away, waiting to be used. As the water began to recede, the din of battle gave way to the screams of 1,000 birds as Sasuke ran forward with her own technique. Chidori, lightning chakra gathered in her hand and then extended out in a beam of energy toward Kakashi. Iso. Quote, Kakashi's water W, as pierced through in an instant and he was forced to leap away. Sasuke was unperturbed by his escape attempt and continued to chase him as the blade gradually increased in length. Just how long can she make that thing? It's already at 5 meters. Tsunade watched with some appreciation as the young woman displayed great ability at shape transformation. To be able to morph the chakra so accurately, and keep it in the same shape during battle was more than impressive. She missed her calling as a medical nin with that kind of chakra control. Gathering his own chakra, Kakashi stopped running and forced his own technique into Sasuke's. Reikiri. The lightning cutter ripped the Chidori into 2 halves. Despite her impressive transformation, the blade's constitution was weaker the farther she extended it. Kakashi had analyzed the move shortly after it broke through his defense, but it was still no less impressive that Sasuke had been able to control the blade at such a length. If he did have a sufficient lightning technique to meet her own width, he would have quickly run out of room to maneuver. Unfortunately, Sasuke's attack had merely given Naruto time to prepare for another round. As he decided to use his other element. Thanks to Kakashi, he now had a bountiful supply of water. From behind Sasuke, Naruto slammed his foot down onto the ground and forced the puddle to rise up into a tidal wave of water. Sweden. Bakusui Shoha. Quote, Kakashi leapt into the air to avoid getting hit by the wave, only for Naruto to already be above him. The harsh axe kick sent at Kakashi's abdomen was just barely blocked. But the force of the kick sent him flying back to the ground. Then, he saw another Naruto already standing on top of the now flooded field and realized the one above was a shadow clone. The real Naruto began going through another set of hand seals as Kakashi touched down. There was no time given to recover as Naruto released a mouthful of flames. Kaden. Gokaku no Jutsu. Quote, the water in front of Kakashi jettisoned upward in a desperate guard attempt as he tried another water wall. Powerful flames licked at his mask, and the Jonin was forced to shield his eyes. AGR. Eat amount of steam covered the battlefield, shrouding both sides from one another. From the shadows, Sasuke prepared a few shuriken and threw them to her sides. Rather than send them at her opponent, however, the projectiles instead cut loose many wires that had been hung in the nearby trees. From all sides, shuriken and kunai fired into the mist that hid Kakashi from their sights. When the battlefield cleared itself, they were disappointed to find their sensei had substituted himself. Naruto and Sasuke remained close to one another as they watched their surroundings. Neither of them were particularly strong at sensing chakra, at least on their own, so they had to rely on their Sharingan to pick up Kakashi's aura. Without warning, Kakashi emerged from the ground beneath them and latched onto Sasuke's ankle. Before she could even shout, the Uchiha was pulled into the dirt trap below. Naruto's eyes tracked the chakra and realized the ground below him had been made softer by Kakashi's recent movement. He wants to separate us. Well, I guess I better start tracking them. Naruto had been made painfully aware of his lack of chakra control by Jiraiya and his mother over the training trip. Not only did it make his ninjutsu overly taxing on his reserves, but it made him terrible at sensing other presences. Jiraiya had actually given him something to help with that. Naruto pressed both of his hands together in prayer as he gathered chakra. He manipulated the energy into sphere around his body, and then pushed it out as far as he could. Kekai. Tengai HBLE barrier now surrounding him. He could now tell the direction of everyone inside of it. And that was when he soon picked up on Kakashi and Sasuke's location, as the two signatures clashed against each other deeper inside the forest. With his sense of direction solved, Naruto deactivated the technique and went after the other two. Sasuke parried another attack from Kakashi with her katana. The blade had served her well in training, and it held strong against Kakashi's kunai. Chakra surged from her fingertips and enveloped the blade as the familiar crackle of lightning could be heard. With her increased cutting power, she pressed the attack and successfully broke Kakashi's weapon in half. He was forced to pull back, out of her reach. While he had successfully separated Sasuke from Naruto, he was clearly struggling to find a way past her powerful offense. Every time he thought that he had found an advantage, she pushed back with a new technique of her own. Then, from the trees, Naruto made his presence known with a flurry of tagged kunai. As they landed around Kakashi, the explosive seals flashed and offered only a moment of warning. The explosion rocked the battlefield as the two Uchiha were once again reunited against Kakashi. About time you showed up, Sasuke said with a hint of teasing. Naruto scratched the back of his head, unable to come up with a retort. He was just glad to see she was unharmed, though he had figured as much. Yeah, but don't you think it's time we wrap this up? The sun had almost completely set by that point, and they were getting hungry. Makoto's homemade food was enough to spur them onward for one last combination attack. Sounds like a plan. You go first, Sasuke said as she knelt down and prepared her hand seals. This next one might take a bit of work. Kakashi stood opposite them, watching them carefully with his Sharingan. Naruto's first and only duty was to put a stop to his keen observation, and he had just the move. Makoto, this one is for you. Naruto began, going through a new set of hand signs that Kakashi did not recognize. From his mouth, Naruto expelled a stream of fire so hot that it burned white. The flame fanned out from his mouth, threatening to envelope the entire clearing. Kaden. Amatsu Akari. Quote, Kakashi knew none of his own techniques could cancel out the fire's heat, so he decided he had only one option. Summoning the chakra, he brought his Sharingan to the next level in its evolution and focused the attack right at the flame's epicenter. Kamui. Quote, with nothing but his visual jutsu, Kakashi began to absorb the white flames and transport them to a different dimension. When Naruto realized that his technique was in danger of being lost, he cancelled it and fell back. Kakashi dropped to one knee in exhaustion and could only watch as Sasuke announced her next technique. A barrage of Sanban, created from the lightning in her Chidori, launched out toward him. Drained from his Mangekyo technique, Kakashi could only brace for the impact. To his surprise, all of the needles missed him by an inch or two. It was then he realized their real aim and turned around to see the bells had been shot right off his belt. Now embedded into a tree. They were ripe for the picking like a couple of cherries. Before Kakashi could even get up, Naruto came from behind the tree and effortlessly took the two jingling bits of metal into his hand. "Looks like we win, Kakashi-sensei." Naruto stated the fact as he laughed off his victory. He shook the prize in front of the older man, as if to rub it in. Sasuke also emerged from the tree, now on the opposite side. The distinctive pop of shadow clones could be heard behind Kakashi as he was now looking at the two real Uchiha. Had this been their plan all along? "So, where's our prize?" Sasuke asked with a brusque grin. She had her arms crossed in what had become her signature pose. Kakashi, despite his exhaustion, was able to stand and face his old students. Rather than be disappointed at his loss, he could not be more proud of the progress they had made in such a short amount of time. He could only hope their ability to work with Shino had not rusted, because otherwise, they were sure to be a perfect team. Team 7 has passed, once again, Kakashi announced, with a knowing smile. Kakashi offered them a familiar thumbs up and ushered them back to the Hokage for the good news. The UCHIHA siblings entered their home and felt their previous energy leave them. Tsunade had dismissed them shortly after. Kakashi concluded the test, and offered them positive feedback. With any luck, they would be considered for higher positions given their display of strength. Sasuke did not feel like staying a genin forever, after all. "I hope Makoto-san has dinner ready. I'm starved," Naruto said with a yawn. Naruto unzipped his jacket to reveal his Uchiha underclothes, a simple shirt and pants with the clan's symbol emblazoned on his back. "I'm sure Ka-san had plenty of time, considering she skipped our test," Sasuke said with no small amount of chagrin. They found out later that she had been asked to join the council, but that did not bother Sasuke as much as the fact that she did so without even arguing against the order. If it were up to the young heiress, the elder council would be ignored on the best of days. They were always up to something, and kept her sick to her stomach. "Don't be like that, Sasuke. She has a lot of things to worry about." Naruto always sided with Makoto when it came to arguments, so Sasuke just grunted and pressed forward. It was better to drop the subject than to butt heads with Naruto. He would talk your ear off until he won. Together, they entered the family room, which had been the only room to have any lights on. Inside, Makoto waited for her children with a modest meal. As it was already very late, they needed their rest for tomorrow. "Naruto, Sasuke, welcome home," Makoto addressed them warmly, though something seemed off. Naruto could not put his finger on it, but something was definitely bothering his mother. The look in her eye and the slight quiver in her voice told him that the council meeting had not gone well. But he knew she would not tell him anything. Makoto hated to weigh others down with her own problems. So, he chose to sit next to Sasuke and quietly enjoy his meal. All the while, he would sneak glances at the older woman, hoping that she would finally confide in them something personal. Whether Makoto realized his feelings or not, Naruto did not plan on leaving anytime soon. If not today, he would wait for the next. "Naruto, Sasuke," Makoto spoke up after they had gone through most of their meal. "There is something I need to speak with you about, concerning the clan." Naruto and Sasuke looked between each other, then back at Makoto. They were obviously lost, and so as their mother, Makoto did her best to smile. She had to put them at ease. "As per the council's request, your marriage will be soon." Upon hearing the word marriage, both of them blushed like children. "And with marriage, the council will expect you to start having children." There was no use in sugarcoating the order, they were old enough to know what was required of them. To be honest, Makoto was surprised they were able to keep their hands off of each other during training. Now, they had no such distractions or inhibitions, but unfortunately they were being pushed together by the council. CHCHCHCH, Naruto was like a broken record as thoughts of parenting filled his mind. Sasuke had managed to recover herself rather quickly, considering the situation. Her face betrayed no obvious emotion, but if she were displeased, the young woman would have surely made it clear. She simply took Naruto's flailing hand into hers, and began to calm him down. I understand, Mother, Sasuke said with a short, respectful nod. She turned to Naruto, who nervously met her gaze. Come on, Naruto, we should go to bed. Stunned by her soothing display, Naruto could do nothing but nod. He let himself be pulled up and led away like a stray puppy, right up the stairs to his out-of-breath she had not realized she had been holding. Her body shook as she discovered just how much her nerves had been bothering her. There was a distinct ringing in her ears as her senses slowly returned. Thank you, Sasuke. I don't think I would have been able to hold it together if you hadn't. Makoto cursed her weakness, both of her own body and that of her inability to fight the council. She wanted her children to make their own way in life, not have it be forced on them. This was no way to start a family, but the elders did not care. Not even Makoto could escape from their grasp. Danzo's words still rang in her mind. Your new husband has been decided. Kakashi Hatake, son of the White Fang. With her children out of earshot, Makoto finally let herself crumble. Tears fell to the floor as her barriers caved in on themselves, revealing not the heart of an Uchiha matriarch, but of a young woman who was alone and isolated. The solace she once found in her daughter's happiness had evaporated as her own feelings were trampled on. Makoto could not die in peace with Fugaku and the others, as she was to be made the village's breeding stock. The Sandaime had promised her justice once, but she now realized there was no justice. There was only suffering. The 2-year training trip is just about over now. If you are interested, please try out the poll on my profile page. I'm interested in your opinions. Disclaimer. I do not own Naruto.